Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter was raised as the true heir of the ancient houses? Here's a quick glimpse. Raised with the knowledge and power of the ancient houses, Harry enters Hogwarts far from ordinary. With legacy, influence, and strength on his side, he begins shaping the wizarding world long before anyone realizes what he's becoming. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Marius Black pulled his Aston Martin to an easy stop directly in front of number 4, Privet Drive. He let out a deep sigh. For heaven's sake, Marius, his wife chided him. If you didn't want to come this evening, why on earth did you accept the Muggles' invitation? Bentley says that Dursley has talent, Marius replied. He thinks we should give the account to Grunnings. Clytemnestra Black sniffed haughtily. Marius chuckled. Squibs they both might be, a disgrace to their families, but his wife had never lost her pureblood pride. I hardly see why we should trouble ourselves to meet with him, she said. Why didn't you send Bentley? Marius sighed again. His wife refused to understand how these things worked. The Dursleys invited us, my dear, he replied evenly. Would you have me insult the Muggle? His wife grinned maliciously. Do you really want to know what I should prefer to do to the audacious Muggle? Really, for some middling Muggle scum to presume to invite Marius Black to dinner, it boggles the mind. That was enough. Marius turned on his wife with a ferocious gleam in his eye. Fine, he spat. Why don't we pay a visit to Malfoy Manor, then? I'm sure Abraxas will be simply delighted to see his dear squib sister. Clytemnestra turned pale, but she said nothing more as she gathered her mink about her and exited the car. Marius' heart sank. He cared for his wife deeply, and it hurt him to cause her pain, but every now and then she needed to be reminded exactly what they were. She tended to forget why it was that they had to put up with all these miserable Muggles in the first place. Marius got out of the car and offered his arm to his wife. She refused to take it, but marched ahead to the Dursleys' door. He followed her and rapped smartly on the door 3 times with his silver-topped cane. Dursley opened the door. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Black, he exclaimed. What an honor for us to have you in our humble home. Allow me to present my lovely wife, Petunia, and our son, Dudley. Marius forced himself to smile as he raised the horsey-faced woman's over-large hand to his lips and ruffled the hair of her whale of a son. Charmed, Marius said dryly. You have a fine family, Mr. Dursley. Clytemnestra cleared her throat loudly beside him. Marius ignored her. May I take your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Black? The fat boy asked. Marius could hear the boredom in his tone, and wondered how much the brat was being paid to act appropriately this evening. He removed his overcoat and hat and placed them in the boy's outstretched arms. Thank you, my lad, he said, then turned and glared at his wife until she removed her mink and dropped it over the boy as carelessly as if he were a house elf. Won't you step into the parlor, Mrs. Black? The woman asked Clytemnestra, who was visibly suppressing a great many snide remarks. Thank you, Mrs. Dursley, she drawled. Oh, please, call me Petunia, the woman replied. Marius stifled a chuckle. Clytemnestra looked at the woman as though she were a bit of manure that had appeared on the tip of her shoe. I prefer Mrs. Dursley, she said coldly. Dursley laughed nervously at that and began to wave them all into the parlor. What would you care to drink? He asked. Before they could leave the hallway, Marius heard a loud sneeze. He turned around. It seemed to him that it was coming from the cupboard under the stairs. Then he heard a small voice berating himself in a harsh whisper. If Marius hadn't been so surprised, he would have laughed. It sounded just like a house elf. But how could there possibly be a house elf in this Muggle home? He decided to investigate. If you'll excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, he said, stepping briefly into the parlor. I was wondering where I might freshen up. Oh, Mr. Dursley exclaimed, as though stunned that such an important man as Mr. Black might need to relieve himself occasionally. In the hallway, right across from the cupboard under the stairs. Excellent, Marius replied with a wry smile. I shall return presently. The haughty squib then slid quietly over to the cupboard and knocked on the door. No one responded. It's no use hiding, you know, he whispered. I heard you. He heard a quiet gasp. What is your name? Marius pressed. Harry, a small voice murmured. Marius' face went white. That was a boy locked in the cupboard. What did the muggle oaf think he was playing at? Are you Dursley's boy? He demanded. No, sir, the timid voice whispered. I'm Harry Potter. Please don't tell Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia you heard me. I'll get in really bad trouble. Marius' eyes went wide. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. He stood up in a fury. Dursley. He roared. Get your worthless hide in here. The large man came blustering in. His face was purple. Clearly Marius had crossed some sort of line. What's the meaning of this? Dursley demanded. You can't just stride into my home, insult me, and order me about. You have a boy locked in that cupboard, Marius said simply. He says his name is Harry Potter. Clytemnestra let out a small gasp. It's our nephew, Dursley said smoothly. He's very disturbed. Dangerous, really. And that's why you keep him locked up in a cupboard? Marius asked incredulously. Let him out. I wish to speak with him. Dursley began to bluster again. What right do you have? Let him out, Marius repeated calmly. Or I shall be certain to bring this matter up at our dinner with the Prime Minister next Thursday. Dursley shut up quickly. He took out his key ring and fiddled around with the keys until he found the one that unlocked the cupboard. He swung open the door, but the boy did not come out. Marius knelt down in the opening and looked at the boy closely. His eyes narrowed. There was no doubt that this was his great-nephew. He looked exactly like Doria's son. If anyone could see that, it was Marius. After all, his sisters were the only members of the family besides Uncle Phineas who had bothered to keep up with him after his involuntary exile. Marius' eyes shot up to the boy's forehead. There it was, as plain as day, the infamous scar. Marius stood up and glared at Dursley. You filthy muggle, he snarled. You dare to keep Harry Potter locked up in a cupboard. He's a freak, Dursley mumbled. He's dangerous. Is it really him? Clytemnestra asked her husband quietly. Marius nodded at his wife, who then proceeded to slap Dursley across his bloated face. That boy is no freak, she scolded. He may well be the greatest wizard the world has ever known. Mrs. Dursley gasped. You're part of their lot, aren't you? Marius turned his angry glare on the hideous woman. I'll not put up with this nonsense for another moment. From this point forward, Mr. Potter will come live with me. Now hold on, Dursley began to protest, but shut up when Clytemnestra slapped him again. Marius knelt down again in the doorway of the cupboard. Harry, he said gently, holding out his hand. Would you like to leave this horrid place? You can come live with me, you know. I'm your dad's uncle. He chuckled softly. You look just like him. Harry hesitated for a moment, but then he took the elderly man's hand and came out of the cupboard. Oh, that poor boy, Clytemnestra Mo.Ned, and rushed over to his side. She pulled Harry into an affectionate, but respectably distant embrace. He doesn't even have proper clothes, Marius. We'll fix that, Marius said firmly. Take Harry out to the car, my dear. Clytemnestra took Harry's hand and led him outside. Dursley made no protest. I have a deal to make with you, Muggle, Marius spat. You tell no one about what happened here tonight, and I'll not report you to the authorities for child abuse. He paused and considered, then smiled nastily. Or turn you all into frog spawn. Mrs. Dursley fainted at that. Marius took the opportunity to collect their coats and slip out the door, a wide smile on his handsome face. After all, the Dursleys didn't know he was a squib. That evening was the best Harry had ever experienced. First off, his dream had come true. He really did have a rich uncle, and that uncle at long last had came to rescue him from the Dursleys. Then he got to ride in a magnificent car next to his new Aunt Clytemnestra, who doted on him while Uncle Marius explained a bit about how they were related to Harry. They drove to a magnificent country estate. When they got there, Harry's new aunt ushered him into the house, where a maid named Dawson had given him a wonderfully hot bubble bath before dressing him in silk pajamas that almost fit. They were a bit threadbare, but they were far better than anything Harry had ever worn before. These belonged to Master Castor, Dawson explained as she helped Harry get dressed. Harry didn't know who that was, but he was grateful that Master Castor had been a bit closer to his size than Dudley. Then Dawson took Harry down to the kitchen, where the cook served him an enormous supper together with Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra. Not only did they let him eat as much as he wanted, they even gave him ice cream afterwards. But the best part came when Aunt Clytemnestra led Harry up to an enormous bedroom filled with beautiful antique furniture. This is your bedroom, Harry, Aunt Clytemnestra said. Harry's eyes went wide. There must be some mistake. All this couldn't be for him. But Harry made no objection as his new aunt led him over to the gigantic four-poster feather bed with loads of fluffy pillows and actually tucked him in and patted him gingerly on the head. "Good night, Harry," his aunt said. "Good night, Aunt," Harry whispered back, and Aunt Clytemnestra left the room and turned out the lights. It took Harry a very long time to fall asleep. That was partly because he wasn't used to being so warm, comfortable, and well-fed. But mostly it was because he was absolutely certain that he was dreaming, and he never wanted it to end. The next day after lunch, Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra put Harry into their car and drove to London. Along the way, Uncle Marius explained to Harry about magic, how he was a wizard and came from a long line of noble wizards, and how an evil wizard had murdered Harry's parents when he was a baby, failing to kill Harry in the process. Harry listened to his uncle's explanation with rapt attention. The Dursleys had told him that his parents had died in a car crash because his father was drunk. As would any sensible person, and particularly any 6-year-old boy, Harry found the tale of his parents' heroic death at the hands of a Dark Lord far more satisfying. The news that Harry himself was a hero, however, and now revered by many throughout the wizarding world, was disconcerting. But if I'm really so famous, how come no one noticed how I was being treated by the Durs, the filthy muggles? Harry asked. Aunt Clytemnestra had explained to Harry that muggles, people like the Dursleys who hated magic, were brutish swine who forced witches and wizards to live in hiding. That certainly accorded with Harry's own experiences. Uncle Marius frowned. "I have no doubt that Albus Dumbledore, a very powerful wizard, has been keeping careful watch over you. I don't know why he has allowed this nonsense to go on, but I am certain he has some political motivation." Harry wasn't sure that he liked Albus Dumbledore that much, not if he was the sort of person who would leave him with the muggles for so long. Then a horrible thought struck him. If he's been checking on me, he's bound to know you've taken me. Harry began to panic. "He'll send me back." Aunt Clytemnestra calmed him by patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, Harry. If he already knew what we had done, he would have acted last night, or this morning. We are taking steps to cover our tracks, so that he'll never be able to find you. Your uncle paid another visit to the brutes this morning, and poured a bit of forgetfulness draught into their tea. They won't be able to tell Dumbledore anything. Your aunt and I are squibs," Uncle Marius explained. "We come from magical families, but we can't use magic, otherwise we should simply perform a memory charm. Nonetheless, we do have connections with the magical world. There are potions we can use to change your appearance, and we'll change your name too, so that no one will know who you are. Once we've taken care of that, we shall raise you in the wizarding world, as ought to be done," Aunt Clytemnestra said fondly. "We shall find you a magical tutor, and train you in all the details of wizarding life." She began to stare wistfully out the window, and daubed her eyes with her handkerchief. Harry nodded. He believed them, but shifted closer to his aunt anyway. He did not want to lose his newfound family. When they arrived at number 17, Windermere Court, Harry's aunt raised the collar of his coat and pulled down his hat before letting him leave the car. She held his hand as they walked up the many steps to the entrance. The door had 27 different locks, all of which unlocked simultaneously when Uncle Marius placed his hand on the doorknob. Aunt Clytemnestra bustled Harry inside and shut the door. Harry had never seen such a house. It was as elegantly appointed as Uncle Marius's country home had been, though the wall hangings and furniture were rather faded. But the entire house seemed so alive. The many portraits that lined the walls moved and talked, and countless magical artifacts filled the rooms, occasionally making odd noises or puffing colored smoke into the air. But the strangest thing at all about the house was its caretaker. A little bald creature appeared in front of them out of thin air, dressed only in a tea towel. She bowed low. "Mopsy is delighted to see her master and mistress Black," she said. "Will master and mistress be staying long?" "Yes, we intend to," said Uncle Marius. "Kindly run along and fix up the master bedroom and the largest of the ordinary bedrooms." Mopsy bowed and vanished. That was a house elf, Aunt Clytemnestra explained to Harry. They find their greatest joy in serving wizards and taking care of their needs. Mopsy has served your uncle's family for over 100 years. Harry gaped. He had lived for only 6 years, and remembered fewer. The thought of 100 years was nearly overwhelming. Uncle Marius chuckled at his expression. This house belonged to my Uncle Phineas, he explained. Uncle Phineas was the one who saw to my education after I was disowned, after I discovered that I was unable to do magic. He never married, and had no children, so he left the house to me when he died. It's wicked, Harry said with a grin. Uncle Marius tousled his hair. I'm glad you like it. Aunt Clytemnestra removed her coat and went to the larder to begin taking inventory, but Uncle Marius led Harry to a storage room that was crammed with portraits and furniture. When your parents went into hiding, he explained, they did not have room for all of your grandparents' belongings, so they placed some of them here. There's someone I want you to meet before we do anything else. He brought Harry in front of a large portrait of a young couple. It looked like it was their wedding day. The man wore very stiff black robes, and the woman wore a white dress and carried a bouquet of flowers. The man looked very much like Harry, sharing his messy black hair and glasses. The woman had red hair and Harry's green eyes. Are these my parents? Harry asked in awe. This is their wedding portrait, Uncle Marius said. He addressed the portrait. James, Lily, I want you to meet your son, Harry James Potter. Harry, you're so big, James exclaimed. How old are you now? 4. I'm 6, Harry said proudly. 6 already. Practically a man, his father beamed. And quite a good-looking one too. Harry smiled. How are you, Harry? Have you been well taken care of? His mother asked, concern shining in her brilliant eyes. Harry hesitated, and Uncle Marius spoke up for him. That's what we're here to talk about, he said. Up until now, Harry has been living with some unpleasant muggles known as the Dursleys. Petunia. Lily turned white. What did she do? They kept him locked in a cupboard and generally mistreated him, Uncle Marius said coldly. I discovered him quite by accident, and took him away. Thanks, Uncle Mar, James said, breathing a sigh of relief. We owe you one. He looked at Uncle Marius questioningly. Why didn't Sirius take Harry in? He's his godfather. Uncle Marius took a deep breath. Sirius is in Azkaban. What? Harry's parents shouted in unison. Why? His mother added. For betraying you to the Dark Lord, and for the murder of Peter Pettigrew, Uncle Marius explained. Harry was horrified at that news, and so was shocked when his father burst out laughing. Sirius, betray us to Voldemort. He snorted. Uncle Marius winced. That's ridiculous. Sirius is the last person on Earth who would betray us. Uncle Marius sighed. I agree with you, but the evidence seems to point in the other direction. James shook his head. There must be some other explanation. Imperius, perhaps. Perhaps, Uncle Marius said, but that is not actually the most pressing issue at the moment. Our concern is for Harry. If anyone learns that we removed him from the Muggles, he will be sent back to them, and Clytemnestra and I shall likely join Sirius in prison. Why don't you disguise Harry? Lily suggested. That is my intention, but I want you two and Harry to give your imprimatur. I intend to tell the world that Harry is the only son of Sirius Black and Regina Malfoy, Clytemnestra's niece. We shall say he was born when Regina was in hiding in France. Regina died in a tragic accident a month ago, and Sirius is in Azkaban, so neither can object. How are you going to explain that they didn't tell anyone about Harry? James asked. We'll say that Sirius and Regina married secretly because of the political differences between Sirius and her brother Lucius. Regina actually did spend the past several years in France precisely because she disagreed with her brother's positions, so that, at least, is credible. Regina also stayed in close contact with Clytemnestra, so it will be simple enough for us to say that she entrusted us with the boy in her will. You'll have to forge a lot of documents, James pointed out. Uncle Marius nodded. Already in process. What about Harry's appearance? Lily asked. He looks just like James. You'll have to change his name, too, and not just for show, James added. You can call always him something different, but unless you do something official, the Hogwarts letter will still come addressed to Harry Potter. Dumbledore will figure it out. He paused. There's also paternity tests, and so on. Uncle Marius hesitated, and looked back and forth between the portrait and Harry. This is why I wanted your blessing, James and Lily. There is a potion I can have brewed. I have an excellent potioneer who asks no questions, which will change Harry's name and appearance effortlessly. Paternity spells and lineage tests will all agree with the new identity. He swallowed hard. But the potion is highly illegal, and may not be reversible. James and Lily frowned and looked at each other before speaking in unison. Do it, they said. Uncle Marius looked surprised. Are you certain? Lily nodded. We want Harry to grow up in a family that loves him, and to be safe. She smiled. We'll always be Harry's parents, no matter what he looks like. Sirius would want this too. James grinned mischievously. Since he got himself tossed in Azkaban, it's the least he can do. Uncle Marius turned to Harry. What do you think? Harry gritted his teeth and nodded. I won't go back to the Muggles, he mumbled. I do have one request, James piped up. Let us pick his new name. Neither Uncle Marius nor Harry had any objections to that, so James and Lily set to work instantly, borrowing an astronomy book from Phineas Black's portrait in the library. On a late night 6 days later, Harry sat in an upstairs room, nodding off in a plush armchair whilst he waited for Uncle Marius to return. Aunt Clytemnestra was at the country manor, organizing the final details of their move to London. Mopsy the house elf had finished organizing the house at number 17, Windermere Court, and Harry had spent most of the week conversing with his parents' portrait. 2 days before, Aunt Clytemnestra had brought over a portrait of Regina Malfoy and explained the situation to it. The portrait had been shocked at the circumstances under which Harry had grown up, and readily agreed to assist in any way it could. Though she laughed at the idea that she would have a child with Sirius Black, a man she had got on quite well with, but never viewed romantically, much to the chagrin of Sirius's mother. James and Lily's portrait had helped Regina to make an unbreakable vow not to tell anyone the truth about Harry's identity. Uncle Marius explained that if a human tried to break an unbreakable vow he would die, but a portrait would simply be reduced to a blank canvas. Regina told Harry all sorts of stories and other things he should know about her, and Harry practiced calling her, Mum, and his real parents, Uncle James, and Aunt Lily, since it had been agreed that they would be listed as his godparents. As for Sirius Black, who was to be Harry's dad, it seemed that in the Wizarding World portraits only began to talk once the people depicted had died, so Harry had no opportunity to speak with him. James's portrait, however, was more than happy to tell Harry stories about Sirius, and Uncle Marius managed to obtain a number of photographs, from which a handsome man with long, black hair waved happily. Harry made a point always to refer to Sirius as Dad. It wouldn't do for him to forget. They were playing a very dangerous game. When the door flew open and Uncle Marius finally walked in, a large flask in his hand, Harry thought he looked utterly exhausted. Do you want to wait and do this tomorrow? Harry asked in concern. Uncle Marius shook his head wearily. You have to drink the potion at the stroke of midnight, he explained. He hung a solid silver cauldron over the fire in the fireplace and poured in the potion, which began to bubble and pop almost instantaneously. He added a bit of Harry's hair, as well as some of Regina's, which Aunt Clytemnestra had kept in an envelope, and some of Sirius's baby teeth, which Uncle Marius had narrowly managed to steal from the currently empty black home at number 12, Grimmauld Place. He had only succeeded because Mopsy had distracted the Grimmauld Place house elf whilst the squib slipped in under an invisibility cloak. Uncle Marius stirred the potion 3 times, then whipped out a piece of parchment and handed Harry a strange-looking quill. Right, my name is Aries Sirius Black, he commanded. James and Lily had selected that name the day before. Harry began to write and winced as he felt a pain in his hand. He continued regardless. Uncle Marius had warned him about the blood quill. When he had put the full stop, Uncle Marius took the parchment and dropped it into the potion. The parchment dissolved instantly, and the potion changed to a light gold color. Uncle Marius poured it into a silver goblet and they waited 5 minutes. At 11:59 he handed Harry the goblet, and as soon as the clock began to chime Harry drank it in one long draught, finishing the whole thing just as the clock struck 12. Nothing happened. Is something wrong, Uncle Marius? Harry asked anxiously. I'm not changing. Uncle Marius laughed. It will take some time for the potion to spread through your system. Now run off to bed. I dare say you'll notice some changes in the morning. Harry was very tired, and so did not protest as Mopsy led him to his bedroom and tucked him into his warm feather bed, skipping the now usual bedtime story. Harry fell asleep in seconds and had a wonderful dream in which he played all night with a large, black dog. When Harry awoke the next morning the sun was already high in the sky. He crawled out of bed and stumbled over to the dresser, where he poured some water from the pitcher into the porcelain basin and washed his face. He automatically reached out for his glasses, but was startled to realize that he had no need of them. He could see perfectly clearly. The potion must have taken effect, he thought eagerly. He looked into the mirror and let out a small shout. A different reflection stared back at him. For a moment Harry thought it was identical to the pictures he had seen of Sirius as a boy. He had the same aristocratic features and the same easy-to-manage hair. Then he noticed subtle differences. His eyes were bright blue, like Regina's. He thought he had her ears as well. His scar was gone. Harry was surprised to find he missed it. Harry looked down and realized that he had filled out overnight. His shoulders were broader and there were a few inches of ankle showing beneath his pajamas. He grinned. He hadn't realized the potion would make him taller. "Blimey," he whispered, and almost didn't recognize his own voice. It sounded just slightly different, perhaps a bit richer. He wondered if that came from Regina. He had learnt that she had a lovely singing voice. Harry put on some ill-fitting robes and went downstairs to the dining room, where Mopsy was already setting the table for lunch. Mopsy had been instructed on what she should expect, so she gasped only once when she saw her young master's new appearance, and then bowed low. "Good morning, Master Aries," she greeted him. Mopsy trusts Master slept well. Harry nodded and grinned. "I had a big night." Mopsy smiled. "Mopsy can see that. Master Aries is looking very fine." Harry laughed. "Thanks, Mopsy." Once the table was set and Harry had sat down, Uncle Marius walked into the room. He laughed aloud when he saw Harry. "You're certainly looking well this morning," he said exuberantly. "It looks as though everything has gone according to plan." "It looks that way," Harry agreed. "The real test is tomorrow when we head to the ministry to file all your paperwork," his uncle said, sitting down at the head of the table. Harry shifted nervously. "Do you think that's a good idea? What if they figure it out?" "We have to do it," his uncle explained. "Otherwise you'll never truly belong in the wizarding world. We didn't bring you here just to hide you away like an escaped convict. We intend to give you a proper upbringing." Harry squirmed. "Couldn't we hide in the Muggle world? Dumbledore would never think to look for us there." Uncle Marius frowned. "You are a wizard, my boy, and you ought to be raised as such. I'd have given my right arm for even a pinch of magical talent. I'll be damned if I let you walk away from your gift. And if they figure it out." "They won't," Uncle Marius assured him, and definitively changed the subject. "You'll have to show your new appearance to your mother and godparents after we eat. They'll be delighted." The next morning Aunt Clytemnestra returned, having finished arranging all the final details at their Muggle residence. She seemed happy enough when she came in the door, but gasped and burst into tears when she saw Harry's new appearance. Uncle Marius rushed to her side to comfort her, whispering in her ear. Harry felt awkward. After several tense minutes Aunt Clytemnestra calmed herself down. She walked over to Harry and laid her hand on his cheek. "You look very well, Harry," she said quietly. "Or should I say Aries?" "I'm sorry I made you cry," Harry said timidly. "What did I do wrong?" His aunt smiled at him softly. "You didn't do anything at all." She paused. "It's only that, when I saw you, it struck me how much you looked like someone I once knew, someone I loved very much." She gave Harry a small hug. "Don't worry. I shan't lose control again." That afternoon the three of them traveled to the Ministry of Magic, armed with a formidable collection of forged documents Uncle Marius had managed to procure. It took them a while to get through the lengthy queue, and there was an embarrassing moment when Uncle Marius had to explain exactly why he and Aunt Clytemnestra had no wands to be inspected, but eventually they got through and managed to find themselves sitting in front of an ugly witch with a bored expression on her face and a nasty attitude. "What do you want?" she demanded. "I am Marius Black," the elderly squib introduced himself. "This is my wife Clytemnestra. We have recently taken custody of our great-nephew, Aries Black, and we should like to make sure that he is registered properly as our ward." "Why isn't he registered already?" the bureaucrat asked, annoyed that this fellow was wasting her time. "My great-nephew was born in France," Uncle Marius began to explain. "Oh ho," the ugly witch exclaimed. "So he's not a British subject. You'll have to take him to naturalization." "But Aries is a British subject," Aunt Clytemnestra insisted. "His parents were both British." The witch grumbled and took the documents Uncle Marius offered her, flipping through them without really reading them. "Everything seems to be in order," she mumbled. She stopped suddenly, her eyes narrowing. "Wait, it says here that the boy's father is Sirius Black." The Sirius Black, the one and only, Uncle Marius said dryly. I don't know about that, the witch said hastily. A criminal, really. Most irregular. Just then a tall witch with iron-gray hair stepped into the office. Mrs. Edgecombe, I hate to bother you again, but there seems to have been another problem with my application, she said, completely ignoring the fact that there were others in the room. I simply must have my documents ready before I leave for Transylvania Wednesday next. She stopped, suddenly noticing the presence of others in the room. Oh, I see you have another appointment at the moment. Her eyes widened when she realized who it was. Great Merlin, it's you. Marius smiled up at his sister. Hello, Cassie. Whatever are you doing here? Cassiopeia Black demanded shrilly. I thought you spent most of your time in the Muggle world these days. I did, Uncle Marius acknowledged. Things change. He indicated Harry. Cassiopeia turned her sharp glare on the boy. Who is this? The witch asked. You surely haven't spawned again, not at your age, and not after the embarrassment of the last attempt. She smirked. Unless he managed to reproduce. Aunt Clytemnestra turned pink, but Uncle Marius only scowled. This is Ares, he said coldly. He has recently come from France to live with us, after the tragic passing of his mother. Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who was she? My niece Regina, Aunt Clytemnestra said evenly. Oh, and who's the father? Cassiopeia asked. Sirius Black, apparently, muttered Mrs. Edgecombe, still sitting behind her desk. Sirius had a son. Cassiopeia's voice was almost hungry. With a Malfoy. A pureblood. She cackled. This is marvelous. How could you keep this news from us, Marius Alfred Black? The black male line continues, and it's unquestionably pure. Oh, such a pity dear Walburga didn't live to see it. Pollux will be absolutely beside himself. Not to mention Arcturus. She stopped as suddenly as she started. Her expression grew suspicious as she stared Uncle Marius in the eye. How can we be certain that the boy is who you say he is? We have documents, Cassie, Uncle Marius said, but Cassiopeia cut him off. You've lived amongst the Muggle swine for too long, Marius. What care I for your documents? He looks just like Sirius, Aunt Clytemnestra pointed out. Is not that sufficient proof? Sufficient for you, perhaps, Cassiopeia snarled. Hardly for me. She drew her wand without warning and pointed it directly at Harry's forehead. Ostend paternitatem. Really, Miss Black. Dark magic in the heart of the ministry. Mrs. Edgecombe protested feebly. The smoky image of Sirius Black suddenly appeared above Harry's head. Cassiopeia did not hesitate, but fired a different spell. Ostend maternitatem. The image dissipated, transforming into the delicate features of Regina Malfoy. Sanguinis status. Regina's image vanished, but the smoke remained, turning bright gold in color. Ostend potestam. Harry's entire body glowed with a faint golden aura before fading. Cassiopeia smiled smugly before turning her attention back on Mrs. Edgecombe. Don't just sit there gawking at your betters, she scolded. Complete the boy's paperwork at once. Do you have any idea who this is? She paused and turned to Harry, speaking to him for the first time. Harry was shocked at how gentle her voice became when she addressed him. Hello, dear. I'm your Auntie Cassiopeia, she said sweetly. What was your name again? Ares Sirius Black, Harry said hoarsely. Cassiopeia smiled softly. Such a lovely name for such a darling boy. She twirled back toward the unfortunate Mrs. Edgecombe and snarled. This is Ares Sirius Black. His great-grandfather is Arcturus Black, Order of Merlin, First Class. His other great-grandfather is Pollux Black, sometime Chief Warlock. Of the Wizengamot. Harry could have sworn he heard Mrs. Edgecombe mumble something about the dangers of inbreeding, but no one else seemed to, so he could not be certain. He is directly descended from Sirius Phineas Black, Minister for Magic on 4 separate occasions, Cassiopeia continued. Not to mention the great Phineas Nigellus, the finest headmaster Hogwarts has ever known. Surely you can manage to put in an extra bit of effort for someone of Ares' stature. Whatever you say, Miss Black, Mrs. Edgecombe muttered, and began scribbling furiously on a piece of parchment. She handed it to Harry, along with the other documents Uncle Marius had provided. Welcome to the United Kingdom, Mstr Black, she said. That afternoon Albus Dumbledore stepped through the fireplace of his office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and flowed to the house of a squib named Arabella Fig. Mrs. Fig lived very near Privet Drive, and she had contacted Dumbledore that morning to inform him that she had not seen Harry in over a week. "It's not altogether unheard of, Professor," she explained once the aged wizard stepped out of the grate. "Sometimes the boy will get in trouble and not come out for a fortnight. But this is different. The entire family disappeared for a weekend, and they didn't ask me to watch Harry." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "This is unusual," he asked. "Yes, Professor," Mrs. Fig assured him. "Mrs. Dursley is worried he'll burn the house down if they leave him alone." "I see." Dumbledore frowned. "Well, I suppose I shall have to check on the boy and make sure he is well." His eye twinkled. "In any event, perhaps a visit from me is just the reminder they require to inspire them to treat Harry better." He turned on the spot and vanished, reappearing on the Dursleys' doorstep. He knocked on the door gently. Petunia Dursley opened it. "What do you want?" She scowled. She looked him up and down in disgust. "You're one of them." It was a statement, not a question. Dumbledore inclined his head. "I am Albus Dumbledore," he said gently. "We have corresponded, of course." Petunia turned a bit pale. "Do you mind if I come in?" Dumbledore asked. Petunia looked as though she minded very much, but stood aside nonetheless. Dumbledore stepped through the doorway into the immaculately clean home. "You have a very nice home, Petunia," he said. "Very clean." Petunia nodded brusquely. Dumbledore sighed. "Petunia, I am here to inquire after Harry's welfare." "Whose?" Petunia asked blankly. Dumbledore was startled, for the first time that day feeling genuine alarm. "Harry Potter," he said slowly. "Your nephew. Lily's son." Lily had a son. Petunia seemed surprised. "How? I thought your letter said that she died." Dumbledore looked Petunia directly in the eye and gently probed her thoughts. Harry was completely absent from her memories, yes, but there were traces, the unusual gaps that so often attended altered memories. In this case, he saw many such inconsistencies. Petunia walking to Mrs. Fig alone, speaking with her briefly, and then returning alone, all for no apparent reason, a table set for 4, even though only 3 were eating, Petunia opening the front door on November 1st to find an empty basket along with a letter from Dumbledore. The headmaster frowned. He rather thought a wizard would have done a cleaner job, and, in any event, there were none of the usual signs of a memory charm. The only clue Dumbledore could gather from Petunia's memories was a very fancy dinner she had prepared a week before, with a great deal of hustle and bustle, for which no guests at all had arrived. The next day, Petunia had cleaned out the cupboard under the stairs, which looked as though it had been used as a bedroom for a small boy. Dumbledore pulled out of Petunia's mind. Something had happened a week ago, someone had taken Harry. The questions, however, were too many in number for him to answer. Who? How? Whither? Wherefore? Ignoring Petunia's confused expression, Dumbledore scanned the house for any traces of amulets, dark artifacts or potions. In another home, Dumbledore might have detected residue of forgetfulness draught in the teapot, and used that evidence to trace the potion to its brewer, and, perhaps, its purchaser. Petunia Dursley, however, was far too efficient a housewife to permit the remnants of any magical potion to remain in her home, and Dumbledore found nothing. "It appears I was mistaken, Petunia," he said softly, bowing slightly towards her as he opened the front door. "I apologize for the intrusion." He left Privet Drive and returned to Mrs. Fig, to whom he offered only the briefest of explanations before returning to Hogwarts. Once back at the school, he sat in his chair and reflected on the enigmatic situation. Someone had taken Harry from Privet Drive a week before. That much was certain. Dumbledore suspected that someone to be the person who had modified the Dursleys' memories, though that was only a conjecture, if a reasonable one. Whoever had modified their memories was not a very talented wizard, since he had left circumstantial evidence of Harry's existence. Moreover, he seemed not to have used a memory charm. Dumbledore suspected a potion, most likely a forgetfulness draught, though Petunia Dursley had undoubtedly destroyed the evidence too soon. Unfortunately, without knowing the means by which the perpetrator had removed Petunia's memories, Dumbledore had no way of recovering them. When it came to questions of motive, Dumbledore was completely baffled. The protection afforded by Lily's sacrifice ought to have protected Harry from kidnapping. Had the boy left willingly? Dumbledore had reluctantly to admit the possibility. The evidence of the cupboard under the stairs suggested that the Dursleys had not treated Harry as well as one might have hoped, and the boy might easily have run off with any kind stranger who offered him a happier situation. The headmaster frowned. He had not anticipated the possibility that the Dursleys would treat Harry so poorly, and, in retrospect, that had been foolish. What of suspects? Death Eaters would certainly be delighted to get their hands on Harry, but Lily's protection would prevent them from setting foot in the house. That left only relatives and friends as likely candidates. Lily's only living relatives were the Dursleys. James's parents were both dead, and his father had no siblings. Dumbledore shuddered involuntarily when he considered James's mother's relatives. The thought of Pollux or Cassiopeia Black getting anywhere near Harry Potter. But both Black siblings were quite skilled enough to cast a proper memory charm, and Dumbledore suspected that either would rather die than defile themselves by setting foot in a Muggle residence. For that matter, he could think of no possible way they could have learnt that Harry was staying with the Dursleys. Dumbledore had the strangest feeling that he was forgetting someone, but he was certain that Pollux, Cassiopeia and Doria were all the Black siblings. Dumbledore remembered every student he had ever taught. That left friends, or rather, James's one remaining friend, Remus Lupin. Dumbledore would have thought Lupin capable of a decent memory charm, but perhaps the werewolf had never had the need to perform one before, and had preferred to use a potion. He also would have known about Lily's relatives, and might have thought to check up on Harry, despite Dumbledore's strict instructions to stay far away from Privet Drive. Dumbledore sighed. For the moment, Remus Lupin was the most likely suspect. He took out a quill and a piece of parchment and began to compose a letter to Mr. Lupin. Remus Lupin sat in the Three Broomsticks and sipped butterbeer as he waited for Dumbledore to arrive. The headmaster's vague message had said nothing about why he wished to meet, only that it was imperative for them to do so. The urgency of his tone made Remus anxious. At length he saw the familiar profile come through the door. Remus checked his watch. Dumbledore was right on time. The elderly wizard looked over the entire room briefly before settling his eyes on Remus. Something about his gaze made the werewolf uncomfortable. The customary twinkle was absent. Dumbledore strode over to Remus's table. Remus rose to greet the headmaster. "Good evening, Professor," he said politely, shaking Dumbledore's hand. "Good evening, Remus," Dumbledore replied. "Do you mind if I join you?" "Of course not, Professor. Please sit down." Madame Rosmerta made her way over to their table, and the headmaster ordered a tankard of her finest mead before sitting down. Once the mead had arrived, Dumbledore thanked her, and then, once she had left, looked sharply into Remus's eyes. "Tell me, Remus," he said quietly. "Had you anything to do with the disappearance of Harry Potter?" Remus was startled. Harry's disappeared. What happened?" Dumbledore looked into Remus's eyes for what seemed an eternity, but finally he seemed convinced that Remus's surprise was genuine, as he sat back in his chair and sighed. "Yes, I am afraid Harry has been taken from his relative's home in Surrey," he replied sadly. "I have been unable to determine who is responsible." Remus couldn't believe it. James's son, kidnapped. The werewolf was devastated. He had obeyed Dumbledore's wishes and avoided Harry these 5 years, but it had pained him to do it, and Remus continued to care deeply for his friend's son. "I could never hurt Harry," he whispered. "I would do anything to help him." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "I know. In fact, that is why I suspected you in the first place. I feared that you might have removed Harry from his relative's care out of a misguided wish to help him." Remus's eyes narrowed. "Didn't they treat him well?" Dumbledore shook his head wearily, looking for all the world like Atlas beneath his eternal burden. "I am afraid that they treated him very poorly indeed. I suspect that Harry may have left voluntarily with his kidnappers. It is the only way I believe they could have penetrated the defenses that surround the Dursley residence." "Do you have any leads?" "None." Dumbledore's voice sounded more uncertain than Remus had ever heard it. "The Dursleys' memories have been altered." He laughed mirthlessly. "They do not even remember that Harry ever existed." "What can I do to help?" Remus asked, his expression resolute. "There is something," Dumbledore said slowly. "It is conceivable that one of the neighbors might have heard or seen something that could give us a clue. You could return to Privet Drive and make discreet inquiries." Remus nodded. "I'll do it. Anything to help." "Excellent." Dumbledore drained his mead and stood up to leave. "Let me know if you learn anything of value. I have some other avenues to explore as well." He looked resolute. We shall get to the bottom of this, Remus. Remus hesitated. Professor, what is to become of Harry when we find him? He steadfastly refused to say, if. We can't send him back to his relatives, not if they really are mistreating him. Dumbledore looked at Remus severely. It is imperative that Harry return to the Dursleys' care. The fate of the entire world may well depend upon it. Meanwhile, at number 17, Windermere Court. Life soon settled into a happy, if unvarying, rhythm. Aunt Clytemnestra set herself to redecorating Harry's bedroom, even allowing him to help pick the colors and the style of the furniture. The day after their visit to the ministry, she had taken him to Twilfit and Tattings, where she had purchased Harry more new robes and underclothes than he had imagined any one boy could possibly wear. The hand-me-downs he had been wearing were banished to storage, and Regina's portrait said with approval that Harry finally looked the part of her son. Uncle Marius had officially retired from all his positions in the Muggle world, and now devoted himself full-time to Harry's upbringing. He took the bedroom next to Harry's and dedicated it as a playroom, and then took Harry to Diagon Alley in order to select toys with which to fill it. Uncle Marius was very difficult to shop with, as he tended to purchase anything if Harry so much as indicated a slight liking for it, and so Harry had to learn very quickly how to control his reactions. He did not wish to abuse his uncle's kindness. Life at Windermere Court, in deference to the age-old traditions of the wizarding aristocracy, followed an unvarying schedule. Harry awoke at 6 o'clock every day, washed and dressed before taking breakfast downstairs with his aunt and uncle. After breakfast, he began his lessons promptly in the library at 7:30. Harry already knew how to read and write, so Aunt Clytemnestra taught him wizarding etiquette, French, Latin and arithmetic. Uncle Marius taught him history and genealogy and drilled Harry on his handwriting. Uncle Marius wrote with a particularly beautiful script. After lessons, he was permitted to fly his toy broomstick in the garden briefly before returning at 11 for his piano lesson, given by Aunt Clytemnestra, who had in fact once been a well-known concert pianist. The portraits were eager to involve themselves in Harry's education. After lunch, Harry was free to play until dinner time, and James took this time firmly in hand, chasing Harry through the house, playing hide and seek, showing him how to use the various toys in the playroom and teaching him the fine art of playing pranks. After dinner and his bath, Harry was supposed to read before bed, and Lily had him read her a wide range of stories, drawn from both wizarding and Muggle literature. Harry did not understand why she so enjoyed listening to his reading. He tended to pause a lot, and trip over unfamiliar words, but Lily said his voice was like music to her ears. As for Regina, she followed Harry throughout the day, except during playtime, when James had forbidden it, and made sure he was carrying himself with proper deportment. After a couple of weeks of her unceasing commands to stand up straight or stop dawdling, Harry found that it was actually becoming second nature to him. The first day he survived without a single correction from his supposed mother was a proud day at Windermere Court. After reading time had finished, Aunt Clytemnestra tucked Harry into bed and kissed him good night, and then turned the lights out as Regina sang him a soft lullaby. Harry always drifted off to sleep before the first chorus and slept soundly through the night, dreaming of dogs and stags and flying motorcycles. Remus spent the next fortnight going back and forth between his parents' old house and Privet Drive, asking questions of the neighbors and taking extensive notes. Surprisingly enough, his first luck was with the Dursleys' son, Dudley. The chubby boy's parents might not have remembered Harry, but Dudley was all too eager to tell Remus about the freak, at least with the proper encouragement. "Do you remember who kidnapped Harry?" Remus asked in a friendly voice, handing the boy another chocolate bar. "No one kidnapped him," Dudley said, rolling his eyes. "The man found out the freak lived in the cupboard under the stairs, and started yelling at my dad. Dad explained how Harry had to stay in the cupboard, because he's abnormal, and the woman slapped him." Remus was disturbed to find himself rooting for the kidnappers. "What happened then?" The man bent down and talked to the freak. Dudley started speaking in a babyish voice. "He was all sweet and everything to ickle Harrykins." Dudley grimaced. "It was disgusting. He asked if Harry wanted to come live with him. Harry said, yes, and they left." "Do you remember anything else?" Remus asked. "Oh yeah, the old man said that if we said anything he'd come back and turn us all into frog spawn." Dudley turned white suddenly. He seemed to have previously forgotten that part. He shut up completely. No amount of chocolate could persuade him to share anything else with Remus. The lady at number 5 was delighted to tell Remus all sorts of horrible things about the Dursleys, but she had not noticed Harry was missing, nor did she know anything about the strange couple that had visited the Dursleys around the time he vanished. The gentleman at number 6 did not interfere in other people's affairs, thank you very much, though he had noticed that someone in a very expensive car had paid a couple of visits to the people at number 4 not long before. The lady at number 3 was even more eager to help. Oh, Petunia was always complaining about that boy, she said. He was a lot of trouble, you know, and he was just dumped on them after Petunia's brother-in-law got drunk and killed himself and his wife in that horrible car crash. Remus was beginning to hate the Dursleys with a passion. He forced himself to remain calm. Do you happen to know anything about some dinner guests the Dursleys had over a couple of weeks ago? I believe they were driving a very nice car. Oh, them, number 3 said importantly. Petunia was going on about them for weeks. He was some very important executive. I think it had something to do with getting a contract for Vernon's firm. Anyway, when the night rolled around, I had to have a little peek, of course. Naturally, Remus said with a small smile. They drove up in a car that must have cost more than I paid for this whole blooming house, number 3 continued. It was an older couple, very well preserved though. She was wearing jewelry you couldn't imagine. And her mink. She paused. Funny thing was, they didn't stay long. I went to get my bill. He loves fancy cars, he does, but by the time I dragged him away from the telly the car was gone. Do you happen to remember the name of the couple, by any chance? You're right I do, number 3 replied. Petunia was going on about it for weeks, wasn't she? Now let's see. I don't think she ever said their Christian names, but the surname. Brown, I think. Brown, or Green, maybe. Or Gray. Thank you for your time, Remus said politely, and left. He had reached the end of the garden when number 3 came out and called after him to stop. Black, she said triumphantly. That was their name. Mr. and Mrs. Black, it was. Remus's blood ran cold. A week before Christmas, 3 owls arrived at Windermere Court for Mstr Aries Black, Mstra S. Black, and Mstr Aries Sirius Black, future heir of the noble and most ancient, etc. They carried 3 letters on fine parchment that had been addressed in 3 different, but all very elegant hands. Harry nervously opened the first envelope and read the letter aloud. Dear Aries, it began. I was as delighted to learn of your existence as I was saddened to learn of the tragic passing of your mother. My beautiful daughter Regina, I should be very pleased if you would join me for Christmas at Malfoy Manor. This year, I shall be hosting the entire Malfoy and Black families, so you will have the opportunity to meet the rest of your relatives. As your grandfather and closest living relative who is at liberty to provide for you, I wish to discuss certain aspects of your upbringing and guardianship. If they must come, my sister and her husband are invited as well. With much tender affection, I remain your loving grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. Aunt Clytemnestra became very excited and wanted Harry to write back at once, but Uncle Marius insisted that Harry open the remaining letters first. The second letter read as follows. Dear Aries, it was with profound pleasure that I learnt from my sister Cassiopeia about you, though I am very sorry to hear of your poor mother's death. I am sure that it is difficult for you, being taken from your mother at such a young age and forced to live with squib relatives, who, though I am certain they are doing their absolute best to provide for you, cannot possibly afford you the proper wizarding upbringing to which I have no doubt you have been accustomed. Therefore, your great-grandmother Irma and I have decided to move back to England, where we will take up our abode in your grandmother's old house at number 12, Grimmauld Place in London. You will come live with us, and we shall give you every attention, as befits a young wizard of your station. This Christmas, the entire family will be gathering at Malfoy Manor, and I sincerely hope you will be able to join us. Please inform my brother and his wife they are to come as well. On Boxing Day, I intend to give you a tour of your new home. Your great-grandmother sends her fondest regards. Affectionately yours, P.C. Black. The last letter was written in a very ornamental hand, and Harry needed occasional help from Uncle Marius to decipher it. It also bore a heavy wax seal, imprinted with a family crest. To Mstr Aries Sirius Black, eldest son of Mr. Sirius Orion Black, heir to the noble and most ancient, etc., salutations and greetings. As head of the noble and most ancient, etc., it is both my very great privilege and sacred responsibility to welcome you into our venerable and illustrious family, and also to express my sincere condolences at the tragic passing of your dear mother, Mrs. Sirius Orion Black. It is at such difficult times especially that we recall the importance of family, and of maintaining a connection with our past. As your great-grandfather and the head of our family, I feel that it is very important for me to see that you are properly cared for, all the more so since I know that one day you will assume the heavy burden that I have borne for over 3 decades, headship of our noble and most ancient house. It is for this reason that I have decided that you are to come live with me and my wife at our home in southern France. I understand that you resided with your late mother in France, so this familiar setting should no doubt prove most comfortable for you. I intend to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor along with the remainder of our family, though I do so only out of a desire to see you, my distinguished offspring. I therefore adjure you to come to Malfoy Manor this Christmas, so that I am not forced to make such an arduous journey for naught. Cordially yours, Arcturus Sirius Black, Order of Merlin, First Class. Head of the noble and most ancient House of Black. P.S. The squibs may come too. Harry reacted to the letters with distress. I don't want to go live in any of those places, he said to Uncle Marius, trying hard to hold back his tears. I want to stay here with you and Aunt Clytemnestra, and the portraits. Uncle. Marius smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder. Don't worry, my boy, he reassured Harry. The first rule of living in the Black family is to master the family politics. Arcturus and Pollux hate each other, they'll each do anything to get you on their side and keep you out of the other's hands. As for Abraxas, Aunt Clytemnestra explained, he has his own agenda. You may not be in line to inherit his family wealth, but he would certainly like for you to think of yourself as a Malfoy rather than a Black. Uncle Marius chuckled. If we play this right, we can play them off one another, you won't have to leave here at all, and you'll suddenly find yourself with all sorts of family members who will be constantly showering you with affection. Harry thought that sounded complicated, but he trusted Uncle Marius, and obediently sat down to write replies to his 3 forebears. His aunt and uncle and all the portraits joined in helping Harry to compose his reply. Eventually they settled on having him express gratitude for his relatives' kindness, as well as great eagerness to meet them all at Christmas. Uncle Marius made him copy each letter out 3 times before finally giving his approval to the penmanship, then finally tied the letters to the legs of the owls and sent them back to their owners. When he got home, Remus took out a quill and began to compose a letter to Dumbledore. The headmaster would undoubtedly want to know what Remus had learnt on Privet Drive. After a couple of lines, however, Remus stopped and put down the quill. The Dursley boy had claimed that Harry had gone with his captors willingly, and Dumbledore had indicated the same. The one thing that had been abundantly clear from Remus's interviews was that the Muggles had been awful to the boy. Perhaps it was better for Harry wherever he was. Remus shook his head. Be that as it may, he could not stop looking until he knew for sure that Harry was safe. As for the identity of the kidnappers, it was true that Remus had strongly negative associations with that particular surname, but Blacks weren't that uncommon. It didn't have to be one of Sirius's unsavory relations, it could have been someone else, even a Muggle. Not many pure-blooded wizards drove cars, after all. There was the fact of the modified memories to consider, but perhaps the Muggles had been working with a wizard. Remus groaned in frustration. He couldn't be sure of anything at the moment, except that Harry Potter was missing and that he loathed Harry Potter's Muggle relatives. Relatives. Suddenly something clicked in Remus's mind. Dumbledore had thought that Remus might have kidnapped Harry out of a desire to help him, because Remus had been James's friend. Who else might be willing to do the same thing? James's relatives, of course. There were no other Potters around that Remus knew of, but James's mum's maiden name had been Doria Black. She hadn't been close to all of her relatives, as Remus recalled from a few rants he had overheard at James's place, but she had a couple of siblings to whom she was close. When James and Lily got married, Sirius had made some comment about how there were more Blacks at James's wedding than there would be at his. Remus jumped up from the sofa and retrieved his box of Potter photographs from their place on the highest shelf in the storeroom. He brought them back to living room, blew the dust off the cover and opened the box. Just seeing the happy faces smiling up at him brought tears to his eyes. He took out James and Lily's wedding album and started flipping through it, grumbling at the insolence of Sirius Black, who shamelessly jumped right into the middle of the action in photograph after photograph. In one photograph stood James, waving, standing alongside a very dignified older gentleman with closely cropped black hair, graying at the temples. The older man slightly resembled Sirius, which caught Remus's attention. He resembled James's mother even more strongly. Remus flipped through a few more, stopping when he saw one with James and Sirius both standing with their arms around the same man. A few photographs later Remus found one with the man and his wife, a very imposing lady who was indeed wearing some rather impressive jewels. They stood alongside a car, and Remus thought it looked expensive enough, though admittedly he knew very little about such things. Remus stared at the photographs for over an hour. It felt as though the answers were hovering at the fringes of his mind, just beyond his grasp. He went through the facts again and again. The kidnappers had blended in very well in the Muggle world, which one wouldn't expect of a wizard from an old pureblood family. They drove a car, which was also rare, though not unheard of. Remus looked back at the photographs and noticed one that seemed particularly strange. James and Sirius were in the middle of a hex war, and the distinguished gentleman had unfortunately found himself caught between them. That, in itself, was nothing unusual for James and Sirius. But something about the man's reaction seemed off. He was shifting back and forth, trying to dodge out of the way, and shielding his face with his arms. Why didn't he draw his wand? Remus wondered aloud. Drawing one's wand was the automatic response of a wizard to almost any situation. Why hadn't the gentleman taken any steps to defend himself? Remus thought long and hard about the wizard's curious behavior, but couldn't make any sense of it. The answer finally came to him just before he drifted off to sleep that night. Remus kicked himself for not remembering it sooner. The man wasn't a wizard at all. James's uncle was a squib. In the days leading up to Christmas, Harry drilled from dawn to dusk, going over all the etiquette and genealogy he had learnt, as well as practicing his French intensively in case he was called upon to give a demonstration. Other lessons were suspended, as was playtime, and the portraits all joined Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra in helping Harry to prepare. The day before Christmas Eve, Uncle Marius sat with Harry in the parlor, going over the names of the family members he would encounter the next day. Uncle Marius held up a photograph showing a very grave wizard and a plump, smiling witch. "Who is this?" he asked. "My great-grandfather, Arcturus Sirius Black, Order of Merlin, First Class, head of the noble and most ancient House of Black," Harry recited dully for the 40th time. "He has been living in France for 23 years, ever since he left England in a huff after his candidate to become Minister for Magic was passed over. He opposed the Dark Lord because he believed that any pureblood wizard who was worth his salt would take pride in his family name and not conceal it with a silly pseudonym. He suspected he who must not be named of illegitimacy." "Correct," Uncle Marius said proudly. "Uncle Marius, what's illegitimacy?" Harry asked. "It's when your parents aren't married," Uncle Marius explained, turning a bit red. "Oh, the witch is my great-grandmother, Melania Macmillan Black," Harry continued. "She's the sanest person in the family. She'll be wanting me to go to France so she can feed me lots of rich baked goods and keep me away from Aunt Cassiopeia." Uncle Marius nodded and held up another photo, which displayed an old wizard with a maniacal gleam in his eyes standing as far apart as he could manage from a squint-eyed witch. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "That's my other great-grandfather, Pollux Cygnus Black. He was chief warlock of the Wizengamot for 6 months before Dumbledore took over, and refuses to allow anyone to forget it. He moved to Transylvania 10 years ago in order to take advantage of their lack of pesky restrictions on Muggle hunting. He was a big supporter of the Dark Lord Grindelwald, and was too disillusioned after his defeat to back he who must not be named. The witch is my great-grandmother, Irma Crabbe Black. She and Pollux try to talk to each other as little as possible." Uncle Marius flipped to the next photograph. "My father's great-aunt, Cassiopeia Virgo Black. She's on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, never married. She's very skilled at the dark arts." "And who is this?" his uncle asked, holding up a photograph of a stern-looking wizard with blonde hair. "My mother's father, Abraxas Hippocrates Malfoy. Major financial backer of the Dark Lord, never openly supported him. He'll want to keep me away from Arcturus, and to make sure I receive a healthy grounding in the dark arts, in order to counterbalance the puritanical nonsense I'll be getting at Hogwarts." He paused. "What's puritanical, again?" Excessively concerned with doing the right thing, Uncle Marius explained. But shouldn't you always try to do the right thing? Harry asked. Uncle Marius smiled. You know that and I know that. But Abraxas feels there are some more important things, such as acquiring power and wealth. But what's the point of having all that power and gold unless it's to use it to help you do the right thing? Precisely, Ares. His uncle chuckled and held up the last photograph, showing 4 people with blonde hair. That's my uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. He was a Death Eater, but got out of Azkaban by claiming to have been under the Imperious Curse. Aunt Narcissa is very active in charitable work. She sits on the board of St. Mungo's and chairs the Christmas robes drive for needy witches and wizards every year. The boy is their son, my cousin Draco. The older witch is Aunt Narcissa's mother, Druella Rosier Black. She's a widow and lives at Malfoy Manor with her daughter. She was accused of playing a part in a recent famine that struck the home counties, but nothing was ever proved. In other words, Harry, James's portrait observed, they're all nutters. There's a reason Sirius ran away from home at 16. Harry nodded. I'm beginning to see that. And it's Ares, Uncle James. You don't have to worry about figuring out how to please them, though, James went on, ignoring him. They're a nasty bunch. If it looks like you're slipping, just be evil. They'll fawn all over you. Ow. At that point, Lily had just swatted the back of James's head. Great advice you're giving him, Lily scolded. Just be evil. Some role model you are. Actually, Lily, Regina said, chiming in. As much as I hate to admit it, your husband is right. James grinned. I knew you'd see the light eventually. Regina rolled her eyes. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. In any event, everyone will be looking to see how Ares lives up to their expectations. If he can satisfy them that he's on the right track, they'll give him anything he wants. Lily groaned. In other words, we're teaching Ares how to acquire minions and manipulate people. Uncle Marius smiled mischievously. Precisely. Lily turned to Harry sadly, her eyes pleading. Fine. Just promise me you'll remember that this is all just acting. Don't actually become evil. Harry rolled his eyes. I won't, Aunt Lily. The next morning Harry dressed in his best robes and accompanied his aunt and uncle through the fireplace to Malfoy Manor. Abraxas, Druella, Lucius, Narcissa and Draco were waiting to greet them. Welcome to Malfoy Manor, my boy, Abraxas said jovially. Happy Christmas. Harry clicked his heels together and made a short bow. Happy Christmas, grandfather, he said. It is an honor finally to meet you. Thank you for inviting me to spend Christmas here in your beautiful home. Harry greeted Druella in much the same way, but also at her hand and claiming to have initially mistaken her for Narcissa's sister, rather than her mother. Druella cracked a half-smile in response. Uncle Lucius was standoffish, only nodding briefly to acknowledge Harry's greeting, whilst Aunt Narcissa was gracious enough, but kept giving Harry suspicious looks. Finally Abraxas introduced Draco. This, Ares, is your cousin, he said to Harry. I know Draco has been looking forward very much to having a friend his own age to play with. The cold glare Draco gave Harry made him suspect that the other boy was not quite so eager as his grandfather believed. Abraxas, however, did not appear to notice anything amiss, and promptly packed both boys off to the playroom. Harry left his aunt and uncle reluctantly. He had not failed to notice that no one had spoken any words of greeting to them. Draco took Harry up a flight of stairs to his playroom, a large room with windows overlooking the beautiful grounds and shelves lined with all manner of toys. Once they were inside, Draco shut the door. This is my playroom, he announced in no uncertain terms. And these are my toys. This is my house, and those were my mother and father. He sniffed. I do not intend to share them. Harry was confused for a moment, then he understood. James, having also been a spoiled only child, had warned him of this possibility. Draco was scared that Harry was moving into his territory. Harry thought it best to clear that up right away. He stood up very straight. Well, my playroom is bigger, he retorted. It overlooks my garden at my house where I fly every day on my broomstick. I have lots of my own toys, and if there's anything else I want my uncle will buy it for me. The squib. Draco scoffed. Harry glared at his cousin. They're my squibs, and I do not intend to share them, either. Draco stifled a small chuckle. Well, so long as we're clear on that, then. Right, Harry said, tongue firmly in cheek. I won't steal your parents if you promise not to steal my squibs. Draco couldn't hold it in any longer. He laughed aloud and offered Harry his hand. Harry shook it and grinned. I'm glad that's settled, Draco said brightly. Do you want to see my train? Shortly before dinnertime, Pollux, Irma and Cassiopeia arrived through the flow, followed presently by Arcturus and Melania. They all fawned over Harry to various degrees, but Arcturus and Pollux were by far the worst. They hovered over him like vultures over carrion. What a handsome young lad, Arcturus said, tousling Harry's hair. He reminds me very strongly of Orion at this age. He gave Harry a fond look. Orion was your grandfather, and as fine a wizard as any. If you take after him, you'll do well. Pollux crouched down next to the boy and grabbed him by the shoulders. You know, my boy, you don't look like the sort to waste all day sipping tea in the library. He smiled hungrily. I can see the fire in your eyes. You've inherited your grandmother's spiritedness. He chuckled in admiration. Walburga was a fine witch. It's only natural you'd take after her. Your father's the same way. Arcturus murmured darkly about excessive spirit leading one straight to Azkaban. Abraxas shoved his way into the conversation. I have to say, I think Ares takes after Regina more than anyone else, he said loudly to no one in particular. And how could it be otherwise, when he spent the first 6 years of his life with her? Harry caught Draco's eye through the midst of the swarming relatives. His cousin was scowling at him resentfully. Harry made a face and shrugged apologetically. Draco smirked back, relaxing just a bit. Come over here with me, Ares, Arcturus commanded, pulling his great-grandson away from the others. You're looking a bit pale. All these people must be overwhelming you. It's a sign of good breeding not to be able to abide the masses. He led Harry into the parlor, Pollux and Abraxas following close behind. Melania watched the unfolding madness with a sigh. I do hope they don't tear the boy to pieces, she observed to Irma. Irma nodded. I wonder who will come out on top. That should be obvious, Irma. Cassiopeia smiled wickedly over Melania's shoulder. Whoever's the most ruthless. That evening Marius and Clytemnestra lay awake in bed long after everyone else had gone to sleep. Things seem to be going as well as could be expected, Marius said cheerfully. Ares has them eating out of his hand. Clytemnestra sniffed. I wish someone would actually speak to us occasionally. I haven't had more than 2 words from Abraxas since we arrived. Marius shrugged. Considering that until recently he pretended you didn't exist, I should think this was a major improvement. I know, Clytemnestra said in a small voice. It's only that I've dreamt for years of my homecoming to Malfoy Manor, and I'd rather hoped things would be different. Marius placed his hand gently over his wife. Give them time, my dear. Perhaps, eventually. There is no time, Marius, she snapped. We're not young anymore, and even now, the only reason they tolerate our presence is because of Ares. The moment one of those 3 manages to take the boy under his wing, you know we'll be out in the cold. Marius smiled. As for that, my dear, I don't think you need to worry. Everything is going just as I planned. I intend to present my compromise tomorrow after dinner. His wife frowned. Don't you think Ares needs someone stronger than us to watch out for his interests? She paused. James is so adamant that Sirius is innocent, do you think perhaps we could get him out of prison, somehow? How exactly would you do that? Marius snorted. We have no evidence, and right now the only people who believe in Sirius's innocence and care enough to do anything about it are a portrait of his dead best friend, a couple of squibs and the boy who's posing as his son. Clytemnestra winced. I suppose I see your point. Ares actually asked whether perhaps one of his influential grandfathers might be able to do something, Marius said with a smile. He doesn't like the idea that someone is languishing in Azkaban unjustly. He sighed and shook his head. But we don't even know for sure that Sirius is innocent, and I would rather keep ourselves as far away from any sort of investigation as possible. You know very well what might happen if anyone discovers who Ares is. We go to Azkaban, his wife whispered. Marius nodded grimly. And Ares goes back to that awful cupboard. Harry woke up on Christmas morning to the unpleasant sensation of Draco dumping a goblet of cold water on his head. He sat up straight in his bed and sputtered. Draco was laughing uproariously. What was that for? Harry demanded. It's Christmas Day, Draco replied eagerly, all but jumping up and down in place. The presents are downstairs, and grandfather says we can't start opening them until you come down. Harry blinked. Everyone else is up. He looked at the clock over his mantle. It's 5 in the morning. Draco smirked. I have my ways. I hope you didn't go pouring water on my great-grandfather's heads, Harry muttered, crawling out of bed. Don't be stupid, Draco retorted. I just ordered the house elf to make loud noises outside all their bedrooms. Harry frowned at his cousin. That's not very fair. You'll only get the elf in trouble. Draco shrugged. It's just an elf. Anyway, grandfather won't get anyone in trouble on Christmas Day. Father says he's incidental that way. Harry chuckled. I think you mean sentimental. He was very proud of himself, having just learnt that word a week before. Harry liked learning new words. That's what I said, Draco said, and tugged Harry's arm impatiently. Come on. Harry yanked his arm back. Not until I dry my face. I'm not going downstairs dripping like a wet dog. Dobby, Draco yelled. The house elf appeared and bowed low. Bring Master Aries a towel, he commanded. The elf vanished and returned a moment later with a freshly ironed hand towel. Harry took it. Thank you, he said. The elf's eyes went wide, but he said nothing as he bowed. Harry dried his face thoroughly and handed the towel back to the elf. Happy Christmas, Dobby. Dobby looked as though he were about to be hit by a train. Happy Christmas, Master Aries, he stammered. Dobby is delighted to serve such a noble and gracious young wizard. He disappeared with a pop. Now that Harry was dry, he had no more reason to hold Draco back, and he allowed his cousin to lead him by the arm through the winding corridors of the massive old house. Harry couldn't help but be amused at Draco's excitement. Christmas was fun and all, but Harry had never got much, just a few broken toys of Dudley's. He anticipated getting better presents this year, of course, but didn't quite see the point of dragging everyone out of bed before the sun was up. Then he walked into the parlor. He gaped in awe at the sight that awaited him. An enormous tree reached from floor to ceiling, adorned with real fairies and dozens of magical decorations, all moving and chirping and emitting multicolored lights. The adults sat in a semicircle around the room, each with a pile of presents resting beside them. Harry thought the piles were quite generous, but they paled in comparison with the 2 mountains of presents waiting in front of the tree for him and Draco. Abraxas chuckled. Happy Christmas, boys. Happy Christmas, grandfather, Harry and Draco said in unison, and then grinned at each other before diving in. All the presents were very expensive, and there were loads of them. Arcturus and Melania had given Harry an antique wizarding chess set. It belonged to my grandfather, Phineas Nigellus Black, Arcturus said, a set of new dress robes and a box of Melania's homemade fudge, which was easily the most delicious thing Harry had ever tasted. Pollux and Irma had given him a number of antique magical toys of a sort that were no longer produced. There was a set of toy armor that made one mostly invisible, along with a toy sword that could inflict no injuries, but created true-to-life illusions for up to an hour, and a teddy bear that sang lullabies, played games and bandaged scraped knees, alongside many other toys. Cassiopeia gave Harry a collection of magical children's books with moving pictures and realistic sound effects. Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra gave Harry a train set that moved on its own and emitted puffs of colored smoke. Druella, Lucius, Narcissa and Draco gave Harry a hamper of sweets of every sort imaginable. The presents brought tears to Harry's eyes. He stood up and went to each relative, thanking them profusely for their gifts. Pollux ruffled his hair affectionately. Arcturus patted his shoulder roughly. Irma and Melania each gave him a key. It was only when he stopped in front of Abraxas that Harry realized he had not received a gift from his grandfather. He didn't miss a beat. Thank you, sir, for inviting me to spend Christmas in your house, he said sincerely. Abraxas roared with laughter. You're welcome, my boy, but I haven't given you and Draco my presents yet. When Draco heard that, he jumped up and stood next to Harry. Abraxas raised his wand and summoned 2 long boxes, which flew through the open doors of the parlor into the boy's hands. Harry and Draco ripped the paper of the boxes eagerly and gasped in unison. Broomsticks. The boys both exclaimed. Comet 260s, Abraxas said with a smug grin. They have training charms on them to keep you from falling off or losing control, but you'll have good speed and a full range of motion. He paused. After breakfast, we can go out into the garden and I'll show you how to fly them. Then perhaps Lucius and I can get our brooms and we'll have a game of 2-on-2 Quidditch. Lucius grumbled a bit in protest, but shut up when his father gave him a withering glare. Harry and Draco, however, could hardly wait. They practically inhaled their bacon and eggs, and then ran back to their rooms to put on their heavy winter cloaks. They came back down and waited by the door as Abraxas and Lucius fetched their brooms. Harry had enjoyed flying on his toy broomstick before now, but the real thing was incomparable, and Harry took to it like a fish to water. Within minutes of first straddling his new broomstick, Harry was swooping through the air, all worries forgotten as he whooped in delight. Draco had a bit of difficulty at first, but Abraxas was a surprisingly patient instructor, and after half an hour he thought they were ready for a simple game of Quidditch. Abraxas and Harry teamed up against Lucius and Draco and played with only the quaffle, all players doubling as chaser and keeper, with the first team to reach 100 points winning. Abraxas was a stunning player, and Harry, it turned out, was not so bad himself. They devastated Lucius and Draco in the first game, before switching sides. The second game was adults versus children, and the adults won, though Harry and Draco held their own. Harry wouldn't have minded a third game, but Draco was sore from having lost twice, Lucius hadn't wanted to play in the first place, and Abraxas was starting to feel his age. They headed back inside in good spirits. Lucius even tousled Harry's and Draco's hair as he went upstairs to dress for dinner. Grandfather was Slytherin Quidditch captain at Hogwarts for 5 years, Draco explained as the two boys went to their rooms. He could have played for England if he wanted, but that was beneath him, of course. Harry went to his room and changed into the brand new dress robes he had received from Arcturus and Melania that morning. They were a light blue color that matched his new eyes. Harry still couldn't get used to looking in the mirror and seeing someone else's eyes staring back, though he enjoyed not having to mess about with glasses. There was a knock on his door. "Come in," Harry said. It was Uncle Marius. "How are you holding up, Aries?" he asked. "All right," Harry said. "Yesterday was a bit mad, but today's been fun." He grinned. "The broomstick is brilliant." Uncle Marius smiled. "James will be excited to see it. You'll have to tell him how well you flew. He'll be quite proud." Harry's expression turned serious. "Will I be able to go home?" His uncle hesitated. "I think we've a good chance of working it out," he said. "Abraxas may have won a battle this morning with his Christmas gift to you, but he's managed to bring Pollux and Arcturus together, which, to my knowledge, no one else has ever done before. I think they've agreed to do whatever's necessary to make sure you grow up in a black home. Abraxas won't see what hit him. We have a black home," Harry pointed out. "Exactly." Uncle Marius chuckled. "That's why I said we have a good chance of succeeding. You're doing a fine job, Aries. Keep it up, and we can go home tomorrow." Harry had grown accustomed to good cooking since he left the Dursleys, but Christmas dinner at Malfoy Manor outshone anything he had ever imagined. 100 different dishes covered the table: goose and pheasant, lamb and cling pig, simple boiled potatoes and elegant soufflés, vegetables prepared in a dozen different mouth-watering ways. Harry couldn't pick favorites out of all the splendid dishes, so he piled his plate high with a bit of everything. All through dinner the adults bickered with each other over everything from politics to the best recipe for Christmas pudding, their voices growing louder and their arguments more vehement as the fine wine flowed. One particularly nasty spat erupted just before dessert. "I was stunned, simply stunned the other night at the ministry ball," Druella drawled. Hortensia Selwyn was wearing robes that were really the most horrid shade of purple, and with a green hat, too. "She's so plump," she was strutting about the ball looking for all the world like an overgrown aubergine. Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow. "I was at the ball myself, dear, and I didn't see anything wrong with Hortensia's taste." She raised her goblet to her lips and sipped. After all, she wasn't the one wearing a fuchsia gown. Druella narrowed her eyes. "It was a delicate shade of rose, Cassiopeia, as you well know." Cassiopeia smirked. "If that was a delicate shade, I should shudder to imagine what an intense shade might look like. You stood out more than that Umbridge woman." Druella drew her wand and shot a stinging hex at Cassiopeia, which easily deflected. Cassiopeia cackled and twirled her own wand. "Serpensortia," she intoned, and a vicious-looking cobra flew out the end of her wand and landed on the table directly in front of Druella, who panicked. She jumped back from the table, knocking over her chair. The snake ignored her and turned towards Draco, who was sitting right next to his grandmother. Harry was sitting across from Draco, and saw the look of terror that appeared on his cousin's face. The cobra raised its head and spread its hood. Without hesitation, Harry grabbed the snake by the tail and yanked it away from Draco. It began to hiss angrily and turned to strike Harry. "Foolish boy," it hissed. "Now you will die instead of the other." For some odd reason, it did not immediately surprise Harry that he was able to understand the snake. Perhaps it had something to do with the sheer number of amazing things that had happened in his life over the previous few weeks. In any event, Harry did not stop to wonder, but reacted immediately. "Leave me alone," he hissed back. The snake froze and stared at Harry warily. "You speak the noble language of the serpents," he observed. Harry shrugged, realizing for the first time the strange ability he had discovered. "I suppose so." The snake inclined its head. "Forgive me, my lord, for preparing to strike you. I did not know who you were." "Fine, but promise not to attack anyone else." "My lord is merciful," the cobra replied. "I shall obey your commands with gratitude." Harry let go of the snake's tail, and the cobra slithered over to his elbow and curled up. "I am hungry, my lord," it said. "I should be honored if you would be so kind as to provide me with nourishment." Harry took a juicy slice of turkey, set it on his bread plate, and placed it on the floor beside his chair. "Thank you, my lord," the snake said, and then slithered down the table leg to the floor, where it eagerly commenced devouring the turkey. Harry smiled at the snake despite himself, and then looked back up at the table. Everyone was staring at him, speechless. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked nervously. Pollux laughed in glee and wiped a tear from his eye. "Wrong. You're a Parselmouth, Ares. Nothing could make me more delighted." Arcturus sniffed. "I'm hardly surprised," he said smugly, though his broad, almost childlike grin made Harry rather doubt his truthfulness. "You do spring from two pureblood lines more exalted than any in Britain." "That was wicked, Ares," Draco exclaimed. "It was just like in the stories, like Slytherin himself, or—" He trailed off. "The Dark Lord," Lucius finished, an impenetrable expression on his face. Abraxas chuckled. Indeed. How long have you known that you spoke Parseltongue, my boy?" "Is Parseltongue snake language?" Harry asked. His grandfather nodded. "I only just found out, sir." Cassiopeia was incredulous. "Just now, when you were talking to the snake. Why did you grab its tail then, if you didn't know you could control it?" Harry shrugged. "It was going to attack Draco." Narcissa gave him a small smile. "That was very brave, Ares." "Ordinarily I would say foolhardy," Abraxas observed, "but I suppose you know what you're up to around snakes far better than I." He sat back in his chair. "Great Merlin, a Parselmouth in the family." He laughed aloud. "What a Christmas present. I say we celebrate." He called out to the house elf. "Dobby, bring in the dessert." Late that night, Arcturus, Pollux and Abraxas sat up in Abraxas's study, smoking their pipes and nursing glasses of fire whiskey. "I think Ares should come stay with me," Abraxas said. "We have plenty of room for a young boy to romp about, and it would benefit both him and Draco to grow up together." Arcturus chuckled darkly. "If you think I shall permit the future head of my house to grow up in Malfoy Manor, you are gravely mistaken." "Shut up, the both of you," Pollux snapped. "This isn't about our petty interests anymore. None of us can afford to let the others control the boy, especially not now that we've learnt the truth about his power and heritage." Abraxas chuckled. "A Parselmouth. There's no doubt Ares will grow up to be a very powerful wizard one day. He could well be the next Dark Lord," Pollux said, his voice trembling from a combination of pride and terror. "The true heir of Slytherin. He could call himself the Black Lord," Arcturus said dreamily. "For 1,000 generations wizards would tremble at the sound of our family name." "If you don't intend him to grow up with any one of us, what do you suggest, Pollux?" Abraxas asked, and took a long draw on his pipe. "A compromise, of course," Pollux said. "The boy will continue to live with the squibs. He's used to them, and that way he is equally bound to both our families. Cassie will go live with them. She can begin to tutor the boy. I want Draco to join Ares for these tutoring sessions," Abraxas insisted. "Fair enough," Pollux conceded. "Irma and I shall go ahead with our plans to move into number 12, Grimmauld Place, and the boys can spend plenty of time there, as well as here at Malfoy Manor. Ares must spend summers with me and Melania in France," Arcturus added. "That's fine," Abraxas said. We might even send Draco along for part of the summer. France will do the boys some good. It's settled, then, Pollux said, and the others both nodded. Abraxas filled up their glasses with a flick of his wand and the three wizards joined in a toast. To Ares Sirius Black, the true heir of Slytherin. After breakfast on Boxing Day, Pollux took Harry and Draco to number 12, Grimmauld Place, leaving Abraxas and Arcturus to discuss their plans with the squibs. They emerged from the grate to find a dusty old townhouse, similar in many respects to the one on Windermere Court, but far dirtier, and with somewhat of a darker feel to it. Malfoy Manor had its fair share of dark objects on display, skulls, shrunken heads, phials of blood and so on, but this house seemed to revel in its dark heritage. The staircase was lined with the heads of dead house elves and a troll leg had been turned into an umbrella stand near the door. The portraits looked at Harry and Draco suspiciously, and many of them wore sinister expressions. The cobwebs and thick layer of dust only served to enhance the house's spookiness. Draco nudged Harry nervously. "Do you think it's haunted?" he whispered. Harry shrugged. "Even if it is, we've got great-granddad with us." Meanwhile Pollux was scowling in utter disgust. "What has that blasted elf been up to since Walburga died?" he murmured angrily. "Creature." The house elf appeared instantly, and bowed low when he saw Pollux, his eyes wide. "Master Pollux has come to visit Mistress's house," he croaked. "Creature is honored to serve his master." "Creature, Mistress Irma and I are moving here after the new year," Pollux said sternly. "We had hoped to find the house fit to live in. How could you disgrace your mistress in this way? What would she have said to find her home in such a state?" Creature grabbed a poker and started hitting himself vigorously, but Pollux stopped him. "You'll have plenty of time to punish yourself once the house is clean," he said sharply. "I want this place immaculate by the new year. Every surface should shine." Creature bowed. "Creature will do as master has ordered. Creature lives to serve the House of Black." Pollux pulled Harry and Draco over. "Creature, these are my great-grandsons, Ares Black and Draco Malfoy. They will be coming to visit often, and I expect you to obey them fully. Do you understand?" "Yes, master," Creature murmured. "Ares is Master Sirius's son," Pollux went on. "He will be your master after I am gone, and I expect you to show him full respect and obedience." Creature's eyes narrowed. Master Sirius was an ungrateful blood traitor who ran away from home and broke his mother's heart. Mistress swore he was no son of hers. Pollux looked horrified and, without thinking, placed his hands over Harry's ears, which was completely ineffective, since Harry could hear everything anyway, even if it was a bit muffled. "I forbid you ever again to speak ill of Master Sirius, or to repeat anything bad that anyone else has said," the old wizard said imperiously. "From now on I command you to think, feel and act as though you had a deep and profound love for Master Sirius, and to regard him as a great, kind and beneficent master. Now get to your work." Harry thought for a moment that Creature looked very unhappy, but the elf only bowed deeply. "Of course, master," Creature said, and disappeared. Pollux turned to his great-grandsons. "Wait for me in the parlor," he said. "I need to have a word with Ares, grandmother's portrait." Harry and Draco went back into the parlor, but did not sit down, neither one fancying the idea of wallowing in the dust. They wandered around a bit, looking at the various objects on display. Draco stopped in front of a large tapestry that spread across an entire wall. "Look over here, Ares," he exclaimed. "It's the Black family tree." Harry wandered over slowly to see what had his cousin so excited, and he had to admit that the tapestry was fascinating, showing every member of the Black family for centuries. "There's Mum," Draco said, pointing to one of the names. "And there I am. There's Great-Granddad, and Aunt Cassiopeia," Harry pointed out. His heart leapt when he saw Doria Black. Married to Charles Potter, with one son, James Potter, but of course, he said nothing. It wouldn't do to raise suspicions, even with Draco. "Uncle Marius isn't on here. Oh, let me see." Draco looked over where Harry was pointing. "There's a funny black mark right there. Maybe that's where he ought to be. Do you think the tapestry is damaged?" "Maybe," Harry mused. "There's another black mark like that over here where my dad should be." "There's a lot of them on here," Draco said. "See, here's another one right by my mum. Found something interesting, boys?" Pollux asked, walking back into the room. "We found the Black family tree," Draco said. "But it's damaged." "Really?" Pollux came over to inspect it. I wonder how that happened. He scanned over the tapestry. I don't see any damage. Right here, great-granddad, Harry pointed out. This funny black mark where my dad should be. And another one over here, where Uncle Marius should be. Harry thought Pollux looked a bit pale. The old man laughed weakly. Fancy that, he said, his voice shaking. The tapestry does seem to be damaged. Oh, well, it's easy enough to fix. He raised his wand and muttered a spell. The black marks vanished, being replaced in each case by names. My mum has a sister. Draco exclaimed. Sure enough, the black mark by Narcissus' name had vanished, being replaced by the name Andromeda Black. A double line of gold thread connected her to Ted Tonks. Beneath their two names appeared yet another, Nymphadora Tonks. Look, Draco, Harry said. We have another cousin. She's several years older than us. Draco frowned. How come I never heard about her before? He asked Pollux. His great-grandfather hesitated. Andromeda doesn't get on with the rest of the family, he said carefully. She went against her parents' wishes and married a mudblood. Draco gasped. Why would she ever do something like that? People do many silly things when they're young, Pollux replied. Is that why her name was covered with a black mark? Harry asked quietly. It was damaged on purpose, wasn't it? Pollux's wince was all the confirmation Harry needed. I suppose Dad's name was missing because he ran away from home, and Uncle Marius was missing because he's a squib. It's just a silly old tapestry, Pollux said hastily. It doesn't mean anything. So can Ares and I meet our cousin Nymphadora? Draco asked. Pollux nearly refused outright, but as he looked down at the two earnest faces of his great-grandsons, he hesitated. I'll see what I can do, he promised. Come on, Ares, let's go meet your grandmother. Both boys followed Pollux out of the room, none of them noticing the two extra names that had appeared on the tapestry next to Sirius's, Regina Malfoy and Ares Black. Later that afternoon, Harry returned to Windermere Court with Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra. He eagerly recounted all the news of the holiday to the portraits, who laughed and gasped in all the right places. A Parselmouth. Lily was stunned. Where did that come from? James grinned. Maybe you're not as muggle-born as we thought. Maybe you're the heiress of Slytherin. But I'm not a Parselmouth, Lily protested. Maybe you are, and just never had the opportunity to find out, Regina observed. Uncle Marius cleared his throat. Everyone stopped talking and turned their attention to him. Whilst all this is most diverting, I am afraid we have some rather pressing matters that demand our attention, he said. Ares, right after you left for Grimmauld Place, Arcturus and Abraxas informed me that they and Pollux have agreed to allow you to remain here with us. That's great, Harry exclaimed, and James cheered. There are, however, a few conditions, Marius said. You will live here Monday through Friday. You will spend Saturdays at Grimmauld Place and Sundays at Malfoy Manor. Over the summer, you will go to visit Arcturus and Melania in France. That doesn't sound so bad, Harry said. There's more, Aunt Clytemnestra said. Cassiopeia will be coming to live with us. Harry's jaw fell open. Cassiopeia. Why? She'll be tutoring you, Uncle Marius explained. Draco will be coming over for lessons as well. Harry wasn't sure what to think of that. Cassiopeia had been perfectly nice to him, after all, but he had seen her be utterly nasty to other people. He didn't think he would much enjoy having her living with him. On the other hand, taking lessons with Draco could be a lot of fun. We'll have to be very careful, he said. No one can slip up at all. Certainly not, Uncle Marius agreed. It would take only one mistake to destroy all that we have accomplished. Harry's face fell. I hope she doesn't ruin everything. Cheer up, Ares, James said with a mischievous grin. We can make things very exciting for Aunt Cassie. As things turned out, Cassiopeia was not nearly as awful as Harry had feared. She continued to treat Harry well, and managed even to treat Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra somewhat civilly. She spent much of her time alone in her rooms, engrossed in her own studies. As for her lessons, Harry and Draco both found them quite fascinating. Most pureblood families nowadays, she lectured them their first day of tutoring, shortly after the new year, leave intensive instruction in magic until Hogwarts, and so handicap their offspring. They claim that studying too much magic too soon can overwhelm children. She spat in disgust. I do not hold with such newfangled nonsense. I shall be teaching you the way I was taught as a girl, 2 years of serious theory followed by 2 years with practice wands. We shall purchase your real wands a year before you go to Hogwarts, giving you a solid foundation from which to excel. If that's the way they used to do things, why did they change? Harry asked. Cassiopeia snarled. Dumbledore, that muggle-loving old fool, persuaded the Wizengamot to pass a number of ridiculous statutes restricting what could be taught to children of various ages. She sniggered. He claims, of course, that it's for their own protection, but everyone knows it's an underhanded attempt to put mudbloods on the same footing as decent wizards. So what we're doing is illegal. Draco looked positively thrilled. Technically, Cassiopeia admitted, but so is special magic. Laws and regulations are for lesser mortals, not for such as we, the noble descendants of great and powerful wizards. One must learn to manipulate such petty regulations to one's advantage, but one can never allow them to prevent one from doing whatever is necessary to achieve one's ends. Cassiopeia instructed them thoroughly in the basics of astronomy, herbology and potion making, as well as the theoretical foundations of transfiguration and charms. Fridays were devoted to what she called special magic, in other words, the dark arts. Draco and Harry were both quite bright, and made steady progress, much to Cassiopeia's satisfaction. After lessons, Draco often stayed over for much of the afternoon, and the two cousins spent many exhilarating days flying their broomsticks in the garden, playing pranks on the squibs, who didn't really mind, and Cassiopeia, who minded a great deal, as well as exploring the 3 large magical homes they had at their disposal. As time passed, Harry grew more and more accustomed to his new life, and the Dursleys slowly became little more than a faintly remembered nightmare. It took Remus several months of digging in the Wizarding Hall of Records, but he finally discovered that Marius and Clytemnestra Black, pureblood squibs, had been appointed as guardians to one Aries Sirius Black, a pureblood, 6 years old, the only son of Sirius Orion Black and Regina Cassandra Malfoy. Remus shook his head at the obvious deception. He might not have known Sirius as well as he thought he did, but he would certainly have known if his supposed friend had secretly been married. Moreover, Aries' birth date was given as August 1, 1980, only a day after Harry's birthday, and Remus happened to know exactly where Sirius had been that day, with Remus at James and Lily's, setting up Harry's nursery. Remus snorted. Sirius would never have allowed his wife to give birth alone in another country without his being there to help. He had even tried to stay whilst Lily was giving birth, to provide moral support to James, but Lily had lost her temper and ordered him and James both out. Remus jotted down the address on a spare bit of parchment. The next day Remus placed a few basic appearance charms on himself before paying a visit to number 17, Windermere Court. He walked up the front steps and rang the doorbell. A house elf opened the door and showed him into the parlor, offering him a seat. A few moments later the elf brought him some tea. "Master Black will be down to see you presently, sir," she said before leaving the room. A sudden shriek filled the house. Remus jumped up. "You ungrateful, miserable brats!" A woman's voice roared. "If I ever get my hands on you, I swear to Merlin I'll cruciate you scoundrels to within an inch of your lives." Remus was filled with sudden pity for Harry. How could he ever have thought Harry might be better off in such a horrible place? He should have told Dumbledore immediately. How poor Harry must be suffering, he thought guiltily. Then he heard the giggling in the next room. Drawing on his long disused marauding skills, Remus crept over to the door and peeked in. 2 sniggering boys stood on either side of the other door, which led into the hallway. Remus was confused. If he had been threatened with torture by a dark witch, laughter would not have been his first response, yet the boys showed no sign of fright. "Do you think she's opened the wardrobe yet?" asked the smaller, blond boy, whom Remus did not find familiar. The other boy checked the clock on the mantelpiece and shook his head. "Just a minute," he said. The taller boy, with his flowing dark locks and dashing features, reminded Remus very strongly of Sirius, and Remus suspected that this might be Harry under some sort of disguise. As he stood there, watching the boys wait, Remus suddenly realized what was going on, and grinned, despite himself. He had walked into the middle of a prank. A sudden explosion rocked the entire house, and the witch's yelling resumed. "Now she's opened the wardrobe," the dark-haired boy smirked, and both boys laughed. The scene brought a tear to Remus's eye. They were acting so very like James and Sirius had, all those years before. Remus half expected James to walk around the corner and congratulate the boys on their success. "Well done, lads," the familiar voice said, chuckling from a corner of the room Remus could not see. You should have seen the look on her face. Remus turned pale. It couldn't be. Thanks, Uncle James, the dark-haired boy replied. Remus heard light footsteps, followed by a slightly out-of-breath voice that sounded as though it belonged to an elderly man. She's coming down the back stairs, the voice panted. How angry is she, great-great-granddad? Asked the blond boy, but he didn't seem at all worried. Is it as bad as when we turned her cat pink? Worse, great-great-granddad replied. As bad as when we blew up the 5th floor. The dark-haired boy asked. Even worse. The boys shared a smirk. Grimmauld Place. The dark-haired boy asked, and the blond boy nodded. Run along, James's voice said. Go with Plan Delta. I'll cover for you. The boys nodded and dashed off, only moments before a furious-looking harpy emerged into the dining room. Good morning, Aunt Cassie, James said brightly. Did you sleep well? Where are they? Aunt Cassie growled. Where are who? James asked politely. The scoundrels. Oh, if you mean Ares and Draco, I'm afraid they've been gone all morning, James replied. They went over to Grimmauld Place early to use the library. I'm going to kill them, Aunt Cassie said. I'm going to kill them both slowly and painfully. Compose yourself, Cassie, said great-great-granddad. Why don't you take a nice hot bath? Aunt Cassie gave a fair imitation of a basilisk stare before sweeping off in a huff. She turned back briefly before exiting the room. Don't think I don't know who is the inspiration for all this nonsense, James Cygnus Potter, she said acidly. If it were up to me I would reduce you to a pile of ashes. Oh, but think of how poor Ares would react, James said, and Remus could hear the wry grin in his voice. He might send Ka after you again. Aunt Cassie gritted her teeth and stormed out, muttering darkly under her breath. Remus could only pick out a few bits: dratted snake, undignified, dark lords, and juvenile pranks. Once she left, James let out a burst of hearty laughter that brought Remus's thoughts right back to Gryffindor Tower. Thanks for keeping watch, Grandad, James said. Not at all, my boy, not at all, great-great-granddad replied. I was quite a prankster myself in my youth. Really? James sounded surprised. Where do you think you and Sirius got it from? The voice yawned. Well, I'm going to go take a nap. See you, Grandad. Remus couldn't resist. He slipped a bit further into the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of James. He found himself looking directly into the eyes of a very realistic portrait of his dead friend, who was sitting on a table and munching an apple. His hazel eyes flickered in recognition when he saw Remus. Moony, what are you doing in that ridiculous get-up? Cassiopeia Black swept up the back staircase in a huff, muttering curses under her breath as she took each step. The old witch had actually been rather fond of her nephew James when he was alive, at least after her own fashion, but she had very little tolerance for his portrait, which, she felt, preserved and exacerbated his more unsavory Potter qualities, whilst minimizing the part of him that had been purely Doria. She also disapproved of the hold the portrait seemed to have over Ares, and, increasingly, Draco. James Potter would have proved a fine godfather, she had no doubt, but he was dead, and it in no way behoved the future heads of the House of Black and Malfoy to spend their days listening to stories about James and Sirius's little gang and plotting all manner of pranks. If Ares and Draco had not both proved such apt pupils and proper little gentlemen when the situation demanded it, Cassiopeia would have smashed the portrait in a heartbeat. As it was, she was forced to admit that the boys generally behaved properly during their lessons and at public or adult occasions, more so even than most boys of their age and class, and so she resisted her violent urges. But she kept a close eye on her nephew's portrait. Once she returned to her suite, Cassiopeia cleaned up the debris of the boys' offensive prank with a flick of her wand and a slight smile. Even she had to admire the boys' cunning, though she would never have admitted it to anyone, not in a million lifetimes. She returned to her mirror and resumed placing her long hair into its customary bun. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shape in her faux glass and started. Her eyes narrowed. An enemy was close and in this very house, one who meant harm to her family and her plans. Cassiopeia disillusioned herself and slipped silently back down the staircase as quickly as she could. The squibs would never hold up against an enemy wizard for even a second. Cassiopeia was only grateful that Ares and Draco had gone to Grimmauld Place. She silently commanded her wards not to allow them to return, nor to allow any witch or wizard to enter or leave the house until the danger had passed. She reached the bottom of the steps and entered the dining room. Marius stood there alongside a young man with awful orange hair and shockingly shabby robes. His wand was out. Marius was ashen. "You don't understand, Mooney," James's portrait pleaded. "It's not what it looks like. Your son has been kidnapped by your uncle, is being raised as the son of the traitor who murdered you, and is happily playing pranks on a mad old harpy who merrily threatens 6-year-old children with the Cruciatus curse," the young man retorted. "What am I missing?" Cassiopeia raised her wand and silently stunned the raving fool. Mad old harpy, indeed, she thought. She removed her disillusionment and smirked at the horrified looks on the faces of her brother and nephew. "Apparently, the fool has missed quite a bit," she drawled. She ignored Marius's muttering and James's shouting as she levitated the young man's immobile form up the stairs to her rooms, carefully keeping his head from knocking against the stairs. When she reached her boudoir, she laid the wizard on a small divan before shutting and locking all her doors. She absolutely loathed unexpected disturbances. She conjured heavy iron shackles and bound the wizard's feet to the floor and arms to the ceiling. "Enervate," she muttered, and the wizard returned to consciousness. "You," he grumbled when he saw her. "I," Cassiopeia replied brightly. "The mad old harpy. Crucio." The wizard cried out in agony as her curse rippled through his body. She held her wand in place for a full minute before she stopped. "Now," Cassiopeia continued imperiously, "tell me your name and why you have come to my home." "My name is Remus Lupin," the wizard said defiantly. "As for why I have come here, that is my affair." Cassiopeia shook her head. "That's the wrong answer, I'm afraid, Mr. Lupin." She sighed. "Fortunately for you, I'm going over to my cousin's for lunch in just a little over an hour, and have no time to linger whilst we wait for you to come to your senses." She summoned a phial from her cabinet. "Veritaserum ought to loosen your tongue." She forced the potion down Lupin's throat, and in a moment the familiar dazed look appeared in his eyes. She began the interrogation. "What is your full name?" "Remus John Lupin." "Why have you come to my home?" "I came searching for Harry Potter," Lupin replied. Cassiopeia scowled. "And what, pray tell, made you believe that you would find the boy who lived in this house?" "Harry Potter was kidnapped from his Muggle relatives' home several months ago," Lupin began. "Albus Dumbledore asked me to help locate him. The memories of Harry's guardians had been modified, but I interviewed several others, including Harry's cousin. From them I learned the circumstances of Harry's departure, as well as the description and surname of the kidnappers and their preference for Muggle transportation." Lupin paused. "The Muggles mistreated Harry terribly, locking him in a cupboard under the stairs and calling him a worthless freak. I came to believe that perhaps the kidnapper was motivated by good intentions. I remembered that James's uncle was a black and a squib, and decided to investigate in the archives. It took a long time, but I discovered that around the time Harry vanished, Marius Black had taken in a boy of the same age, claiming him to be the son of Sirius Black." "And what makes you believe that Ares is not the son of Sirius Black?" Cassiopeia asked. "I was very close to Sirius. James and Peter were together almost constantly. There is no way Sirius could have secretly married without our knowing about it. Furthermore, August 1, 1980 was listed as the date of the boy's birth, but I was in close quarters with Sirius that entire week, and would have known if he had gone to France to see his son. Mightn't he have delayed the journey in order to avoid detection?" Remus shook his head. "Sirius could never have stood it. He would have wanted to be there right away. Moreover, he never showed any romantic interest in Regina Malfoy. At one point after Hogwarts, he actually encouraged me to ask her out." Cassiopeia frowned. That level of deception did seem uncharacteristic of her bombastic great-nephew. Under other circumstances she might have dismissed Lupin's theories as evidence of a diseased mind, but she had seen Marius and James's expressions. They had seemed only frustrated at Lupin, but positively terrified at the sight of Cassiopeia. In her view, this lent some legitimacy to Lupin's claims. But there were other questions. "What you are saying cannot be accurate," she mused. "I performed a series of powerful tests on the boy, which he passed." "There's no way." A thin smile spread across her face as she realized what had occurred. "I ought to give my little brother more credit. He must have commissioned the sanguineous imposter potion. It's the only explanation." Her smile grew broader and crueler. "Yes, everything makes sense now. This explained the incredible closeness between Ares and James's portrait, as well as the boy's eagerness to please, which, welcome as it was, did not ordinarily result from growing up as the only child in a wealthy, pureblood home. But if Ares was not Sirius's son at all, but rather James's, raised for the first part of his life by filthy muggles, things were different. Cassiopeia thought this development might also explain Ares' unique talents. He was a Parselmouth, a rare gift that had never before appeared in either of the Black or Malfoy lines, distinguished as they both were. The Potters, too, as far as Cassiopeia knew, had no Parselmouth ancestors. But James's wife's ancestry was unknown. It was assumed she was a mudblood, but it was quite possible she came from a squib line. More likely, given her substantial skills, she was a pureblood orphan who had somehow wound up in a Muggle orphanage and been adopted. The actual facts were of no consequence. All that mattered was that Lily Evans had obviously been a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Cassiopeia thought that perhaps she ought to treat Lily's portrait with more respect. This, of course, explained the Dark Lord's attempt on Harry Potter's life. He who must not be named had clearly learnt of Harry's exalted lineage and discovered his power. Not able to abide such a threat, he decided to murder the boy and finish off the opposition. This made perfect sense to Cassiopeia. It was the sort of thing she would have done had she been in the Dark Lord's position. But Harry Potter had not only survived, but defeated the Dark Lord in the process. Cassiopeia cackled. It was brilliant. The boy was clearly a dark wizard of prodigious talent. Marius had learnt of the circumstances the boy endured and decided to claim him for the House of Black. Cassiopeia approved wholeheartedly, since it meant that the greatest Dark Lord of all time was hers to mold and shape. She smiled proudly. Marius's plan had been worthy of Slytherin himself. There were gaps, it was true, but now that Cassiopeia knew what they were, she could mend them. She turned her wand back on Lupin. "Obliviate," she whispered. "Imperio." When Remus Lupin left Windermere Court that day, he said nothing to anyone. As soon as left the street he forgot where he was and why he had come there. He went home via a circuitous route and directly composed the following letter to Albus Dumbledore. "Dear Professor Dumbledore," he wrote, "I regret to inform you that my investigation has proved only partially successful. The Dursleys, neighbors on Privet Drive, were able to identify Harry's kidnapper only as a B-owned woman with an American accent. I have done my best to investigate further, but have been stymied at every turn. I think it most likely that the woman and Harry have left the country. I am sorry that I can be of no further help in this matter. Sincerely yours, Remus J. Lupin." After sending the letter, Remus put his Potter photos back in storage. As he caught a glimpse of Sirius's happy face, he sighed, and thought of all the innocent lives the traitor had ruined. James, Lily and Harry, of course, but also lovely Regina and poor Ares, who would never know his father. Remus thought momentarily of writing a letter to Regina and Ares in France, but soon reconsidered. There was no need to stir up painful memories. Back at Windermere Court, Cassiopeia relaxed the wards and patted her brother gently on the cheek before leaving the house. "Well done, Mar," she said mistily. "I'm so proud of you." He said nothing, but only gaped after his sister stupidly as she left the house, whistling a merry tune. On her way to visit Cladora Longbottom, Cassiopeia dropped by Surrey and obliviated the Muggles, starting with the odious Dursley boy. She was, unfortunately, 7 minutes late to lunch, and had to apologize profusely to Cladora, but it was worth it for Cassiopeia to know that her great-nephew would grow up in safety, preserved from the pernicious influence of Albus Dumbledore. Harry and Draco returned from Grimmauld Place that afternoon, clutching heavy volumes of dark and advanced magic to show their aunt as proof of their alibi. The boys couldn't really understand anything they read in those books, and their aunt knew it, but it pleased her to see them take an interest in special magic, and the boys found the books most helpful at avoiding punishment. Neither Marius nor James said anything to the boys about the strange events of the morning, and they went about their routine as though nothing had occurred. They flew their broomsticks in the garden until dinner time, and then played Exploding Snap in the parlor until quite late, when Marius finally sent Draco home and Harry to bed. Harry never learnt how close he had been to having his secret revealed, and though he was pleased at the additional kindnesses Cassiopeia began to show him, he suspected nothing out of the ordinary. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore sighed in sad frustration. His troubles had begun with the letter from Remus Lupin. None of Dumbledore's other channels had yielded any fruit, and the headmaster had counted a very great deal on the werewolf to locate the boy. If Harry had been taken out of the country, Dumbledore thought it highly unlikely that they could ever find him, not without involving the authorities, and Dumbledore thought it best not to instigate a panic by informing the world that the boy who lived had been kidnapped. Instead, Dumbledore decided to investigate the Hogwarts list to see if Harry Potter's name was still written there. It was the one way he knew of to make certain the boy was still alive. He unfurled the parchment with every expectation of finding consolation, but met only disappointment. Harry's name was gone. The boy who lived had died, that was the only explanation. Dumbledore returned to his office and composed letters to the Ministry, the Wizengamot and the Daily Prophet, informing them that Harry Potter had died that same day, from a tragic bout of dragon pox. It seemed that his battle with Voldemort had drained the poor boy's magical reserve so greatly that he was unable to fight off a simple infection. When Cassiopeia read the news the next day, she cackled with glee. Marius and Clytemnestra felt a profound sense of relief. Two people, however, were confused and distressed by Dumbledore's lie. One was a certain werewolf in his late 20s, who was furious that Dumbledore would abandon the search for James's son so easily, and kept resolving to renew the search himself, only to be dissuaded each time by a strange compulsion to organize his bookshelves. The other was the boy who still lived himself, who felt that this new revelation only confirmed all the horrendous stories he had heard about Dumbledore from his family, and resolved never to trust anything the old man might say. Meanwhile, in Azkaban prison, a certain godfather overheard the tragic news from a human guard, and spent the next 3 years howling in bitter sorrow. 3 years later, Harry had grown into a strong, healthy and very bright boy. As his summer began, he reveled in his freedom from lessons and made preparations to visit his great-grandparents in the south of France, as he did every year. This year his cousin Draco would accompany him for the entire summer, which made both boys ecstatic. Harry and Draco were the best of friends, as close as brothers, and though they technically lived in different homes, they still managed to spend almost every day together. Of course, like all brothers, they had occasional disagreements, but they were really very fond of one another, and usually resolved such disputes quickly. On the morning they were to leave for France, Harry was supervising as Mopsy the house elf packed his trunk. Draco waltzed into the bedroom just as Harry had finished his final inspection. "Bonjour, Aries," he greeted Aries cheerfully. "Comment ka va." The boys often spoke French together, especially in front of the house elves. "Bien, Draco, et toi?" Harry replied. "Bien, tu es prêt?" Harry nodded. "Bien sûr, mais tu es venu ici très tôt. Le portaloin ne partira pas avant midi." Draco shrugged. "Je le sais, mais je n'ai pas envie de rester avec mes parents pendant toute la matinée." Harry could understand that. He wouldn't have wanted to spend all that time alone with Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa either. He closed and locked his trunk. Mopsy took the trunk downstairs. "Care for a game of exploding snap?" Harry asked. Draco agreed, and the two cousins settled on the floor and began to play. "It's brilliant that your parents agreed for you to come to France for the whole summer," Harry said as he dealt. "Last year you could only come for a month." Draco smiled. "You know my parents. They're just happy not to have to deal with me." He picked up his hand. "They do care about you, you know," Harry assured him. "Of course," Draco laughed bitterly. "I'm their heir. Everyone cares about the heir." Harry rolled his eyes. "I have no idea how that works," he retorted sarcastically. Draco chuckled. "You have the squibs though. They don't seem to care about the whole inheritance thing. I think they'd dote on you even if you were just a mudblood foundling they discovered on their doorstep." "They just might," Harry agreed with a grin. "The squibs have big hearts." "Well, they don't have magic," Draco said. "I suppose they need something to take up the extra space." After 3 games, of which Harry won 1 and Draco 2, the boys went downstairs. Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra were waiting in the parlor. "So, boys, are you excited?" Uncle Marius asked them with a fond smile. 2 months of sunshine, no lessons and an enormous country estate practically to yourselves. Not to mention Granny's cooking, Draco added wryly. Technically, Melania Black was only distantly related to Draco, but she insisted that both boys call her Granny, and treated them both the same. Aunt Cassie said it was her Hufflepuff roots. Unlike most other wealthy pureblood witches, who left the cooking to the house elves, Melania carefully supervised her kitchen, and only used her elf for the menial tasks, freeing her to devote her energy to perfecting her artistry. Though, strictly speaking, we're not completely free from lessons, Harry pointed out. Granny always works with us on our potion brewing. Draco laughed. Those lessons are fun, though, not like with Aunt Cassie. Ordinarily he would not have been so blatant about his dislike of his great-aunt, but today the old witch had gone over to Grimmauld Place to work on a project with her brother Pollux. Uncle Marius checked his watch. The portkey leaves in 10 minutes. Better get ready. The boys gathered all their belongings and stood close together. Aunt Clytemnestra straightened out their robes and gave each boy a small hug before Uncle Marius ruffled their hair and handed them an empty bottle of fire whiskey. Bon voyage, he said, and the boys felt the familiar tug of the portkey pulling them to France. They landed in a pile in the entrance hall of Arcturus Black's chateau. Melania Black was standing there to greet them, a soft smile on her face. "Welcome, my dears," she said, and embraced them both warmly. "It's so very nice to have you back here." "It's good to be here, Granny," Harry said, hugging her back. "Where's great-grandfather?" Melania frowned, and Harry thought she looked a bit more tired than she had the last time he had seen her. "He's not doing very well," she explained. "He's lying down and resting at the moment. You'll see him later." She summoned Roquefort, the house elf, and ordered him to take the boys' belongings to their rooms before she led Harry and Draco into the kitchen and sat them down at the table. "You must be hungry," she said. "Why don't you tell me your news whilst I fix you up a little something?" The boys chatted eagerly with the old witch as she slipped on her apron, drew her wand, and set to work. She was clearly ready for them. With a flick of her wand, she sent over a plate of thinly sliced sausages, a loaf of freshly baked bread and a dish of tapenade. The boys' goblets filled with pumpkin juice. A bit later came the pâté, followed by duck with mushroom sauce. Then came the salad and a plate of goat cheese, and just when the boys thought they could not manage another bite, a tray of chocolate eclairs appeared, Granny's speciality. When the boys finally got up from the table, they decided to take a nap before heading outside to play one-on-one Quidditch. The summer was off to an excellent start. Back in England, Pollux Black and his sister Cassiopeia were poring over ancient Latin codices and assorted scrolls. 2.5 years before, after Pollux had been boasting to Ares about his vast store of legal expertise, the boy had asked his great-grandfather whether there was anything that could be done to free his father from Azkaban. Ever since then, despite the onset of his illness, Pollux had set himself the goal of clearing the name of Sirius Black. This task had taken on greater urgency due to the old man's advancing decrepitude. Pollux knew that he had little time left to live, and his cousin Arcturus had also been rather ill of late. There were no other black wizards left to help guide Ares, and Pollux had no wish to see his heir pass entirely under the influence of the damnable Abraxas Malfoy, who, most unfortunately, seemed to remain in excellent health. It had taken every ounce of influence he had left at the ministry, but Pollux had learnt the appalling details of Sirius's incarceration. It horrified the old man that a black could be so easily deprived of the customary rights belonging to wizards of their class and social standing, and he had managed to frighten Abraxas and Arcturus into using their influence and wealth to help remedy the situation. They had said nothing to Ares, however, not willing to raise false hopes in the poor boy. Now, after a series of newspaper articles about black contributions to wizarding history, a number of generous donations to the ministry and the opening of the new Orion and Walburga Black Memorial Wing at St. Mungo's, everything was finally ready. Pollux and Cassiopeia were preparing the final details of their case. They would go before the Wizengamot the next day, and Pollux had every confidence he would be able to secure his grandson's release. He was, after all, P.C. Black, Chief Warlock Emeritus. Albus Dumbledore sat wearily in his chair the next morning, not eager for the day's work to begin. The Wizengamot confronted many unpleasant issues at the best of times, and today's docket promised to be especially painful. The very first case was a petition brought by Pollux Black. Pollux had always been a rather unsavory character, manipulative and vindictive. He had many enemies and few friends. But he was richer than Croesus, and his legal knowledge was unsurpassed. Dumbledore did not know what precisely the crotchety wizard had in mind, but he knew that whatever it was promised to make his life exceedingly difficult. All the Blacks seemed to have that talent, and Dumbledore had recently been surprised and, secretly, a bit disappointed to learn that Sirius, whom he had happily believed to be the end of the miserable line, had managed to reproduce, with a Malfoy no less, and that the son, Ares, would be attending Hogwarts in a little over a year. Dumbledore naturally intended to do his best not to prejudge the unfortunate boy, but his origins were hardly auspicious. He reluctantly called the Wizengamot to order, and two of his least favorite people in the world appeared in front of him, Pollux Black and his spinster sister Cassiopeia, who had wreaked havoc on the Hogwarts Board of Governors since before Dumbledore had become headmaster. Cassiopeia stood straight and proud, but Pollux sat hunched over in an ornately carved walking chair. "Professor Dumbledore," Pollux announced, his voice shaking. "Honored members of the Wizengamot, I come before you this morning with a most serious grievance concerning a gross miscarriage of justice that has been perpetrated by the Ministry of Magic against my grandson, Sirius Orion Black." Dumbledore turned pale. What did the old man have up his sleeve? "I have learnt that my grandson, the heir to the headship of the noble and most ancient House of Black, was thrown into Azkaban 9 years ago without even the benefit of a trial," Pollux continued. There were several gasps, and several more angry murmurs. Pollux flicked his wand and sent a scroll to the evidence desk. This scroll contains a copy of the order to imprison Sirius immediately, without a trial. It bears the signatures of Millicent Bagnold, then Minister for Magic, and Bartemius Crouch, then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A similar scroll appeared before each member of the Wizengamot. They unraveled the scrolls and looked them over carefully. The angry murmurs increased. As the honorable members can all plainly see, the offenses cited in justification of my grandson's imprisonment are two, Pollux went on. Sirius is firstly accused of having betrayed the Potters to him who must not be named, and secondly of murdering Peter Pettigrew and a number of Muggles. These crimes are certainly heinous, but we must not allow their seriousness to obscure our sense of justice. Every witch and wizard has an absolute right to a full trial. Dumbledore frowned. He did not like where this was headed. The injustice in the present case is greatly exacerbated by the frivolous nature of the evidence on which the decision was based, Pollux said. It is claimed that Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper, and therefore the only one who could have betrayed them to the Dark Lord. Yet we have no solid evidence to confirm this. Actually, Pollux, there is no doubt that Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper, Dumbledore said. I gave evidence on this myself. Pollux smiled condescendingly. Quite right, Headmaster, he said, emphasizing his obstinate refusal to refer to Dumbledore as Chief Warlock, and sent another scroll to the evidence desk. You have before you the official testimony of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. As you see, the professor is quite adamant that James Potter told him that he intended to make Sirius his secret keeper. Are you insinuating that the Chief Warlock told a lie? An angry witch demanded. Not at all, Pollux said calmly. However, his so-called evidence is inadmissible. Professor Dumbledore said that James Potter said that he was planning to make Sirius his secret keeper. This is only hearsay. The headmaster has no direct knowledge that Sirius was ever in fact the secret keeper, nor even that the Fidelius charm was actually performed. I would remind the Wizengamot that under the rules of procedure laid down by Merlin himself, hearsay may not be used to convict a wizard of a crime. What about Peter Pettigrew's evidence? Another wizard asked. Ah, yes, Peter Pettigrew's evidence. Pollux smiled. Alas, here too we are dealing with hearsay. An Auror reported that a Muggle claimed that Pettigrew accused Sirius of having betrayed James and Lily. One might as well throw a child into Azkaban because another wizard heard a house elf claim to have heard the child threaten to kill another child after losing a game of Quidditch. More murmuring erupted. Dumbledore knew he was losing control of the situation. There is also the murder of Peter Pettigrew to consider, he pointed out. Pollux laughed. And what evidence is there to prove that? An Auror reported that a Muggle claimed to have seen the two wizards arguing, followed by an explosion. The evidence statute of 1236 clearly states that Muggle evidence is not to be relied upon in such cases, and rightly so, inasmuch as the unreliability of Muggles in any such situation is obvious to all right-thinking people. Sirius was found at the scene of the crime afterwards, Amelia Bones reminded the old man. He laughed madly at the murder. Pollux narrowed his eyes. Precisely, Madam Bones. He laughed madly, a response that I believe indicates only that Sirius was driven momentarily insane by the sudden tragic loss of 3 of his closest friends. What further evidence is there? Was priori incantatem performed on his wand? Was he interrogated under veritaserum? If so, there is no evidence in the record of anything of the sort having been done. Dumbledore sighed. Are you asking for Sirius to be given a trial? At this late date? Pollux snarled. Don't be preposterous. Sirius has sat in prison for 9 horrible years, without ever receiving a trial. All the evidence provided is flimsy at best, nonsensical at worst. The only witnesses to the supposed crimes are dead or long obliviated. On the basis of the Criminal Trials Act of 1739, I demand that Sirius Black be released immediately, the case dismissed and his record cleared. Now you're the one who's being preposterous, Dumbledore replied. Hardly, Headmaster, Pollux drawled. The Criminal Trials Act clearly specifies that no pureblood witch or wizard is to be held without trial for longer than 30 days. In the event that such a violation does occur, the accused is to be released at once and cleared of all charges. Dumbledore sighed. This was shaping up to be a very unpleasant day indeed. The dog that was Sirius Black sat on his haunches, howling at the window of his cell, just as he did every day. His canine thoughts raced incessantly. Harry was dead. James was dead. Lily was dead. Sirius was stuck in this miserable hellhole. Peter had betrayed them all. Harry was dead. James was dead. Lily was dead. Sirius was stuck in this miserable hellhole. Peter had betrayed them all. Harry was dead. James was dead. Lily. The dark cloud of the Dementors lifted a bit, and the dog stopped howling. He heard footsteps outside the door of his cell and transformed. The door swung open, revealing an Auror. Come with me, Mr. Black, the Auror commanded. Sirius followed him meekly through the winding corridors of the prison, until they finally came out in a brightly lit waiting room, where another Auror was standing alongside an elderly which Sirius had not seen in many years. Aunt Cassie, he said in confusion. What are you doing here? The witch said nothing, but the second Auror stepped forward and unrolled a scroll. Sirius Orion Black, he read. At 10:30 this morning the Wizengamot voted on procedural grounds to clear you of all charges and order your immediate release from Azkaban. All your rights are hereby restored. The Ministry of Magic will deposit 50,000 galleons in your Gringotts vault, with their apologies, on the condition that you sign a waiver promising never to bring a lawsuit against the Ministry or any past or present Ministry officials over this matter. Do you agree to the waiver? Sirius was stunned. He thought he must be dreaming. Do you agree to the waiver? The Auror repeated. Sirius nodded dumbly, and signed the parchment the Auror held out to him. His hand shook terribly. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, the Auror continued, allow me to express our sincerest apologies for the mistakes made in your arrest and incarceration, and to wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Congratulations, Sirius, Aunt Cassie said, and motioned for Sirius to go with her. They stepped into another room with a single large fireplace and flowed directly to the ministry. At the other end a couple of Aurors asked for their papers. Aunt Cassie handed over a roll of parchment, and the Aurors let them leave. Aunt Cassie led Sirius to a discreet fireplace that was used only for the departure of released convicts, and they flowed to a familiar flat. It was the flat Sirius had inherited from Uncle Alfred and shared with James after they finished Hogwarts. Welcome home, Sirius, Aunt Cassie said, and Sirius broke down in tears. The old witch showed him little sympathy. For Merlin's sake, calm yourself, Sirius. He continued to weep. Cassiopeia rolled her eyes. There is no time for this, Sirius. You have your godson to think of, after all. Harry's dead, Sirius said bitterly. No, he isn't, Aunt Cassie replied crisply. Sirius stopped crying and looked at her hopefully. He isn't. Where is he? What happened? Aunt Cassie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Harry Potter is well for the time being. If you value his life, you must listen carefully to me and do exactly as I say. Sirius looked his great-aunt firmly in the eyes. I'm listening. A month later, in the south of France, the Black household was making preparations for Harry's upcoming birthday. The entire extended Black and Malfoy families were coming, as had become their tradition over the years. For Harry and Draco, this year's celebration was particularly significant, as Aunt Cassie had agreed to take them both back to England on August 2nd, in order to buy their wands. For several days leading up to the celebration, the house was in an uproar. Granny spent all her time in the kitchen with Roquefort, her skilled house elf, making preparations for an enormous feast. Mopsy came over from England to decorate the chateau, filling every room with fresh flowers and streamers. The guests came over a few at a time. Uncle Marius and Aunt Clytemnestra came first, followed the next day by the Malfoys. Pollux and Irma came the day before Harry's birthday, along with a teenage witch with pink hair. Dora! Harry exclaimed. It's been ages. Pollux had fulfilled his promise to take Harry and Draco to meet their cousin Nymphadora Tonks a couple of years before, but they hadn't seen each other very often since then. Family tensions still ran high. I thought your mum and dad didn't want you to come. Dora shrugged. They didn't. But I'm 17 now, so I can do what I like. We're glad to have you, dear, Melania said. On August 1st, Harry's birthday dinner began promptly at noon, with mountains of food and plenty of laughter. Halfway through there was a flash, and Aunt Cassie appeared, clutching a hairbrush together with a tall man with shoulder-length black hair. Happy birthday, Aries, Aunt Cassie said. I apologize for our tardiness. She gestured towards the stranger. I've brought someone you should meet. Harry looked at the man for what seemed an eternity before he recognized him. The man's robes were elegant, and his hair and beard were neatly trimmed and well kept. But he was very thin, and his gray eyes bore a sunken, haunted look. He looked different, but Harry had seen him in plenty of pictures and heard countless stories about him. It was his godfather and supposed father, Sirius Black. Harry began to panic. Everything was going to be ruined. He looked at Uncle Marius anxiously, but the squib smiled at Harry reassuringly, and nodded slightly. Harry swallowed hard. I know you, he said quietly. You're my dad. You're Sirius Black. Draco and Dora gasped, but none of the adults seemed surprised. Harry waited for the confused look, the loud denial, the angry rejection, but they never came. Sirius only smiled a bit nervously and nodded. That's right, Aries, he said sheepishly. And I'd know you anywhere, even if I haven't seen you since you were a baby. He looked at Harry meaningfully. You look just like your dad. Except for the eyes. You have your mother's eyes. He winked at Harry imperceptibly, and in that instant the boy understood. Somehow Sirius knew everything that had happened, but he still wanted Harry. Harry suddenly felt an inexpressible warmth wash over him. Sirius was free, he knew who Harry really was, and he still wanted him. Sirius held his arms wide and gave Harry a tentative look, as though frightened that Harry might not want him in return. The tears burst forth unbidden as Harry ran to Sirius and hugged him tightly, never wanting to let go, savoring his godfather's affectionate embrace. Happy birthday, son, Sirius whispered into his ear, in roughly key, at the top of Harry's head. Thanks, Dad, Harry murmured through his tears. Harry pulled Sirius over to the table. And they sat down. Arcturus rose from his seat and raised a glass. Allow me to propose a toast, he said in his high, reedy voice, to my grandson, Sirius Orion Black, heir to our noble and most ancient house, and to his fine son, Aries Sirius Black, who has turned into such a magnificent young gentleman, a tribute to his breeding and upbringing. Sirius and Aries. Sirius and Aries, the family mumbled. Arcturus sat back down. Merlin, Sirius, it's good to have you back, Melania gushed, piling food high on his plate with her wand. You're awfully thin. It's not healthy. Not to worry, though. We shall have you fixed up in no time. Cassiopeia coughed pointedly. Thank you, Granny, Sirius said. Actually, Aunt Cassie has already done a good bit of fixing me up and bringing me up to date. I don't know how I could have managed without her. Oh, it's nothing at all, Cassiopeia said, blushing faintly. Oh no, Aunt Cassie, I'm very grateful to you, Sirius said. I'm especially thankful for the excellent tutoring you've been giving Aries. I do hope you'll continue. Cassiopeia beamed at him. Well, if you insist, dear, I suppose I can. We must provide only the best for darling Aries. Yes, I see no reason why anything should change, simply because Sirius is free, Pollux opined. You and the squibs have been doing a fine job of raising Aries, and I'm sure Sirius will be only too happy to maintain the status quo. Irma rolled her eyes. Marius and Clytemnestra just sighed. Well, I for one am glad that little Aries has a father, Abraxas said. You're a fine boy, Sirius. Allow me to express my joy at having you as my son-in-law, and to welcome you to the Malfoy family. Our home is your home. Lucius muttered darkly under his breath. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, Sirius said. Abraxas chuckled. Please, call me, Dad. Lucius continued his angry muttering. Harry glanced over at Draco and rolled his eyes. Draco chuckled, but not before Harry had seen a look of longing in his cousin's eyes as he stared at the way Sirius had his arm around Harry's shoulders. By the way, Ares, Cassiopeia piped up. Don't forget that your father and I shall take you and Draco to Diagon Alley tomorrow in order to purchase your wands. That will give you a good month of practice before you return to England. Pollux harumphed. I don't see the need for these preposterous restrictions on underage magic. The French take a much more sensible line on this, I think. Well, our children manage to do magic at home without being detected, Irma replied acidly. I don't think their having to abstain in public is such an insuperable hardship. Not all families allow their children to use magic at home, Irma, Melania pointed out. I was never allowed to practice during the holidays. Yes, dear, Irma replied in a saccharine voice. But you come from a family of Hufflepuffs. Don't let your great-grandmother prejudice you, boys, Melania said to Ares and Draco. Hufflepuff is a fine house. I'm with you, Granny, Dora said proudly. Draco, if you're sorted into Hufflepuff, I swear I'll disown you, Lucius said evenly. Don't be ridiculous, Lucius, Abraxas said. Draco will go wherever Ares goes, and where else could our little Parselmouth go but Slytherin? Lucius resumed his muttering. I don't know, Dad, Sirius said with a mischievous smile. Ares could take after his father and wind up in Gryffindor. Everyone fell silent and scowled at Sirius. Harry jumped into his father's defense. That's brilliant, Dad, he said. He gave Draco a pointed look, and his cousin jumped in. That's right, Uncle Sirius, Draco said. It would be wicked for me and Ares to wind up in Gryffindor. Who knew you were so devious? What are you babbling on about, Draco? Lucius demanded. Think about it, Uncle Lucius, Harry said. If I'm to fulfill my true destiny, it's essential to keep meddling old fools like Albus Dumbledore from suspecting what I'm up to. He'll watch us like a hawk if we're in Slytherin, given our family backgrounds, Draco said. The prejudiced old codger, Pollux muttered emphatically. But in Gryffindor, we could do as we please, without fear of retribution, Draco continued. We can build up our power bases without opposition, Harry added. And when the time is right, we strike, Sirius said brightly, to everyone's shock and delight. The muggle-loving fools won't know what hit them. Harry and Draco looked up at him in a mixture of surprise and admiration. No adult had ever caught onto them so quickly before, still less joined in. Cassiopeia cackled. A fine plan, worthy of Slytherin's true heir. Abraxas chuckled thoughtfully. You make good points, boys. If anything, I think this proves the two of you think like Slytherins. But, if you can pull it off, your plot has my blessing. No one would expect the next Dark Lord to come from Hufflepuff, either, Melania said, sulking, but no one paid her any mind, except for poor Dora, who was beginning to understand just why her parents wanted her to keep her distance from the House of Black. After dinner, Sirius, Harry, Draco and Abraxas went outside for a game of 2-on-2 Quidditch. Harry and Sirius teamed up against Draco and Abraxas, and the teams were fairly evenly matched. Sirius and Harry won the first match, and then Sirius suggested they switch. Draco seemed surprised. I thought you'd want to spend time with Ares, he sputtered. I do, Sirius said. But I'd also like to get to know my favorite nephew. Draco raised an eyebrow. Uncle Sirius, I'm your only nephew. Sirius grinned. Precisely. Abraxas and Harry won the second match handily, and Draco looked a bit frustrated, but Sirius ruffled his hair and promised him that they'd play again the next day after they got back from Diagon Alley. And tomorrow, we'll win, Sirius assured his nephew. In your dreams, Abraxas retorted. Harry and Draco both laughed. Late that night, after everyone had gone to bed, Sirius slipped into Harry's room and sat on the edge of his bed. Ares, are you awake? He asked. Harry yawned. I am now, he mumbled. We can talk tomorrow, if you'd rather, Sirius offered. Harry shook his head. No, I'm up. He sat up in his bed. Thanks for looking out for Draco earlier today, he said. I think he's feeling left out. Sirius chuckled. I noticed. I saw the way he was watching us at dinner. It reminded me actually of how envious I used to feel of James and his family. Mr. Potter did his best to make me feel at home, and I suppose the least I can do is try to do the same thing for Draco." He paused. "Harry, we need to talk about something." Harry's face fell. He knew it was too good to be true. "Don't worry. I know you're not my real father." He looked up at Sirius earnestly. "I really appreciate your playing along. I don't want to go back to the Muggles." "That's not what I meant, Harry," Sirius said. "In the first place, I want to make sure I know the whole story. Aunt Cassie explained most of it, but I don't know how much you've told her." Harry's eyes went wide. "Aunt Cassie knows. We haven't told her anything." "How did she find out?" "She didn't tell me." "Why does she play along then?" Sirius smirked. "Let's just say that the fact that you vanquished Voldemort as a baby feeds her fantasies about your dark power." "You said his name," Harry exclaimed. "No one ever says his name." Sirius just shrugged. "Let's start from the beginning, shall we?" Harry explained how life had been at the Dursleys before the Squibs rescued him, and how they had disguised Harry using a potion. He talked about the past few years and how he appreciated his quirky family. He talked about Draco and the pranks they played. Sirius laughed at that. "It sounds like me and your dad," he said. "We did that sort of thing all the time." "I know, Dad," Harry said. "Uncle James told me." "Where do you think we got the idea?" Sirius frowned. "I want you to remember that James Potter is your real dad. You can even just call me Sirius when we're alone." Harry nodded. "I understand. You'll probably want children of your own someday." "Real children." Sirius looked at Harry strangely, and then laughed out loud. "That's not what I meant, Harry," he said fondly. "Your dad was the best friend I ever had, and a wonderful man. It would feel like betraying him if I let you forget that you're really a Potter. I could never forgive myself." He put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "As for you, though, I've loved you since before you were born, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to care for you." "Really?" Harry asked in a small voice. "Absolutely," Sirius replied. He chuckled. "In some ways, I feel guilty. You look like me. You use my name. It's like I've stolen you." Harry looked surprised. "I never thought of it that way. I've just always wanted a real dad. The portraits are great and all, but..." He trailed off. "They get old after a while," Sirius finished for him. "They never change or grow." "Exactly. Once I accidentally went 2 whole days without talking to them, and they didn't even notice." "Of course they didn't," Sirius said. "They're designed that way." Harry shrugged. "I think that's when I realized for the first time that they weren't real people, that my real dad was dead." "Well, I don't know how good I'll be at filling his shoes," Sirius said hesitantly. "He was a special man. But I'll do my best." Harry chewed his lower lip. "Do you mind if I call you Dad, even when we're in private?" Sirius looked surprised. "Not at all. I thought you wouldn't want to. I'm just some stranger who's barged into your life, after all." Harry laughed. "Hardly. I've been looking at your pictures and hearing stories about you since I was 6. I used to dream that you'd come live with us, and that we'd finally be a real family." He paused. "Sometimes I had nightmares, though, that you wouldn't want me." Sirius hugged Harry tightly. "Never think that, Harry. Never think that." Harry chuckled. "It's just a stupid dream, right? I used to have lots of dreams about an enormous black dog too. They say that's the Grim, and to dream of it is bad luck, but nothing bad ever happened." Sirius smiled. "Actually, Harry, in your case, I think the Grim is good luck." "Why's that? Can you keep a secret?" Sirius asked. Harry rolled his eyes. "Think about who you're talking to." Sirius laughed. "Good point." He transformed, then and there. Harry let out a small yelp, but then began to run his fingers through the dog's magnificent fur. He sniggered. "Aunt Cassie's going to have kittens," he said with a grin. "She hates dogs." The next day after breakfast, Harry, Draco, Sirius and Cassiopeia took a portkey to Windermere Court, and then flowed to Diagon Alley. The passers-by whispered as they walked along the street towards Ollivanders. Several people shot Sirius nasty looks, and one witch actually came up to him and started yelling before Cassiopeia blasted her out of the way with a flick of her wand. The sudden protests were deafening. "Self-defense," Cassiopeia snarled at the angry crowd. "Next time I shan't be so gentle." The crowd reluctantly backed away. The quartet arrived at Ollivander's without further incident, and the elderly wandmaker greeted them profusely. "Ah, Miss Black, it is a delight to see you," he said, bowing. "Walnut, 12 inches, dragon heartstring, as I recall. Quite rigid." He turned to Sirius. "Mr. Black, what a surprise. I suppose you'll be wanting a new wand." Sirius nodded, and Ollivander began searching through boxes. It took a few tries, but they settled on a mahogany wand with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" he asked politely. "Yes, in fact," said Sirius. "We're also here to buy wands for my son and nephew." Ollivander furrowed his brow. "Are the boys 11 yet, Mr. Black?" "Not yet," Sirius said calmly. "This is a most unusual request," Ollivander began, but stopped at Cassiopeia's death glare. "One I am sure we can accommodate." He looked for Draco's wand first, and it didn't take long before the blonde boy was matched up with a 10-inch hawthorn wand with a unicorn hair core. Then Ollivander began to look for Harry's wand. It took a very long time, and they went through half the wands in the store, with the old wandmaker growing ever more excited as they failed to make a match. Finally, he handed Harry an 11-inch holly wand with a phoenix feather core. "Try this," he said eagerly. Harry took the wand, and instantly knew this was the right choice. Sparks flew and Ollivander applauded. "Very interesting, Mr. Black," he said thoughtfully. "Very interesting, indeed. What's interesting?" Cassiopeia demanded. "You see, madam," Ollivander explained, "the phoenix whose feather is in this wand gave one other feather, just one. That wand went on to do many great things." He looked Harry in the eyes, and Harry felt a chill run up his spine. "How intriguing, that you should wind up with this particular wand, especially given the identity of its brother's owner. Who owned the other wand?" Cassiopeia snapped. Ollivander's gaze did not waver from Harry as he replied. "He who must not be named." Sirius and Draco ended up playing one-on-one Quidditch that afternoon, as everyone else was fawning over Harry and his new wand. Cassiopeia retold the story over and over again, and even Lucius didn't seem able to pull himself away. Abraxas, Pollux and Arcturus were ecstatic. When Sirius and Draco had finished playing and began to head back in, the fuss had yet to subside. "Poor Ares," Sirius said to Draco as they watched Harry through the window. "He looks miserable in there." "I don't know why," Draco replied. "He should be used to all the attention by now. I think he'd rather be out here playing Quidditch with us." Draco rolled his eyes. "Of course he would. That's what's so frustrating." Sirius looked at Draco curiously. "What do you mean?" The blonde boy laughed mirthlessly. "Ares has had the whole family fawning over him ever since he came to England. Any normal boy would get a big head about it, and you could hate him with a clear conscience. But Ares is different. They treat him like he's Salazar reborn, but he treats me like we're the same. He thinks the fact that everyone expects him to be the next Dark Lord is some enormous joke." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Draco sighed. "I think it's terrifying," he replied seriously. "We read about Grindelwald, and Aunt Cassie starts crowing about how Ares will kill twice as many mudbloods as he did. Ares runs into a garden snake at Grimmauld Place, and Great-Granddad makes him give a Parseltongue demonstration for an hour. He throws a quaffle inside and breaks one of Mum's vases, and all he has to do is ask Granddad about some obscure point in Magic Most Evil, and he's out of trouble." "You're jealous," Sirius observed. Draco scoffed. "Not about that rubbish." "What about, then?" "I'm jealous about the squibs," Draco said after a pause. "They really care about Ares, and they don't care whether he grows up to be the true heir of Slytherin or a curse breaker for Gringotts. The only person I have who treats me that way is Ares." He glared at Sirius. "That's why I expect you not to let him down, Uncle Sirius. Ares needs more people who love him for who he is, not what he is, or what he might be." Sirius grinned and gestured at his nephew. "It looks like he already has someone like that." Draco shrugged. "Someone has to keep an eye on the fellow. They'll eat him alive." He paused. "I worry about him, though." "What about?" "Mostly that they'll all turn out to be right," Draco said. "I don't want Ares to be the next Dark Lord." "Why's that?" Sirius asked. "It's not that I'm a Muggle lover or anything," Draco said hastily. "I'm all for the purity of the wizarding race, same as anyone." He chewed his lower lip. "But when I hear them describe the things they hope he'll do." He sighed. "Ares is special. I don't want him to turn into some kind of monster. He set his jaw firmly. And I promised myself on his 8th birthday that I would stay beside him and not let that happen. We're on the same page, then, Sirius said with a chuckle. Are you willing to take on a partner in crime? Draco smirked. Why not? I am tired of working alone. Sirius laughed and tousled his nephew's hair. You're a good lad, Draco. The blond boy grinned. You're not bad yourself, Uncle Sirius. The family returned to England on August 3rd, leaving Harry, Draco and Sirius to enjoy the rest of their summer in peace. They played a lot of Quidditch and explored the woods around the chateau, but mostly Sirius helped the boys as they practiced spells. Harry and Draco already knew dozens of incantations, and they had been memorizing wand movements ever since Cassiopeia had given them practice wands, but it proved to be rather a difficult task for the boys to combine the external technique with their magic. On the day they were working on the levitation charm, the weather was sweltering, and they hadn't had any luck. Harry was getting rather annoyed. Come on, Aries, Sirius urged. You have to envision the feather flying. Picture your magic reaching out through the wand and lifting it up into the air. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry intoned for the 5th time, and this time, finally, his feather soared gracefully into the air. Draco clapped. You did it. Now it's my turn. He hopped off the fence on which he was sitting and ran over. Harry levitated the feather back to its spot on a large rock. Draco drew his wand and slashed it at the feather. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, and the feather moved slightly. Focus, Draco, Sirius said. Your wand isn't a battle axe. Try to ease up just a bit. Draco tried again, and this time sent the feather soaring. Well done, Sirius said, clapping Draco on the back. And only on your 2nd try. Good job, Draco, Harry mumbled, but his heart wasn't in it. He wasn't used to being beaten by Draco in lessons, and didn't think he liked it. I want to try again, Draco said, but Sirius stopped him. Wait, it's Aries' turn. No, it's all right, Harry said glumly. I'm done for now. You go ahead. Sirius frowned, but went back to helping Draco. Harry felt something roar in anger deep inside him. Sirius was supposed to be his dad, wasn't he? And Harry was always the best in lessons. Draco provided stiff competition, of course, but this time he had got the spell in half the time it had taken Harry. You're being stupid, he told himself. Draco was only a bit ahead of you, and he had the chance to watch Dad working with you. But Dad's working with him now. Harry thought back to his first conversation with Draco, in which he had promised not to steal Draco's parents if Draco wouldn't steal the squibs. They had kept that bargain, but they had never discussed what to do if Sirius came back into the picture. You wanted Dad to give Draco some attention, remember? Shut up. Harry wandered off into the woods. He snorted. Dad and Draco probably wouldn't even notice. He followed a little stream as it wound its way through the trees, kicking clods of mud into the clear water as he walked. There was a sudden, angry hiss. You're disturbing my nest, human, he heard, and turned around to see an enormous adder. Leave me alone, Harry commanded, and the snake pulled back. I have heard of you, my lord, it hissed back. You are the great wizard who speaks the noble tongue. How great a wizard can I be, if it takes me 5 tries to get the levitation charm? He sat down by the side of the stream. Draco got it in 2. The snake laughed. There is more than one kind of magic, is there not? Can this Draco speak with serpents? No. Then there is at least one way in which you are his superior. I don't want to be his superior, Harry said, but the hissing rang false even to his own ears. If that's true, then why does it bother you that the other boy outperforms you? Does he always do so? Harry shook his head. No. If anything, it's usually the other way around. Does the other boy storm off when you surpass him? Harry laughed despite himself. Sometimes, but not often. Is this Draco your bitter enemy? Not at all. He's my cousin, practically my brother. The snake slithered closer to Harry. Forgive me, my lord. I am afraid I do not see the cause of your frustration. Harry paused. I guess I'm used to being the center of everyone's attention, he said, but that did not feel right either. Is everyone paying Draco a great deal of attention? Harry sighed. No. It's just my dad. The snake hissed triumphantly. Now I understand. You are possessive of your parent. You wish to keep him entirely for yourself. I wanted Dad to spend some time with Draco, Harry said in feeble protest, though he knew the snake was right. He's my best friend, and his own dad doesn't pay him very much attention, except when he gets in trouble. Do you believe that your parent has come to care for your friend more than he does for you? Harry thought about that. No. Do you wish for your parent to care for your friend less than he does? Harry shook his head and laughed. I'm being stupid, aren't I? I cannot judge that, my lord, the snake replied. I do not understand the complexities of human interpersonal relationships. It paused. However, if you value Draco highly. I do, Harry said earnestly. And if you wish your parent also to value Draco. I do. Then it would seem you have received exactly what you wished for. In other words, I'm being stupid, Harry replied, picking himself off the grass. Thanks for listening. Any time, noble sorcerer, the snake hissed back. He flickered his tongue a few times. May I make a small request, my lord? Go ahead. Could you show me some magic? Harry laughed and pointed his wand at a twig on the grass. Wingardium Leviosa, he hissed, and was stunned when the twig flew 30 feet in the air. The snake was impressed. My lord is a very powerful wizard. Where did you learn the classical tongue of the serpent lords? Harry stared at the snake blankly. What do you mean? You delivered your incantation in the ancient tongue. I said the spell in Parseltongue. Harry was surprised. He had not meant to do so. Indeed, my lord, the snake said. I wonder if that's why the spell was more powerful, Harry mused. He tried another spell with which he had yet to have much success. Aguamenti, he hissed, and a torrent of water burst forth from the tip of his wand. Impressive, said the snake. This is brilliant, Harry exclaimed, all his anger and frustration forgotten. I've got to show Dad and Draco. He bade the adder farewell and ran off to join the others. There you are, Ares, Draco said when Harry came back. The blond boy was standing alone by the fence where they had been practicing. We were wondering where you ran off to. Uncle Sirius went to go look for you. He beamed. I managed the Aguamenti charm, and Alohomora too. Well done, Harry said, with a good deal more enthusiasm than he had when Draco had mastered the levitation charm. I did Aguamenti too. Look at this. He raised his wand and let out a strangled hiss. A torrent of water once again burst from the tip of his wand. Wicked. Draco's eyes were wide with excitement. Did you say the spell in Parseltongue? Harry nodded eagerly. I didn't even know I could. Sirius came jogging down from the house. When he saw Harry he breathed a deep sigh of relief. There you are, Ares, he panted. I was worried about you. Sorry, Dad, Harry replied, feeling foolish about his bout of jealousy. I just needed a bit of a walk, that's all. Look what he can do, Uncle Sirius, Draco said eagerly. Show him, Ares. Harry leveled his wand towards the feather with which they had been practicing and hissed. The feather burst into flames. Sirius applauded. That was fantastic. I never knew you could do spells in Parseltongue. I didn't either, Dad. I was talking to a snake in the woods and it asked to see some magic. I suppose I forgot to switch to human speech before I said the spell, and the twig shot 30 feet into the air. Do you think Parseltongue makes your spells more powerful? Draco asked. I don't know, Harry said. It looks like it. Sirius stroked his beard thoughtfully. We'll have to look into it. It could be that the Parseltongue just helps you to focus better. That's why we use Latin for spells, after all. Perhaps Aunt Cassie will have an idea. Draco and Harry groaned in unison. She's going to go on about this until Christmas, Harry grumbled. Draco nodded. And once she gets going, everyone else will join in. We'll never hear the end of it. Sirius chuckled. Or we can keep it a secret. Both boys nodded enthusiastically. One morning after breakfast, a week before they returned to England, Sirius came into the playroom and announced that the boys would have a different sort of lesson that day. What are we going to do, Dad? Harry asked. Sirius grinned. We're going to leave the chateau and travel undercover in the Muggle world. What is there to do in the Muggle world? Draco scoffed. We are going to study the finer aspects of Muggle culture, Sirius replied smugly. What? Harry and Draco exclaimed in unison. Sirius only chuckled in response. Muggles don't have culture, Draco protested. They're just dumb animals. Not to mention violent and unpredictable, Harry added. Why should we want to learn about them? The official reason that you will provide Lucius and Aunt Cassie if ever they find out, Sirius said pompously, is that wizards, Even dark wizards often have the need to travel undetected amongst muggles. We cannot keep to ourselves all the time. Most wizards, however, are so incompetent at dealing with muggles that you can detect them a mile away. Unless you learn how to dress like a muggle properly, how to act like a muggle and how to interact with them, it may well thwart your pernicious plots for global domination. We have wands, Uncle Sirius, Draco said, holding his own up in demonstration. Muggles don't. We don't need to slink amongst them in disguise. Sirius clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Tut, tut, Draco. That was very Gryffindorish thinking. Good Slytherins ought always to be prepared to move about in stealth in order to achieve their insidious ends. Harry rolled his eyes. That's the official reason, you said. What's the real reason? Sirius's eyes twinkled mischievously. Because it's fun. Harry sighed. We're not going to get out of this, are we, Dad? His father let out a bark-like laugh. Not a chance. He flicked his wand and summoned a large bag. To start with, we need to fix your clothes. He reached into the bag and handed each boy a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, a leather jacket, socks and a pair of trainers. Harry groaned. He hadn't worn muggle clothes since the Squibs had rescued him from the Dursleys. Draco was indignant. You want us to wear trousers in public? That's barbaric. Just put them on, Sirius ordered. You aren't wearing them, Harry observed. Sirius smirked. Nice try. I'm already dressed under my robes. The boys pulled off their robes and dressed in the muggle clothes. Harry had no difficulties, but Draco initially tried to put the jeans on backwards. When they had finished, Sirius inspected them. Not bad, he said approvingly. Where do we put our wands? Draco asked. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Do you really think you'll need them? The French may not care so much about underage magic, but they certainly do uphold the international statute of secrecy. But what if we're attacked? Harry offered hopefully. You'll have me with you the whole time, and I will be carrying my wand, Sirius replied. That's not fair, Draco Mo.Ned. Draco. Sirius snapped. What's the number one rule of living with Sirius? Draco pouted. No whinging, he mumbled. Right, Sirius said sternly. And don't either of you forget it. He swept off his robes in a flourish, revealing his outfit of jeans, leather jacket, boots and a faded t-shirt adorned with a phoenix. His wand was tucked into the waistband of his jeans. He led Harry and Draco down the back stairs and through the garden to a secluded place where he had parked a shiny red sports car. Dad, I thought you were training us how to blend in amongst the muggles, Harry pointed out. No, I said that's what you should tell Lucius and Aunt Cassie we've been up to. If they find out, which I hope they won't, Sirius corrected. The real reason we're going on this outing is to have fun. He smiled knowingly. I assure you, the Diablo is fun. The boys climbed into the passenger seat, which Sirius had magically expanded to accommodate them both, and Sirius himself slid behind the steering wheel. He handed Harry and Draco each a pair of sunglasses before slipping on his own, rolling down the windows, starting the engine and peeling out of the black estate onto the main road. He drove them at breathtaking speed to the nearby Zoo de la Barbin, where they spent the rest of the day casually strolling from one exotic animal to another, most of which they had never seen before. Harry, of course, showed a particular affinity for the snakes, but he and Draco both enjoyed the wildcats and the bears, whilst Sirius professed a fondness for the hippopotamuses. So, do you boys still think that muggles have nothing worthwhile? Sirius asked them over lunch as they munched on sandwiches and crisps. I have to admit, Harry said tentatively, the Diablo was fun. Draco nodded in agreement. Nothing on flying, of course, but not bad at all. And this place is fantastic, Harry went on. I had no idea. Dudley got to go to the zoo sometimes, but I never went. Sirius stomped on Harry's foot under the table, and Harry went pale. He had been feeling so relaxed, for a moment he had forgotten that. Draco wasn't supposed to know about the Dursleys. Who's Dudley? Draco asked. Oh, no one, Harry said quickly. Just a boy I knew when I lived with my mum. Doesn't sound French, Draco observed. He was British too, Harry invented. That's why Mum and I knew his family. Fortunately, that seemed to be a sufficient explanation for Draco, and Sirius steered the discussion in another direction. After lunch they resumed strolling through the zoo until late afternoon, when they headed back to the car park and climbed into the Diablo. That was brilliant, Uncle Sirius, Draco said as he fastened his seatbelt. Yeah, Thanks a bunch, Dad, Harry jumped in. Sirius chuckled. Oh, we're not done yet, boys. We have more Muggle culture to explore. He turned on the car and they zoomed off towards Marseille, the radio pumping out Muggle music at full blast. When they reached the town, Sirius parked the car and they walked the rest of the way to an excellent restaurant where they had 3 different sorts of pizza. This is amazing, Dad, Harry gushed over his first slice. Draco's face bore an expression of perfect bliss. I've never had anything like it in my life. After dinner Sirius took the boys to a cinema, where they watched an American film that seemed mainly to consist of a series of very impressive explosions. The Muggles who took their tickets protested that the boys were too young to see the film, but Sirius discreetly confronted them. Harry and Draco were both captivated. Muggles are rather violent, aren't they, Uncle Sirius? Draco whispered halfway through the film. Sirius shrugged. Of course they are, but what else do you expect? They don't have magic, so they have to resort to brute force. Draco nodded, and fell silent. After the film, Sirius drove the boys back to the chateau. They fell asleep in the car, and he had to levitate them into bed. He himself fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, a satisfied grin on his face. Sirius and the boys prepared to return to England at the end of August with a heavy heart. Neither Harry nor Draco could remember ever having had such a marvelous summer, and Sirius had begun to settle comfortably into his new role as Harry's father. None of them looked forward to rejoining the perpetual intrigue that was daily life in the houses of Black and Malfoy. Nonetheless, when the 1st of September came around, all 3 gathered in the entrance hall with their trunks, bade Arcturus and Melania farewell and portkeyed back to Windermere Court. Marius, Clytemnestra and Cassiopeia greeted them. Welcome home, boys, Cassiopeia said. I am looking forward to our first lessons of the year on Monday. I trust I shall find that you have been diligent in your wandwork over the past month. Yes, Aunt Cassie, Harry and Draco replied in unison. They had both become quite competent at a number of basic spells, though Harry was still far stronger when he cast in Parseltongue. He was sorely tempted to use only Parseltongue, because it was so much easier, but since Harry hoped to keep his newfound talent from Aunt Cassie's notice, he forced himself to learn the normal way. Your mother told me that she wanted you to come home right away, Draco, Clytemnestra said. You may use the fireplace in the parlor. We shall send Mopsy over with your things presently. Thank you, Aunt Clytemnestra, Draco said, and waved to Harry and Sirius. See you tomorrow, Ares, Uncle Sirius. Bye, Draco, Harry said. Sirius patted the blond boy on the shoulder, and Draco ran off to the parlor. As for you two, Marius said, Pollux has been asking for you. The healers say he's taken a serious turn for the worse. It won't be long now until the end. Harry and Sirius changed into their best robes and flowed over to Grimmauld Place. Creature escorted them up to the master bedroom, where Pollux lay motionless in the center of the large 4-poster bed. Irma sat quietly by his side, looking as though she had not slept in days. Hello, Sirius dear, Irma said. Hello, Ares. It was good of you to come. She glanced at her husband's gently sleeping form. He was asking for you earlier today, but he drifts in and out. I don't know when he will wake up again. That's all right, Grandmamma, Sirius replied, his face unusually solemn. We'll wait here for a while. Why don't you rest a bit? Irma nodded and rose from her chair. Creature, prepare the bed in Mistress Ursula's old room. I shall sleep there for the time being. Prepare Master Sirius's old room for him, and Master Regulus's for Ares. Yes, mistress, the house elf croaked, and scampered off to do her bidding. Irma placed her icy hand on Harry's cheek. He'll be so pleased to know you're here, Ares, she said. Your great-grandfather may have a strange way of showing it, but he cares for you very much. Harry nodded, trying not to cry. He didn't know how to respond. It was strange for a boy whose parents had been murdered when he was 1, but Harry had never really experienced death, not that remembered. Irma dabbed at her eyes with her handkerchief. I was 12 when Pollux and I married, she said. He was 13. It's strange. I've spent the better part of 6 decades devoutly wishing for the bastard to leave me alone. Now, when it seems the old fool's finally preparing to do just that, I find I want nothing more than for him to stay. She burst into tears. Oh Pole, she cried. Whatever shall I do without you? Sirius pulled his grandmother into his arms and let her cry on his shoulder. It'll be all right, Grandmama, he whispered soothingly. Aries and I will take care of you. Everything will be fine. Irma only cried harder into Sirius's best dress robes. Harry stood there and fidgeted nervously. That evening after Harry went to bed in Regulus's old room and Irma returned to her husband's side, Sirius changed into Muggle clothes, slipped out of the house and apparated to an old Muggle pub he and James had often frequented. It had been a very difficult day. Sirius and Harry had taken it in shifts to sit beside Pollux, but the old man woke infrequently. When he did, he tended to rant about Dumbledore or wax eloquent about the beauties of Grindelwald's ideology. The family had known the end was coming, but they hadn't expected it to come so soon. If anything, Sirius would have guessed that Arcturus would go first. Towards the end of their visit, he had kept calling Harry, Sirius, and Sirius, Orion. He was calling Draco, Regulus, which made no sense at all, but the blond boy had borne it in good spirits. Sirius walked into the crowded pub and ordered a pie and a pint, sitting at the table in the corner where the Marauders had always used to sit. They had all come here the night James's mum died, and James and Sirius had come here when they had heard about Regulus's death. As he sat in the familiar spot and sipped the familiar brew, Sirius found that he could almost imagine his friends around him. James would have sat across from him, of course, going on about how beautiful Lily was and how lucky he was to finally get her, or repeating incessantly the latest story about Harry's new word. Remus would have sat to Sirius's left, quietly nursing his ale and smiling softly at the appropriate moments. He could keep quiet most of the night, but when he did speak, his words were golden. Peter would have sat to Sirius's right, hanging onto James's every word as he always did. Sirius raised his ale to his invisible comrades. Here's to you, mates, he whispered. Well, 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 a familiar voice said behind him. If it isn't Sirius Black. Sirius turned around to see Remus Lupin staring at him coldly. He had been dreading this confrontation ever since he was set free. His old friend looked terrible, far too thin, and with a lot of gray hairs he was too young to have. Moony, Sirius said, his voice choking up. It's good to see you. Remus's eyes narrowed. Don't call me that, Black. Your grandfather may have been able to trick the Wizengamot into letting you go, but we both know what you are. I assure you, Remus, you cannot hate me for what happened more than I hate myself, Sirius replied soberly. Remus laughed bitterly. Really? So did Azkaban make you feel sorry you handed James and Lily over to Voldemort, and little Harry too? Or are you sorry because you got your master killed? Don't you think I'd give anything for it to have been me who died instead of James? Sirius shouted. Some of the Muggles turned to look at them, but most minded their own business. That had been one of the reasons the Marauders had always liked this pub in the first place. And what makes it worse, Moony, is that I know it's all my fault, and I couldn't do anything about it. Remus gave Sirius a funny look. I could almost believe you're sincere. His expression turned hard. But you always were a good actor. Sirius chuckled. Not to you and James. You could always tell when I was lying. Apparently not the one time it mattered. I wasn't lying, Moony, Sirius said in a hoarse whisper. Please, you're the one friend I have left. Let me explain. Remus thought a moment. I'll give you one chance. Thank you, Sirius said, sighing with relief. I'm not doing it for you, Remus snapped. If you ask me, it's more than you deserve. But James would have heard you out, even after everything. I'm living at my parents' old house. I assume you remember where it is. Sirius nodded. Meet me there tomorrow at noon. Remus said. Sirius winced. I'm sorry, Moony. I can't. I have to go to Sunday dinner at Malfoy Manor. Of course, Remus scoffed. I can't keep you from your dinner date with the Death Eaters. How about later on? Sirius asked. Maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Remus nodded reluctantly. 4 o'clock sharp. I'll be there, Sirius promised. Remus just shook his head and walked away. After Sirius had polished off his pie and drained his ale, he went to Windermere Court to pick up his pajamas before going back to Grimmauld Place. Harry had been perfectly content to wear some of Sirius's old things for the night, but Sirius had outgrown all his own cast-offs, and absolutely refused to wear any of his father's old pajamas. He stepped into the house to find Marius nursing his fire whiskey in the parlor. Are you heading back to Grimmauld Place this evening? He asked. Sirius nodded. I just came by to pick up some pajamas. How is Pollux? Sirius shrugged. Not well. He's woken up a couple of times today, but he's never been lucid. Grandmama said he was asking for Aries this morning. It's good of you to do this, Marius said. I know you and Pollux were never close. He got me out prison, though. Sirius smiled. I suppose I owe him. In any event, I'm mostly doing it for Grandmama. I didn't expect her to take this so hard. Marius smirked. Curious, isn't it, how often the ones we hate are the ones we care for most deeply? And vice versa, Sirius agreed, and told his uncle about his run-in with Remus at the pub. Remus Lupin. Marius furrowed his brow. That reminds me, you know he came by here a few years ago. Remus did. Sirius was surprised. Why? He was looking for Harry Potter, as I recall, on Dumbledore's behalf. Harry. Sirius frowned. Did he figure out the truth? Marius nodded. Just about all of it. Why didn't he go to Dumbledore? Cassie intervened. Sirius's eyes went wide. What did she do? I don't know, Marius replied. She took him up to her quarters. When he returned he left without another word. She told me that she'd taken care of everything. A memory charm, Sirius suggested. Marius nodded. I think that's most likely. Cassie's always been rather gifted in that area. Sirius thanked his uncle for the information before grabbing his pajamas and flowing over to Grimmauld Place. On his way up to his old bedroom he stopped by the library and retrieved a thick volume on memory charms. Once upstairs he plopped on his bed and flipped through the book, looking for ways to restore a modified or erased memory. There did not seem to be a lot of options, but there was one spell that looked promising, and Sirius did not think it looked particularly difficult. He set the book on his bedside table, dimmed the lights and drifted off to sleep. Perhaps there was a way he could regain Remus's trust after all. That night at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore retired to his private quarters after the sorting feast with a steaming cup of hot cocoa and his favorite Fifi Le Folle novel, Persephone's Passion. He changed into his flowery nightshirt and fuzzy purple slippers before curling up in his favorite armchair beside the fireplace and opening the well-worn novel to where he had left off. He slipped back into the story effortlessly, as he always did. He had just reached the part where the grief-stricken young heroine was preparing to hurl herself off a weather-beaten cliff when a loud tapping on the window interrupted his reverie. He looked up, startled. An owl stood on the ledge outside in the dark. Dumbledore opened the window with a flick of his wand, and the owl flew in and landed on the back of his armchair. A letter hung suspended from its left leg. Dumbledore took the letter and opened it. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore," it began. "As you may recall, you requested to be notified when the second wand made from your phoenix's feathers was sold. You undoubtedly remember that the first such wand was sold to one Tom Riddle, many years ago. The second wand was sold just under a month ago to Aries Black, the son of the recently released convict, Sirius Black. Young Mr. Black is only 10 years old, and I hesitated to make the sale because of the legal restrictions, but Cassiopeia Black was with him, and she insisted that I sell the wand immediately. Having dealt with Miss Black in the past, I am sure you will sympathize with my acquiescence. I hope you find this information of use, though I should greatly appreciate it if you would be so kind as not to reveal that I passed this information on to you. Such a revelation would be bad for business, as well as likely arousing the ire of the formidable Miss Black. I remain, etc. Artemius Ollivander." Dumbledore sighed and set the letter down on the side table. This bore immediate investigation. It appeared that he would have to wait until another time before returning to dear Persephone's adventures. He sent a Patronus to Severus, summoning the potions master to his office, and pulled on decent robes before heading down the steps. Severus Snape walked into the headmaster's office moments later. "What is it, headmaster?" he asked brusquely. "I was preparing to retire." "Thank you for coming so promptly, Severus," Dumbledore said. "I assure you that I should not have asked you to come were it not a matter of great importance. Would you care for a sherbet lemo?" "No, thank you," Severus replied. "As you wish." Dumbledore paused. "Severus, what do you know of Aries Black, the convict's brat?" Severus spat. "Next to nothing. I have never met him. I should have thought that perhaps you had heard something through your other contacts." "I'm a half-blood, Dumbledore. I hardly move in the same social circles as the Blacks and Malfoys," Severus replied coolly. "But what of your other contacts with Lucius?" Severus harumphed. "Most men do not discuss their sister's children with their business associates." He sighed and dipped his head. Lucius Malfoy, however, is not most men. He has been known to speak of the boy on occasion. Dumbledore leaned forward. And, apparently the boy is very like his father, in looks as well as behavior. He is spoilt and arrogant, and loves to engage in outrageous pranks. His chief partner in crime seems to be Lucius's son Draco. And his family encourage this sort of activity. Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. His family seem to be under the mistaken impression that Ares is a wizard of considerable talent, and so give him a great deal of leeway. Lucius says the boy is nothing out of the ordinary, though he admits that perhaps the boy has a particular gift for the dark arts. Severus laughed humorlessly. Old Malfoy, however, is quite smitten with the boy. Apparently he has invited Black to call him Dad. Sirius is Abraxas's son-in-law, Dumbledore observed. Is that so unusual? Severus smirked. Abraxas insists that Lucius address him as father. Dumbledore looked surprised. I see. My impression is that Lucius resents the boy's influence in the family quite strongly, but is powerless to oppose his father. I seem to recall Abraxas being a wizard one would be foolish to cross, Dumbledore said with a smile. Severus nodded. I have met old Malfoy only on a couple of occasions, but he struck me as possessing power and cunning, along with a ruthless ability to get things done. It seems to me unlikely that Abraxas would be won over so easily by the boy without any cause, Dumbledore mused. Has Lucius provided any indication of the reasons behind his father's opinion? Severus shook his head. No, only an old man's sentimentality. However, he has made it clear that the brat has captured the hearts of the old Blacks as well. Arcturus and Pollux. Severus nodded. Dumbledore frowned. There must be something he's not telling you. Neither Arcturus nor Pollux has ever been accused of simple sentimentality. He leaned forward. I want you to keep your ears and eyes open. Inform me of anything you may learn about the boy. Why this sudden interest in Ares Black? Severus asked. I learned today that Ares purchased a wand from Ollivanders a month ago. Your point. It is not all that uncommon for the old pureblood families to ignore the restrictions in that area, and the ministry has never cared. Dumbledore took a deep breath. The wand Ares purchased is the brother of Lord Voldemort's. You think this significant? I do not know, Dumbledore admitted. But you said the boy has an aptitude for the dark arts, and the family think that he has great potential. Knowing the Black and Malfoy families as we do, it is not difficult to guess what that means. Severus shook his head. What you ask is not as straightforward as it may seem. What I have just told you I have gleaned from casual conversations over 3 years. Even Lucius Malfoy has better things to do than complain about his nephew. You will likely be the boy's future head of house. Mightn't you arrange a meeting with the boy before he comes to school? You're daft, Severus retorted. Do you have any idea what Sirius Black will do to me the moment he hears I'm interested in the boy? Good point, Dumbledore admitted. Perhaps the werewolf would have more luck, Severus suggested. Dumbledore sighed. Sadly, Mr. Lupin has been less helpful since the tragic death of Harry Potter. I sometimes wonder why I still help you after that little fiasco, Severus mused. Because you continue to keep the big picture in mind, Dumbledore said. You realize how important our work is. I do, Severus admitted, and let out a breath. I shall keep an eye out for any news of Ares Black. I do not expect to learn much. Any information you provide might prove vital, Severus, Dumbledore said. In any event, we shall monitor the boy very carefully once he arrives at Hogwarts. It may be, with a little encouragement, that we can turn him away from his family's path. We shall see, Headmaster. Severus left Dumbledore's office, and the aged wizard once again ascended the stairway to his private quarters, regretfully postponing Persephone's passion for another night. Sirius and Harry flowed over to Malfoy Manor the next day promptly at 11:30. Pollux had woken up and spoken to them briefly that morning, though he had called Sirius, Alfred, and Harry, Sirius. Sirius wondered briefly whether it was right for them to leave, with the situation so critical, but Irma urged them to do so. If there are any changes, I shall send Creature to fetch you at once, she assured them. Abraxas greeted his son-in-law and grandson warmly as they arrived. Welcome home, Ares, he said. I've heard from Draco about your wonderful time in France. I dare say he was sorry to come back to England. He clapped Sirius on the back. As for you, my boy, we never got to our little rematch. We shall have to play a bit of Quidditch after dinner, I think. Sirius bowed slightly. As you wish, Dad. It was good of Regina to go off and marry a boy who knows his way around a broomstick, Abraxas went on. I could never get Lucius really interested in the game. He would enjoy a match now and then, but he never even tried out for the team at Hogwarts. He was always messing about with politics. Even when he was a child it was like pulling teeth to tear him away from the Daily Prophet. I, on the other hand, have never shown the slightest inclination for politics, Sirius replied. My own father had a difficult time getting me out of the garden. That's the way a boy should be. There's plenty of time for politics later. Did you play for your house team? Sirius nodded. I did, sir. I was a beater. Yes, I can see that, Abraxas replied, looking at him appraising Ly. You're awfully thin now, but I suspect before you had just the right build for it. My best friend, Harry's godfather, played chaser, Sirius said. James Potter. He was the real Quidditch star. Harry looked up at Sirius and grinned. Sirius winked at him. Yes, I remember, Abraxas said. I used to attend school games from time to time when I sat on the board of governors. He was quite good. I heard he turned down the Wimborne Wasps. A rather undignified profession, of course, but a pity all the same. He displayed real talent. Ares, Draco exclaimed, and walked quickly into the room. I didn't know you were here. We only just got here, Harry replied. Mum told me what happened, Draco said. How's great-granddad? Harry shook his head. Not good. We're staying at Grimmauld Place for the time being, Sirius explained to Abraxas. Grandmama needs our help. She's taking it rather hard. Abraxas nodded. It's no easy thing, losing a spouse, he said. I remember when Iphigenia died. Nasty bout of spattergroit. Regina was just out of Hogwarts. His face fell. Little could any of us have guessed that Regina would die of the same thing only 8 years later. He patted Harry on the shoulder. Your mother was a fine woman, Ares. No, sir, Harry replied. Thank you. And it can't be easy for you, either, the old man said to Sirius, being stuck in Azkaban all those years and getting out only to learn that your wife was dead. There's been a lot of adjustment, Sirius said truthfully. Aunt Cassie helped a lot at first, and Ares and Draco have made all the difference in the world these past few weeks. Abraxas smiled fondly at his grandchildren. They're fine boys, both of them. It's hard to believe they'll be off to Hogwarts in only a year. Sirius smirked. I hope Hogwarts survives the encounter. His father-in-law laughed heartily. Now, don't tell me you didn't engage in a bit of mischief yourself at school. If he were to tell you such a thing, it would be a monstrous lie, Lucius said smoothly as he strode into the room. As I recall, I had to deduct countless points from him and Potter. Based on what Severus has told me, his behavior only grew worse after I left. Oh, so you're still in touch with Snape? Sirius said brightly. Figures. How is old Snively? Severus Snape is currently potions master and head of Slytherin at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Lucius said dryly. I should say he's done rather well for himself. Snape. Severus Snape. Abraxas scratched his head. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place it. Nasty fellow, Sirius said, scrunching up his nose. Mortal fear of soap. Harry and Draco sniggered. Lucius scowled at them. Severus Snape is an excellent potioneer and your future head of house, he said to the boys. You would do well to show him some respect. Come now, Lucius, they've never met the man, Abraxas scolded his son. How can they show him respect when all they know of him is that he has poor hygiene? He frowned. Who was his father? Surely I knew him. I doubt it, Sirius said with a mischievous grin. I believe he was a muggle. What? Abraxas shouted. A muggle? You mean this Snape fellow is a mudblood? Half-blood, father, Lucius said evenly. He's a half-blood. As I recall, Sirius said with his tongue firmly in cheek, Sissy once commented that Severus Snape gave the phrase, filthy half-blood, a whole new meaning. Draco and Harry doubled over in laughter, Abraxas joined in, and even Lucius struggled to suppress a smile. When Abraxas had calmed down, he shook his head sadly. Since when can a half-blood be head of Slytherin house? In my day, we had a few half-blood students, but still. Head. It boggles the mind. When my father was at school there was not a single student in Slytherin who could not document pure blood for at least 3 generations. Is Minerva McGonagall still head of Gryffindor? Sirius asked Lucius. I believe so, the blonde man replied. I always liked her, Sirius said nostalgically. Tough as nails, to be sure, but a fine woman and a skilled witch. I remember Minerva, Abraxas said. We went to school together. I even escorted her to Hogsmeade a few times. I quite agree with your assessment, Sirius, a fine woman from a decent family, though a bit puritanical for my tastes. A Scot, you know. It's the Presbyterian strain. A little bell rang, and they moved into the dining room. After a delicious dinner, Abraxas, Sirius, Harry and Draco went out into the garden for their game of Quidditch, which Sirius and Draco won by a single goal. Abraxas and Harry were good sports, however, and willingly agreed to fetch the drinks for the others, butterbeer for the boys, fire whiskey for the men. They sat in the garden and sipped from their bottles, enjoying the soft breeze. It was truly a perfect day. At 3:30 Sirius took his leave. Thank you for a wonderful time, Dad, he told Abraxas. I trust it's all right if I leave Ares here until this evening. Why don't you let the boy stay the night? His father-in-law suggested. We'll send Dobby over to Windermere Court for his things. He and Draco can come over to Grimmauld Place tomorrow after their lessons. Draco ought to pay his respects to his great-grandfather. Sirius checked with Harry to make sure that arrangement was fine with him, and then thanked Abraxas for his generosity. He said goodbye to the three wizards and flowed back to Grimmauld Place to check on Pollux. There was no change, so Sirius told Irma where he would be before changing into Muggle clothes and apparating to Remus's parents' old home. The Squibs and Cassiopeia were visiting Grimmauld Place that evening, so she wouldn't be alone. The house was on the moors, not in good condition at all, but it was shelter, and Sirius understood what a precious commodity that could be. He walked up to the front door and knocked in the elaborate pattern they had always used on the door of their dormitory. Remus opened the door and let him in. The inside was a good bit shabbier than Sirius remembered, but everything was clean. Remus's trousers and jumper were visibly patched and mended, but they looked like they still kept the cold out. You came, Remus observed, motioning for Sirius to sit down. Would you care for some tea? Yes, thank you, Sirius said, finding a place on the sofa. Remus poured their tea and pointedly sat in a chair on the other side of the table, as far away as possible from where Sirius was sitting. Sirius took a sip of tea. How have you been? This isn't a social call, Remus replied sharply. I have invited you here to explain to me the circumstances you so greatly regret which persuaded you to betray your best friend and his family to the dark wizard who wanted to kill them. So what's the excuse? Imperious. Sirius chewed his lower lip. I didn't do it. Remus raised an eyebrow. That's it. You came all this way just to tell me. Shut up, Moony, Sirius cut him off. Let me explain. I was never James and Lily's secret keeper. Dumbledore said, Remus began, but stopped when Sirius held up a hand. Dumbledore didn't know, Sirius said simply. I was originally going to be the secret keeper, but I thought that would be too obvious. Surely Voldemort would figure out it was me, and focus all his efforts on making me crack. Sirius shivered. I didn't trust myself not to tell under torture, or perhaps Veritaserum. I suggested that we switch. I would be the decoy, and draw off all Voldemort's attention, but Wormtail would be the real secret keeper. We would place him in hiding, and everything would be fine. Remus frowned. I have to admit, it does sound like the sort of plan you'd come up with. But if that's the case, why didn't you tell me? Sirius's face fell. I thought you were the traitor. Peter kept pointing out all the times you were missing, all sorts of suspicious little details. Of course, it turned out he was the traitor. I discovered he was missing that night and realized the truth. I arrived at Godric's Hollow too late. It was like a nightmare, Moony. I found James and Lily's bodies. Harry, though, was still alive. Hagrid had him. He said Dumbledore was going to send Harry to live with his aunt and uncle. I argued with him, but he wouldn't listen. So, being me, I did something foolish. I ran after Wormtail. And that's when you killed him. Remus's voice was hard. I didn't kill him, Sirius said, shaking his head. He shouted that I was the traitor, for the Muggles to hear, and then he cut off his own finger and blew up the street. He transformed and vanished, leaving me to take the blame. He sighed. I would have explained all this at the trial, only. You never got a trial, Remus finished in a low voice. Sirius jumped up and grabbed Remus by the shoulders. Moony, I would never betray Prawns. If I could, I would gladly die in order to bring him back. Surely you must believe that. Remus forced Sirius's hands off of him. I did believe that. Then it turned out I was wrong. James and Lily believed it too, and it killed them. Harry had to go live with those horrible muggles, and then he was kidnapped, and no one knows what happened to him. He may well be dead. Sirius sat back down. He's not dead, he whispered. What? Remus responded sharply. What have you done with him? Where is he? You already know, Moony, Sirius said. Or rather, you did. What do you mean? I'm afraid you're the victim of a memory charm cast by my Aunt Cassiopeia, Sirius replied. I only found out about it myself after our meeting yesterday. I did some research. I think I can fix the damage, if you'll let me. You want me to let you point a wand at my head? Remus scoffed. Are you mad? Probably, Sirius shrugged. I'd hoped you'd believe me. He chuckled. I don't suppose you have any spare Veritaserum. Remus gave a small smile. Unfortunately not. Then we're stuck, Sirius said. Unless. He trailed off. What do you have in mind? Remus asked. I think I know someone whom you might find a bit more convincing, Sirius said. He's also been around for much more of Harry's childhood than I have. But if you want to talk with him, we have to go to the house where I'm staying. Will you come? Remus took a deep breath and rose to his feet. Let's go. You'll really do it. Sirius was impressed. All my friends are dead or as good as, Remus said bitterly. Harry's gone. I don't have any reasons to live anymore. If you're telling the truth, I could have a friend again, and Harry would be back. That's 2 reasons. The way I see it, I have nothing to lose, and everything to gain. The 2 wizards apparated to Windermere Court, and Sirius let them inside. The house, of course, was empty, and Sirius led Remus directly upstairs to Harry's bedroom. Remus stared at the impressive furniture and large wardrobe. Whose room is this? He asked. This is Harry's room, Sirius replied. Why did you bring me here? The answer came from a large portrait on the wall. Moony, James exclaimed. You came back. It's been a while. Remus turned pale. Prongs. The one and only, James said cheerfully. How have you been? You look rather peaky. Remus brushed the question aside. So Harry's been here all this time? Of course, James replied. Ever since he left the Muggles. I wish I were alive so I could strangle Vernon and Petunia, Lily said, stepping into the portrait. Hello, Remus. Lily, Remus choked. James told me you came by earlier, she said. Why haven't you been back sooner? Remus looked at Sirius with confusion in his face. I told you, Moony, Sirius explained. Aunt Cassie put you under a memory charm. Remus furrowed his brow. Tell me, Prongs. What happened? How did Harry come here? James and Lily related the entire story, with a bit of help from Regina's portrait, who had just come in from a party on the 3rd floor. Ares is Harry. Remus shook his head. That can't be. I remember Sirius going to France for the birth. Merlin, Prongs, I was there for the christening. You were godfather. James smiled. As Padfoot said, Moony, you were put under a memory charm. Silence hung in the air as Remus processed everything he had learnt. Finally he looked up at James and Lily's portrait. Tell me, Prongs, he said hesitantly. Is Harry happy with Sirius? Is Sirius treating him well? Well, I haven't seen Harry much since he met Padfoot, James replied honestly. They've been in France for the past month, and apparently they had no need to take us with them. We were outside most of the time, Prongs, Sirius said. You would have missed all the fun anyway, and most of the portraits in the chateau only speak French. James wrinkled his nose. Good point. Where was I? I was asking whether Harry was happy with Sirius, Remus reminded him, amused at the familiar banter between James and Sirius. Right. As I said, I haven't seen much of Harry since he met Padfoot, and when I saw him yesterday morning he seemed positively despondent. Remus frowned. Why was that? James smiled. He said it was because he had enjoyed his month with Sirius so much that he didn't want it to end. Remus sighed in relief. Well, it sounds as though Harry's happy with him, then. What can I say? Sirius shrugged. I'm the world's greatest godfather. How can I possibly trust you, Sirius? Remus said quietly. After everything that's happened, if you only had some proof. But we can't prove anything unless we find Wormtail, Sirius protested. And for all we know he was hiding at Hogwarts and McGonagall got peckish. Come on, Mooney, James urged. Don't be such an ass. Shut up, Prongs, Sirius snapped. You're not helping. Do you think you can just give him your puppy dog eyes and he'll believe you? James shot back. He's being stupid. If I am the one you supposedly betrayed and yet I trust you to raise my son, Padfoot, then who is he to keep holding a grudge? Remus laughed. For a second, he could imagine that nothing had ever happened, that they were all back in Gryffindor Tower. He took a deep breath and turned to Sirius. Go ahead. Pardon. Sirius gave his friend a quizzical look. Undo the memory charm. Quickly, before I change my mind. I want to remember what I figured out. Sirius gave him a broad grin. So you believe me after all? Remus sighed and nodded slightly. I believe you, Padfoot. I don't know why exactly, and I'm not sure what it means yet, but, God help me, I believe you. A scion of one of our oldest and most outrageously provocative pureblood families, Pollux Cygnus Black was in many ways a relic of a happily bygone era, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. The nephew of the infamously tempestuous Sirius Black, Minister for Magic from 1918–1924, 1926–1928, 1930–1934 and 1936–1939, PC. Black followed proudly in his uncle's footsteps. He caused quite a stir when he left school to marry Irma Crabbe at 13, the bride was but 12, which turned into a full-blown scandal when his daughter Walburga was born only 6 months later. P.C. Black completed his education at home under private tutelage, and would eventually acquire a well-earned reputation as a scholar of wizarding jurisprudence. His magisterial work, The Role of the Seven Statutes of Hegesippus in the Formation of the Hermetical Code of 764, sold some 300 copies, and is still regarded as the definitive work on the subject. Upon the death of his father in 1943, P.C. Black took up his father's seat on the Wizengamot and entered into public service. Meanwhile, according to many reputable sources both in Britain and on the continent, he began funneling large sums from his newly acquired fortune to the support of the dark wizard Grindelwald, for which he was personally awarded the Order of Purity, first class by Grindelwald himself. After Grindelwald's defeat, Mr. Black dedicated himself to defending the prerogatives of the old pureblood families on the home front. He authored a number of important statutes, including the 1959 Law on Inheritance and the 1966 Law for the Regulation of Domestic Labor, and was the chairman of the Standing Committee for the Revision of the International Statute of Secrecy from 1957 to 1969. In 1967 he served for 6 months as chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Mr. Black seems to have regarded this achievement as the high watermark of his career, though his colleagues recollect that he was a tough tyrant in the position, leading to his ouster that same year by current chief warlock Albus Dumbledore. In 1968 he famously instigated the pureblood riots in response to the Squib Rights Act, leading to the forced resignation of the Minister for Magic. From 1973 to 1975 he headed the British delegation to the International Confederation of Wizards. In 1976 he retired from public life and moved to Transylvania in order to devote more time to his various recreational activities, citing the heavy burden of British restrictions on Muggle hunting. In 1986 he returned to England in order to spend more time with his great-grandson, Ares Black, whose mother had died earlier that year. He achieved his final legal triumph only a couple of months ago, when he successfully coerced the Wizengamot into releasing his grandson, Sirius Black, from Azkaban prison on a technicality. Sirius Black is, of course, best known for betraying James, Lily and Harry Potter to the dark wizard you-know-who, and for the murder of the late Peter Pettigrew and a dozen Muggles, proving once again that the apple does not roll far from the tree. P.C. Black is survived by Irma Crabbe Black, his wife of 65 years, his sister Cassiopeia, his brother Marius, his grandson Sirius, his granddaughters Bellatrix Lestrange, Andromeda Tonks and Narcissa Malfoy, his great-grandsons Ares Black and Draco Malfoy and his great-granddaughter Nymphadora Tonks. He is predeceased by his sister Doria Potter, his daughter Walburga Black, his sons Alfred and Cygnus and his grandson Regulus. Due to his status as a former chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Mr. Black's body will lie in state at the ministry on Thursday, September 6 and Friday, September 7. Funeral services will be held in London at the parish church of St. Wolfston within the walls on Saturday, September 8 at 11 o'clock in the morning. The week Pollux died flew by in a dizzying blur for Harry. Monday started ordinarily enough. He and Draco went to their lessons with Aunt Cassie at Windermere Court before heading over to Grimmauld Place, where they found Sirius and Narcissa already waiting for them. Pollux was actually fairly lucid when they arrived, and conversed happily with his great-grandsons about Quidditch for half an hour before he slipped back into unconsciousness. The boys sat there with their great-grandmother for another 43 minutes before Pollux died. It was sudden. He was breathing fairly normally up until the last minute, then there was a strange gasping sound. Moments later, Pollux gave up the ghost. For one horrible minute it felt as though the world had ended, and then all hell broke loose. Irma was reduced to hysterics and had to be escorted by Narcissa to her boudoir in order to recover. Sirius took charge, summoned Kreacher and began issuing orders. The coroner arrived after an hour, and it seemed to Harry and Draco as though his arrival inaugurated an unending stream of visitors and paperwork. The boys wanted to help, but had no idea what was going on or what to do. Eventually Sirius kindly but firmly asked them to stay out of the way, and the boys obliged him. That evening Clytemnestra took them to Windermere Court, where she kept both boys for the rest of the week, since Sirius was preoccupied with all the details of managing the funeral and Irma refused to allow Narcissa to leave her side. She baked them pies and read them books aloud, anything to keep the boys distracted. There were no lessons. Except for Clytemnestra, all the adults seemed constantly preoccupied with funeral preparations and legal details, letters and wills. No one expressly forbade the boys to play, but at the same time neither boy felt much like doing anything in particular. They spent most of the week reading, playing music together, Harry on the piano and Draco on the violin, practicing spells or playing chess. On Friday evening the boys dressed in very hot dress robes made of black velvet in order to accompany the family to the closing of the casket at the ministry. There were a number of boring speeches, of course. The Minister for Magic spoke at length about Pollux's many contributions to the wizarding world, followed by a load of wheezing waffle from Albus Dumbledore, whom Harry saw for the very first time. He had heard from his great-grandfather on many occasions about the long-standing enmity between the two wizards, but Dumbledore seemed perfectly happy to stand there and repeat half-hearted platitudes as though he had actually cared about Harry's great-granddad. It made Harry sick, and he had to step out in the middle of Dumbledore's speech. He couldn't explain exactly what it was about Dumbledore's behavior that made him so angry, especially when he knew that the minister's speech was equally insincere. All Harry knew was that Dumbledore was standing up there and lying to the world again, just as he had when he had told everyone that Harry was dead. Eventually Harry composed himself and returned to the hall, where Sirius was thanking everyone on behalf of the family, since Arcturus was too ill to attend. Having mostly seen Sirius's playful, fun-loving side, Harry was surprised to see how easily Sirius had stepped into the role for which he had been raised. To his credit, Sirius did not repeat a single platitude and did not rehearse any of Pollux's notable achievements. Nor did he lie. Instead, Sirius spoke about Pollux's care for his family and the great affection he had shown his two great-grandsons, as well as briefly acknowledging his own personal debt to his grandfather. It was honest and quite dignified, and Harry was very proud of his dad. After the short service, Harry and Draco had to wait around with the rest of the family and accept condolences. Clytemnestra had carefully prepared them for this arduous task, but both boys found it wearying. They had just sat down for a moment on a small sofa in the reception area when the Minister for Magic came over to greet them. Harry and Draco jumped to attention. "Hello, boys," the Minister said. "Please allow me to express my deepest condolences on the death of your great-grandfather. Mr. Black was a fine man." "Thank you, Minister," the boys mumbled. "Now, what are your names, again?" the Minister asked in a kindly voice. "I'm Aries Black," Harry said. "My father is Sirius Black and my mother was the former Regina Malfoy." "I'm Draco Malfoy," Draco piped up. "My father is Lucius Malfoy and my mother is the former Narcissa Black." "Ah, yes, I can see the family resemblance," the Minister said. "You look very like your respective fathers." "Thank you, Minister." Albus Dumbledore passed by, and the Minister caught his attention. "Over here, Dumbledore," he said. "I want you to meet Black's great-grandchildren. These are Aries Black and Draco Malfoy." "How do you do?" the old man said, looking at both boys over his spectacles. Please accept my sincerest condolences on the loss of your great-grandfather. Thank you, sir, Draco said, but Harry glared at the old man silently. This was the man who had sent Sirius to prison and tried to keep him there. This was the man who had sent Harry to live with the Dursleys and told the whole world Harry was dead when he had finally been rescued. This was the man whom his great-grandfather had hated until his dying day, but who had still had the arrogant presumption to stand up in front of all those people and pretend that everything was right between them. Pollux and I knew each other for many years, Dumbledore said. We've heard, Harry replied in a cold voice. Draco gave him a funny look. The minister chuckled nervously. So, when will you boys be starting Hogwarts? Next year, Minister, Draco replied. Harry continued to glare at the aged headmaster. Ah, Dumbledore said. Then we shall all be seeing each other again very soon. If we must, Harry said brusquely. Dumbledore gave him an appraising look before taking his leave of the boys. The minister followed shortly thereafter. Once they had gone, Draco dragged Harry out into the corridor. What was that about? He demanded. I don't know what you mean, Harry replied innocently. Don't lie to me, Ares, Draco snapped. I know you too well. What were you playing at with Dumbledore? I can't stand him, Harry muttered. He ruins everything. He ruined Dad's life. He ruined great-granddad's life. And he dares to come up to us as though everything's just fine and act like he's great-granddad's old friend. It's a funeral. What's he supposed to do? Tell everyone how much he hated great-granddad. He doesn't have to lie, Harry protested. Dad didn't say a single untrue thing. I'd rather Dumbledore had stayed home than come here and subjected us to all that rubbish. I understand, Ares, Draco said. Really, I do. I don't like the old Muggle lover either. But we have to show him some respect. We're going to Hogwarts next year. Maybe we could persuade my dad and your mum to go along with Uncle Lucius's idea of shipping us off to Durmstrang, Harry suggested hopefully. Draco rolled his eyes. Like that's ever going to happen. Face it, Ares. We're going to spend the next 7 years at Dumbledore's school. Harry swore violently in Parseltongue. Draco took 2 steps backward. Don't use magic here, he said hastily. We're in the Ministry, for Merlin's sake. Harry smirked. I wasn't using magic. What were you saying? Draco demanded. I'd tell you, but I'm afraid your mum would scourgify your ears. Draco turned slightly pink. Oh, right. He paused. At least try to be civil to Dumbledore, for both our sakes. I was perfectly civil, Harry said primly. I held my tongue and didn't breathe a word of what I really think about him. You didn't have to say anything, Draco muttered. I think your glare alone lowered the temperature in the room by 10 degrees. Fahrenheit or centigrade? Shut up, Ares. The blonde boy looked his cousin directly in the eyes. Is it safe for us to go back in, or do I need to tell Aunt Clytemnestra I have a stomach ache and get her to take us home? Harry sighed. I'll behave. You'd better, because if you make a scene at great-granddad's funeral I'm the one who's going to catch it. You could get away with murder. Harry thought of his great-grandmother, still barely holding herself together, and of Sirius, who had put so much work into organizing all of this. He hadn't thought about it, but he really could have turned it all into a horrid mess. His face fell. I'm sorry, Draco, he said. I didn't mean to make a scene. His cousin smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. You can't help it, Ares. It's your Gryffindor side. It makes you do stupid things. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you accusing Slytherin's true heir of Gryffindorish qualities? You're no more the heir of Slytherin than I am Morgan Le Fay, Draco scoffed. Harry let out a long, guttural hiss. Draco rolled his eyes. Come on, you idiot, he said. Back inside. Harry bowed elegantly. After you, Madam Le Fay. Draco swatted the back of his head, and they walked through the double doors into the large hall. The next morning was gray and dreary, and a light drizzle fell from the sky. Harry stood beside Sirius in the churchyard. The rest of the family huddled around the open grave, wrapped tightly in thick cloaks and carrying large umbrellas. Pollux's coffin was lowered into the ground, and the vicar droned on. We therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope. Hope, Harry thought bitterly. What hope? Great-granddad's dead. He's gone, and he's not coming back. Harry had never thought about death much. He knew James, Lily and Regina were dead, but he had only ever known any of them through their portraits, and somehow it had never really clicked that dead people had once been alive, had once been real, flesh and blood people with families and friends and hopes and dreams. The thought of Pollux as a portrait, stuck forever in 2 dimensions, repulsed him. Never before had a portrait seemed so fake, like the barest reflection of someone who had been real, someone who had been lost forever. The mourners all filed by, dropping handfuls of dirt on top of the coffin. "Goodbye, great-granddad," Harry whispered as he dropped his own clod of soil. It made a loud noise against the coffin. He clutched tightly onto Sirius's hand as they left the churchyard and walked slowly back to Grimmauld Place. Draco and Abraxas came up behind them and walked silently on Harry's other side. The Muggles zoomed by in their cars, horns blaring and radios blasting, an unwelcome intrusion on the family grief. At least the weather seemed to sympathize. Even the sky was weeping today. They reached the townhouse and went inside. Creature had prepared mountains of food, ready for any visitors who might come by to pay their respects to the family. Harry didn't feel up to accepting condolences today. "Dad," he breathed hoarsely. Sirius looked down at him with compassion in his gray eyes. "What is it, son? I'm really tired. Can I go home?" Harry asked. "Let me take Ares and Draco home with me, Sirius," Abraxas suggested. "You'll be busy all day anyway, and the boys need a chance to rest." Sirius nodded. "Thanks, Dad." He patted Harry on the shoulder. "I'll be by to pick you up this evening." Harry nodded and followed his grandfather and cousin to the fireplace. Late that night, exhausted and bleary-eyed, Sirius flowed to Malfoy Manor. He found Harry lying on the sofa, curled up in a small ball next to Abraxas, who was sitting with his legs crossed and flipping through the latest issue of Transfiguration today. Abraxas looked up as Sirius entered the room. "Is everyone gone?" he asked. Sirius nodded. "Finally. Grandmama's gone to bed and Creature's handling the cleanup. How's Ares?" "The poor boy's taking Pollux's death rather hard," Abraxas said. "Much harder than Draco is." "Well, Ares had to deal with his mum's death very young," Sirius said thoughtfully. "I suspect it bothers him more deeply to lose those he loves." Abraxas smiled down at his grandson's sleeping form. "He didn't want to leave my side until you came to collect him. He insisted he'd stay up." Sirius chuckled. 10-year-old boys do have a tendency to overestimate their own abilities in that regard. "Thank you for humoring him. Grandfathers live to spoil their grandsons," Abraxas replied. He paused. "Would you forgive an old man for dispensing a bit of fatherly advice?" "Absolutely," Sirius said with a smile. "I need all the help I can get." "You've stepped admirably into your role as future head of the House of Black this week," his father-in-law said. "Everything has gone splendidly. Pollux would have been proud, and I'm sure Arcturus will be too, once he hears about it." "But," Abraxas took a deep breath, "you've rather left Ares to the sidelines. He and Draco have been by themselves all week. Aunt Clytemnestra was taking care of them," Sirius pointed out. "Indeed she was, and no doubt doing an admirable job," Abraxas said quickly. "I understand the necessity for it under these circumstances, and the boys do as well. But you're going to have greater and greater responsibilities as time goes on, Sirius, more and more excuses to pull you away from your son. They will all seem incredibly important at the time. Don't let abandoning your son in order to fulfill other duties become automatic, as it has with Lucius and Narcissa." "I care about Ares more than anything else in the world," Sirius protested. "Lucius and Narcissa care for Draco," Abraxas replied. "Perhaps more than he'll ever know. That's precisely the problem." He sighed. "Trust me on this, Sirius. I have done many grand and important things in my lifetime, and now, in my old age, I find that I would trade them all to have spent more time with my son." He smiled wistfully. "Ares is going to Hogwarts next year. You've already missed out on 9 years of his life. If you're not careful you'll wake up one day and find out that you've lined up everything perfectly for an heir you don't even really know." Sirius nodded. "Thanks, Dad. I'll bear that in mind. Don't get me wrong, Sirius. I think you're a wonderful father. Ares adores you." He paused. "Only I want things to stay that way." "I respect that. Thank you." Sirius looked down at Harry. "Now, if I'm going to be a wonderful father tonight, I should get Ares to bed." "Don't wake him," Abraxas said. "I had Dobby prepare Ares' usual room for you. You can stay here tonight." Abraxas summoned the house elf, and Sirius followed him up the ornate staircase to the guest room, levitating Harry all the way. He laid Harry gently in the large bed and crawled into the smaller second bed Dobby had set up. He had just laid his head on the pillow when Harry stirred. "Dad," Harry mumbled. "Is that you?" "It's me," Sirius whispered back. "I thought you weren't going to come." "I promised," Sirius reminded him. Harry lay there quietly for a minute, and Sirius thought he had fallen back asleep. "You're going to die one day, aren't you, Dad?" he said eventually. "Just like my parents." Sirius felt his eyes grow moist. "Yes, Harry," he said hoarsely. "I am. Everyone dies, you know. But I shan't die for a very long time yet." "You don't know that for sure," Harry said with resignation. "My parents were young when they died." Sirius sighed. "But that was during a war. Voldemort's gone now. There could be another war," Harry pointed out. "He who must not be named was hardly the first Dark Lord, and he probably won't be the last. Or you could die in an accident. What if you crash the Diablo? What if there's a fire?" Sirius dragged himself out of his bed and crawled next to Harry. He put an arm around the boy's shoulders. "I suppose you're right," Sirius said. "You never know. I could die tomorrow." "So could I, for that matter," Harry replied. Sirius shuddered, not allowing himself even to consider the possibility. "Or Draco. Or Grandad. Or the Squibs. Everyone dies eventually," Sirius said. "All you can do is live each moment for all it's worth." He paused. "And you know, I don't think the ones we love ever really leave us." "So you think there's a chance people really do live on after they die?" Sirius smiled at his godson, his son. "We live in an amazing world, Harry. Who knows what wonders await us beyond the grave?" Harry hugged Sirius tightly. "I don't want to lose you." Tears began streaming down Sirius's face. "I don't want to lose you either, Harry." Father and son held each other close, neither wanting to let go, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The Monday after the funeral, Druella Black left Malfoy Manor and moved permanently into Grimmauld Place in order to help her mother-in-law, much to the relief of Sirius, who was more than happy finally to move back to Windermere Court. Harry was simply glad to have things return more or less to their proper order. On the Wednesday after the funeral, Harry and Draco resumed their lessons. Cassiopeia launched the boys on an intensive preparatory program, including the full range of subjects they would be studying in their first year at Hogwarts. "By the time you start school, I expect you to have your first-year course books memorized," she informed them in a tone that brooked no opposition. "You are scions of the noble and most ancient House of Black. It simply will not do for either of you to be shown up by wizards of lesser lineage." Both boys steadily improved with their wandwork, though Draco continued to have a slight edge over Harry when casting normally. Harry found this very frustrating, especially since every spell he practiced would come easily if only he used Parseltongue. At first he was tempted to spend all his time outside of lessons practicing with Parseltongue, since it was so much easier, but it only succeeded in making it even harder for him to perform spells normally in class. Since Harry still did not wish to alert Cassiopeia to his newfound talent, he decided to bring up his problem with Sirius. "That's very strange," Sirius said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "I don't see why using Parseltongue for spells should have a deleterious effect on your other magic. Maybe I should just use Parseltongue all the time, and not worry about the other," Harry suggested. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "And when other people find out? Let them deal with it," Harry replied casually. Sirius shook his head. "I don't like it. I think you should avoid using Parseltongue for the time being. Build up your strength with your normal magic first." "But shouldn't I practice the Parseltongue too?" Harry protested. "It seems to come to you naturally enough without practice," Sirius pointed out. "What are the most advanced spells you can do with Parseltongue? I've got through all the third-year spells without a problem. What can you do normally?" Harry's shoulders fell. "I'm struggling to keep up with Draco." "Focus on your normal work," Sirius said, ruffling his son's hair. "Once you catch up a bit, then maybe you can bring out the Parseltongue again." Harry did not like depriving himself of his unique ability, but Sirius's advice made good sense, and Harry went along with it. In time, he caught up with Draco, though his performance, much to Cassiopeia's frustration, never surpassed what one would expect from a young wizard of average abilities. The only exception seemed to be during their weekly sessions of special magic, where Harry did seem to have a special gift. This mollified Cassiopeia somewhat, though it also confused her. Magnificent, Ares, she said one Friday, after Harry had managed the blood-boiling curse on his first try. Why is it that you manage these spells with such ease, but never display anything other than determined mediocrity in your other work? I don't know, Aunt Cassie, Harry said quietly. Draco gave him a worried look, but said nothing. Whilst the boys endured their lessons with Cassiopeia every morning, Sirius took advantage of the opportunity to visit Remus. The werewolf was unemployed at the time, and so he was more than happy to spend his mornings talking with his old friend over a couple of bottles of butterbeer. "How are you holding up, Padfoot?" Remus asked him one day. Sirius shrugged. "Well enough. I'm mostly exhausted." Remus nodded. "I'm not surprised, what with all the work you've been doing." He smiled wryly. "Who would have guessed when you were 16 that you'd happily step into the role of Black Paterfamilias?" Sirius grinned. "Not yet, Moony. Grandfather's still breathing, last time I checked. Acting Paterfamilias, then." Remus furrowed his brow. "How's that bit going? It can't be pleasant for you, being stuck back with your family." "Well, staying with the family was one of Aunt Cassie's conditions for letting me take charge of Harry," Sirius explained. "I knew what I was in for. But it's actually not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I think we've all of us mellowed a bit." He chuckled. "Though you might want to ask me again in a few months. I haven't been back in England that long. It probably helps that some of your more unpleasant relations are gone," Remus pointed out. "That's true enough. I'd probably go barmy if I had to live with my mum again, or if I had to play nice with Bella. I nearly went mad just staying at Grimmauld Place with Grandmamma." He paused reflectively. "There's one other thing." "What's that?" "Before, when I ran away, I didn't have anything in common with my family," Sirius said. "Now we all have one thing in common." Remus understood. "Harry." "Exactly. I didn't think it possible, but they mostly seem genuinely to care for Harry." Sirius chuckled. "Even Aunt Cassie, in her own perverse way." Remus grimaced. "I don't think she's capable of caring for anyone. You're just upset because you were on the receiving end of her interrogation techniques." "She used the Cruciatus curse on me," Remus exclaimed. Sirius shrugged. "To be fair, Moony, at the time she thought you and Dumbledore were plotting to steal Harry and send him back to live with those filthy muggles." "You've been spending too much time with your family, Padfoot," Remus observed. "You're picking up their expressions. Can you think of a more apt description of the Dursleys?" Sirius demanded. "You know as well as anyone how terribly they treated Harry." Remus conceded the point. Sirius changed the subject. "I wish you'd let me give you some gold," Sirius said with a pout. "This place could use some repairs, and with Grandad gone I am now fabulously wealthy." "As it just so happens, Padfoot," Remus replied, "I've inherited something of a fortune myself." That caught Sirius off guard. "Really? Apparently James and Lily wanted me to inherit all their gold if anything happened to Harry." Sirius nodded. "That makes sense. So why haven't you done anything with it?" "It doesn't really belong to me," Remus said. "It belongs to Harry." Sirius snorted. "Harry has more than enough gold coming to him as it is. You might have other children, you know." Sirius smiled wistfully. "Unfortunately, Moony, as embarrassing as it is for me for an old ladies man like me to admit it, Azkaban has made that rather unlikely." Remus turned crimson. "I see. Even if I did, Harry's going to be quite comfortable off," Sirius pointed out. "He's only getting everything from Uncle Alfred, Grandad and Grandfather through me, of course, but Aunt Cassie has no children, so she's decided to leave everything directly to Harry. Uncle Marius has told me he's planning on doing the same thing. His only son died years ago. At this rate, Harry is on track to become one of the wealthiest wizards in Great Britain. So you can use Harry's gold guilt-free." "It's not right," Remus said quietly. "That gold should go to Harry, not to me. I've managed until now, and I suspect I'll keep on managing perfectly well." Sirius sighed. "If you say so, Moony." He paused. "There's something else we need to talk about, by the way." "What's that?" "I'm concerned about Dumbledore," Sirius replied. "I was watching him at the Ministry, and he seemed to be looking at Harry far more often than I should like." "Do you think he suspects the truth?" Remus asked. "I hope not. Why don't we just tell him?" Remus suggested. "We can tell him what happened with you and Peter, and show him how happy Harry is." Maybe he'd go along with everything. Sirius snorted. I'm sorry, Moony, but I lost all faith in Dumbledore's wisdom when I learned how hard he fought to keep me in Azkaban. To be fair, he thought you were guilty. He could have spoken with me first, Sirius growled. From what Lucius has told me, Dumbledore's given Snively far more of a chance than he ever gave me. Besides, look at what he did to Harry. Remus sighed. I can't say I'm all that happy with Dumbledore, either, at the moment. He paused. So why do you think he was watching Harry? The truth of the matter is that I have no clue what he's up to, and I don't like it, Sirius replied. I want to do something to remedy that. What do you have in mind? Sirius gave Remus a mischievous grin. Ever fancy becoming a secret agent, Moony? One afternoon, a few weeks after the funeral, Sirius escorted Harry and Draco to Malfoy Manor after lessons, where they found Narcissa and Clytemnestra waiting for them in the ballroom. What's this about, Mum? Draco asked. Now that you boys are 10 years old, you will be permitted to attend the Ministry Christmas ball this year, Narcissa explained. There will be many lovely girls your own age present, and I expect both of you to acquit yourselves as befits young wizards of your station. Harry and Draco looked at each other in panic. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Sirius cut him off with a smile. When Sissy says, permitted, he clarified, naturally she means, required. But we don't know how to dance. Harry protested. That is why you and Draco will be taking dancing lessons every day until the ball, Narcissa replied. We shall begin with the waltz. Sissy and I shall demonstrate first, so you'll have an idea of how it's supposed to look, Sirius added. He flicked his wand and music began to play. He bowed to Narcissa and she made a curtsy in return. Then they began to dance. Harry had never seen anything quite like it. His dad and aunt twirled effortlessly around the dance floor, spinning and dipping gracefully. They moved together in perfect balance, not one foot out of place. It was mesmerizing. Harry was certain he would never be able to do anything like that, and, judging from the gobsmacked expression on his cousin's face, Draco felt exactly the same way. The music ended and Sirius and Narcissa stopped. Harry, Draco and Clytemnestra all applauded. Of course, we don't expect you to be able to do that just yet, Sirius said. Sissy and I have been dancing together since we were children. He paired Harry with Narcissa and Draco with Clytemnestra, and then began giving the boys pointers. He drilled them relentlessly, and by the end of the lesson the boys were exhausted. I can't believe you let Aunt Narcissa talk you into this, Harry complained to Sirius when they got home. It's torture. Sirius smirked. Actually, it was my idea. Yours. Harry was indignant. But of course, his dad replied. I was shocked when I learned that you and Draco hadn't started dancing lessons before now. I began when I was 5. Harry pouted. I don't see why we have to do them at all. Watch the whinging, Sirius warned. Besides, how do you ever expect to win all the girls if you can't even dance? Trust me, one day you'll thank me for making you do this. Harry only scowled darkly. My feet hurt. Sirius laughed. You enjoy playing the piano, don't you? It's all right, Harry replied. Sirius gave him a doubtful look. The boy groaned. Fine, I enjoy it very much. Did you like practicing at first? Harry knew where Sirius was going with this, but he knew better than to argue. No. Were you angry at Marius and Clytemnestra for making you take the lessons? Not really, Harry said cheekily. I was still so grateful to them for rescuing me from the muggles that I willingly submitted to all kinds of torture. Sirius rolled his eyes. And now that you're an exasperating, overindulged prat, would you acquiesce so easily? Harry smirked. Probably not. Are you nonetheless happy, or even, dare I say it, grateful, that you were forced to take those awful piano lessons? Yes, Harry admitted. I see your point. He grinned. But I'm still allowed to dislike the dancing lessons in the meantime, aren't I? Sirius tousled the boy's hair. So long as you remember to watch the whinging. In early November, Lucius and Narcissa went to Spain for a week, and Draco came to stay at Windermere Court whilst they were gone. One evening when the boys were playing chess in the parlor, Sirius burst inside and shut the door. He was wearing his muggle outfit and a shifty expression on his face. Quick, he urged, thrusting a bag full of muggle clothes into the boy's hands. Everyone's upstairs. It's now or never. The boys grinned at each other and promptly changed into the jeans, t-shirts and jackets. Sirius opened the door of the parlor. No one was there but the house elf, who was whistling merrily as she dusted. Mopsy. Sirius hissed. Is the coast clear? Yes, Master Sirius, Mopsy replied in a whisper. Master's in his study, Mistress is in her boudoir and Miss Cassie is in her rooms. Sirius nodded. I'm going out with the boys. What will you tell anyone if they ask where we are? Mopsy is saying that Master Sirius is taking Master Ares and Master Draco on an educational outing, the house elf recited proudly. Sirius smiled at her fondly. You're a good elf, Mopsy. Thank you, Master Sirius, Mopsy said, bowing deeply. Sirius opened the door of the parlor wide, and the boys came out into the entrance hall. They froze when they heard familiar footsteps on the stairs. You'd best be leaving now, Master Sirius, Mopsy said quickly. Don't worry. Mopsy is holding Miss Cassie off. The elf darted up the stairs and Sirius led the boys out of the house. Parked in front of number 17, Windermere Court was a sleek black coupe. Where's the Diablo? Draco asked. In France, of course, Sirius replied. You didn't honestly expect me to drag that thing all the way back here, did you? This is a V8 Vantage. Don't worry, it's fun too. He opened the door and practically shoved the boys into the back seat before himself sliding into the front passenger seat. A wizard Harry and Draco did not know sat behind the steering wheel. Boys, I'd like you to meet Remus Lupin, Sirius said as the car pulled into the traffic. He's an old friend of mine and James's from school. Remus Lupin, Harry repeated. The name sounded familiar. Then it clicked. You must be Moony. That's right, Remus said. And you must be Ares and Draco. I've heard a lot about you too. Draco sniggered. Not nearly so much as we've heard about you. James Potter's portrait used to tell us stories about you and Uncle Sirius all the time. Is it true that you spellotaped Filch's cat to the chandelier in the Slytherin common room during third year? Harry asked eagerly. Remus chuckled. I'm afraid so. What about the giant squid incident in sixth year? Draco asked. Remus winced. I may need to have a talk with James about which stories he tells you. Actually, Dad told us that one, Harry said wryly. Remus grimaced and Sirius let out a loud bark-like laugh. Of course he did, Remus said. You'd better watch it, Padfoot, if you're not careful with your stories. These two scoundrels may wind up burning down the castle before they finish their first year. There's always Durmstrang, Harry said casually. Draco punched his shoulder. Shut up about that, Ares, he growled. They're not sending us to Durmstrang. Harry grinned. Beauxbatons, alors, nous déjà parlons français. Ares, Sirius said sharply. Nous l'avons discuté mille fois. La décision est faite. Quel est le quatrième règle pour la vie avec Sirius? Harry sighed. Sirius locutus est, causa finita est. Ne l'oubliez, mon grand. Draco decided it was time to change the subject. So, Mr. Lupin, where are we going? I'm not sure, exactly, Remus replied. I'm just following Sirius's directions. You'll see when we get there, Sirius said. I promise, you won't be disappointed. 10 minutes later they pulled into a car park and climbed out. Sirius led the four wizards to a small Turkish restaurant. This place has the best kebabs west of Istanbul, he proclaimed eagerly. Kebabs? Harry asked. What are they? Meat on a stick, Remus explained. Moony, Sirius scolded. Kebabs are one of the most sublime achievements of the human race. Better than pizza. Draco was in awe. Sirius paused reflectively. That's a difficult question. I don't know whether there truly is anything better than pizza. But kebabs are certainly on the same level. The boys' eyes went wide. Remus's eyes rolled. They stepped into the restaurant and found themselves at the end of a long line. How long are we going to have to wait? Remus complained. Watch the whinging. Harry and Draco responded in unison. Remus chuckled. I'd forgot all about the rules. I see you've got them trained, Padfoot, he said fondly, but Sirius was not paying them any attention. Instead he was waving at a man who was standing near the kitchen. The man jumped when he saw Sirius and hurried up to the front. Good evening, Mr. Black, the man said eagerly. It is very good to see you again. How have you been? Very well, thank you, Mehmet, Sirius replied. Allow me to introduce my son Ares, my nephew Draco and my good friend Mr. Lupin. A pleasure to meet you all, Mehmet said graciously. Mehmet Tosin is the owner of this restaurant, Sirius explained to Remus and the boys. He turned back to Mehmet. I was telling them you have the best kebabs west of Istanbul. It seems a lot of other people had the same idea. He gave the owner a winning smile. Is it a long wait? For you, Mr. Black, there is no wait, Mehmet replied, and motioned for them to follow him. Hold on, protested a very large muggle with a bushy mustache who was standing alongside a thin woman with a very long neck. It took a moment, but Harry paled as he recognized Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. He heard Remus gasp. May I help you, sir? Mehmet asked Uncle Vernon politely. My wife and I have been waiting here for 20 minutes, Uncle Vernon said. If anyone should get to go in, it's us. Mr. Black has a reservation, Mehmet explained. We called earlier, and you said you didn't accept reservations. Aunt Petunia complained shrilly. It is a standing reservation, madam. Mehmet turned his back on the Dursleys and ushered the four wizards to a somewhat private table near the back. Remus whispered something in Sirius's ear. The animagus's eyes shone with a feral glint. If you'll excuse me for a moment, he said to his companions once they were seated. I need to use the loo. He walked just out of their sight, and a few moments later Harry heard a familiar shriek. Who let that monstrous thing in here? Aunt Petunia shouted. Do something, Vernon. Harry jumped up and headed back towards the front in order to see what was going on. He was just in time to see an enormous and very familiar black dog relieve himself into Aunt Petunia's new handbag before Mehmet came out with a broom and chased the dog away. Harry sauntered back to the table with a wide grin on his face. What happened? Draco asked. Some stray dog wandered in off the street and pissed all over that annoying muggle woman's handbag, Harry explained, laughing. Remus winced and put his head in his hands. Sirius reappeared after a couple of minutes. Feeling better? Harry asked with a smirk. Much, Sirius replied brightly. He sat down at the table and took charge of ordering their food. He started them off with cigar-shaped cheese pies and an assortment of tasty dips. Sirius rattled off their exotic names with ease, but Harry couldn't keep them straight. Then they had a salad before moving on to the meat. Sirius ordered several different kinds of kebabs. Lamb kebabs, chicken kebabs, salmon kebabs, kebabs which were made from a mixture of ground beef and lamb. Harry and Draco devoured the delicious new food with abandon. You were right, Uncle Sirius. Draco exclaimed. Kebabs are definitely on the same order as pizza. Remus Lupin fought desperately to keep his anxiety hidden as he stepped into Dumbledore's office. Sirius had eventually persuaded him that this was the right course of action for them to take, with a bit of help from James's portrait, but Sirius and James had always possessed an uncanny ability to convince Remus to do things that deep down he felt to be wrong. Filch's cat in third year was only one example. Good afternoon, Remus, Dumbledore greeted him, a twinkle in his eye. What a delightful surprise. Please sit down. He gestured towards a dish of sweets. Would you care for a sherbet lemo? No, thank you, Professor, Remus replied as he took a seat. It is very good to see you, Remus. It has been far too long. About that, Professor, I wanted to apologize, Remus said. It wasn't fair of me to blame you for what happened to Harry. I assure you, my boy, you cannot possibly blame me for that tragic incident as much as I blame myself, Dumbledore said soberly. It was my duty to protect Harry, and I failed to do so. I can only hope that my inadequacy in this regard does not have dire consequences for the future. Remus chewed his lower lip. I wanted to talk with you about that as well. I've decided that, no matter what mistakes might have been made, it's still my duty to help fight in whatever way I can. Dumbledore beamed. I'm very glad to hear it. As a matter of fact, there is one immediate task for which I believe you to be most eminently suited. He paused. I understand that it may prove emotionally difficult for you, and I want you to feel free to decline, or to desist at any time. Thank you, Professor. What would you have me do? As you know, Sirius Black has been freed from Azkaban on technical grounds, Dumbledore explained. Looking back, I suppose we ought to have given him a trial, but it would hardly change the verdict. James himself told me they intended to use Sirius as the secret keeper, and, really, who else would they have picked? Remus wanted to speak up and defend his friend, but Sirius had strictly forbidden him to do so. He forced himself to nod in agreement. I do not feel comfortable having such a dangerous wizard at large, Dumbledore continued. For all we know, he's currently searching for Lord Voldemort in an attempt to bring him back. Or playing Quidditch with Harry Potter in The rear garden of one of his family's many houses, Remus thought. Aloud he said, it would make sense to have someone in a position to monitor his activities. Precisely, Dumbledore said. And who better than an old friend? Me, Professor. Remus feigned surprise. I couldn't possibly do such a thing. He betrayed James and Lily, and Harry too. We are hardly on good terms with one another. Nonetheless, I hope you will muster the courage once again to befriend Sirius Black, Dumbledore replied. Watch his movements. See who his friends are. It may be that we shall gather some clue as to the nature of his schemes. Remus lowered his head. If there's no one else, I suppose I could. For James and Lily's sake. And Harry's, Dumbledore reminded him. And Harry's, Remus agreed. He let out a deep breath. I'll do it. Thank you, Remus, Dumbledore said with a beneficent smile. I know you will do a fine job. Remus rose to his feet, eager to get out of the office, which felt increasingly cramped. I suppose that will be all, Professor. Dumbledore raised a finger. Actually, there is another matter we ought to discuss. Remus sat back down. Yes, I am very curious to learn more about Sirius Black. I have heard rumors from certain sources that the boy may be extraordinarily gifted, and may have an unfortunate predilection for the dark arts. I am sure, given his lineage, this does not surprise you. Remus shook his head. He's half black and half Malfoy. I can hardly think of a more unfortunate combination. Precisely, Dumbledore agreed. Find out what you can about the boy. Anything we learn now may prove to be of vital importance in the coming years. I'll do my best, Remus said, nodding his head. That's all any of us can do, Dumbledore replied. I have one more thing to discuss with you. He opened a drawer in his desk and removed a shimmering silver cloak. Remus gasped. James's invisibility cloak. I thought it was lost. James lent it to me shortly before he died, Dumbledore explained. I have learnt that the Potters made you their heir, in the event that anything happened to Harry. Remus nodded. That's right. Dumbledore handed the cloak over to Remus. I should very much like to keep it for myself. It is a fascinating artifact. However, I believe it is right for you to have it. He smiled. Besides, it may prove useful if ever you feel the need to explore the Black family home. Thank you, Professor, Remus said sincerely. I shall make good use of it. On the evening of the Ministry Ball in December, Clytemnestra took a very long time getting Harry ready. She dressed him in a fine set of antique dress robes that Pollux had worn for his wedding, blue velvet embroidered with gold thread and adorned with diamonds and sapphires along the collar and cuffs. Aunt Clytemnestra, do I have to wear these robes? Harry complained. They must weigh at least a ton. His aunt knelt down and hemmed up the edges at the back. What is it your father says? Oh yes. Watch the whinging. Wonderful phrase. Lift up your arms. Harry complied. I have other dress robes. Ones that weigh a good bit less. The squib stood up and placed her hands on her hips. I thought that you might want to honor your great-grandfather by wearing something that belonged to him. If you'd rather not, I'm sure we can scrounge up something else. Of course, that would require much more work on my part, and you'd probably end up late to the ministry. Harry's eyes fell. I'm sorry, Aunt Clytemnestra. I'll stop complaining. There's a good lad. She put the finishing touches on his robes and then stood back to admire her handiwork. She nodded approvingly. You'll do, I think. Run off and show your uncle. He's in his study. Harry made his way to Uncle Marius's study. The elderly man was sitting in a comfortable armchair with a book of Tennyson in his hand and his favorite pipe clenched between his teeth. Harry knocked on the door, and Uncle Marius looked up. Upon my word, he exclaimed when he saw Harry. Who is this good-looking fellow? Aunt Clytemnestra said you'd want to see, Harry explained. And she was quite right, the squib replied. Turn around. Harry spun around and Uncle Marius nodded approvingly. You look every inch the heir of the House of Black tonight, my boy. I'm sure you and your father will have a marvelous time. Aren't you and Aunt Clytemnestra coming? Harry asked. I think it's best if we don't, Uncle Marius said tactfully. Our families have been very kind to us over the past few years, what with letting us back into the family and all. It wouldn't do for us to make things unduly difficult for them. Because you're squibs, Harry said dully. That's not fair. Whoever said life was fair, old man? We play the hand we've been dealt. That's all any of us can do. I wish things were different. Be careful what you wish for, his uncle said sternly. Think about it. If your aunt and I were perfectly accepted in the wizarding world, we should never have gone to the Dursleys that night, and you would be locked in a cupboard under the stairs right now instead of preparing to attend a ball at the ministry." Harry grinned. "You have a talent for putting things in perspective, Uncle Marius." "Years of Muggle school food will do that for you," Uncle Marius said. "Now run along and have a good time. Don't worry about me and your aunt. We're invited to Buckingham Palace tomorrow." Harry left his uncle's study and went downstairs to the parlor, where Aunt Cassiopeia was waiting, dressed in a very austere set of plain black dress robes, her hair, as always, pulled back in a tight bun. Harry thought she looked more as though she were going to a funeral than a ball, though, knowing his aunt, he rather suspected she might feel more cheerful and relaxed at a funeral, especially if it was in honor of one of the many people she loathed. The stern witch scrutinized Harry's appearance as he came in. "The squib knows her business, I'll give her that," was her only remark. They waited there in silence for 5 minutes before she began tapping her foot impatiently. "Where is that father of yours?" she snapped, as though Harry were at fault. "If he makes us late, I swear to Merlin I'll cruciate him to within an inch of his life." Harry made a mental note that threatening someone with the Cruciatus curse became remarkably ineffective after the 100th time one did it without following through. "Haven't you ever heard of fashionably late, Aunt Cassie?" Sirius said, sweeping in majestically through the parlor doors. He was wearing a very grand set of dress robes, cloth of gold trimmed in red velvet and adorned with large rubies. Aunt Cassie sniffed. "You look like a walking advertisement for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However did you guess?" Sirius replied, his eyes wide. "It took me ages to get it right." The old witch rolled her eyes. "You just might have me fooled," she replied. "But I know for a fact that those robes were a gift to Pollux from the Moroccan Minister for Magic." Her nephew grinned. "You caught me. Shall we depart?" The two wizards and the witch gathered at the fireplace and flowed to the ministry. Daphne Greengrass stood with her friend Pansy Parkinson, watching the various boys as they entered the ministry's grand ballroom. "That's Vincent Crabbe," Pansy said, referring to one very large boy. "Decent family, of course, but he's a bit dim-witted." Daphne sighed. "Can't there be at least one pureblood wizard left in Britain who doesn't look inbred?" Pansy giggled. "That's not a very nice thing to say." "Sorry. 2, then." Pansy giggled some more. Just then a family of 3 walked into the room, all blonde. Pansy sighed. "Oh, there you go, Daphne. Isn't he a dream?" she gushed. Daphne glanced at the boy, who had pointed, aristocratic features. "He's not bad," she admitted. "That's Draco Malfoy. I met him 2 years ago over the summer while he was vacationing with his parents in Spain. My father says his father has a lot of influence with the minister." She dragged Daphne by the hand. "Let's go meet him." Daphne followed her friend helplessly. They trotted over towards Draco, who had taken up a position near the punch once his parents had split up to make their respective rounds. "Good evening, Draco," Pansy cooed. "It's so good to see you again." Draco looked at her blankly for a second before his eyes lit up in recognition. "Oh, hello, Pansy." "Daphne, allow me to present Draco Malfoy," Pansy said. "Draco, this is Daphne Greengrass." "Pleased to meet you," Daphne said. "The pleasure is all mine," Draco replied. His eyes darted about the room as though he were looking for someone. "Have you seen my cousin, Aries Black?" "Ooh, isn't that Sirius Black's son?" Pansy exclaimed. "Is he really coming tonight?" "He's supposed to be," Draco answered, still looking around. "Uncle Sirius said they were both coming." Daphne shivered involuntarily at the casual way Draco referred to the infamous wizard. "What's he like, Draco?" Pansy asked eagerly. "They say he was one of you-know-who's most dangerous followers." Draco smirked. "Uncle Sirius is cool. He's loads of fun to be around, but you don't want to get on his bad side." He looked over towards the door and smiled. "In fact, there he is right now, as inconspicuous as ever." Both girls turned around to look. A very stern-looking witch in plain black robes had just walked in, and behind her strolled 2 wizards in opulent robes who could not possibly be mistaken for anything but father and son. The elder had long black hair and a closely trimmed beard. Daphne suspected he had once been very good-looking, but now he was too thin and his eyes carried a haunted, dangerous look. She didn't much fancy the idea of spending time in close quarters with a wizard who looked like that, no matter how cool Draco said he was. "Look at those robes. Pansy breathed. They must have cost thousands of galleons. And the boys' robes too. What I wouldn't give to have robes like that. But Daphne wasn't thinking about the boys' clothing. Her eyes were fixed on the younger Black's face. Aries Black wore his insolent good looks like he wore his princely robes, with a casual nonchalance that suggested he thought them nothing more than his due. His bright blue eyes twinkled with mischief, and the boy bore himself like his father, with the confidence born from knowing that the whole world was one's to command. He's gorgeous, she found herself saying. She blushed slightly once she realized she had spoken aloud. Who, Uncle Sirius? Draco said incredulously. No, silly, Pansy told him in a dreamy voice. Your cousin. Draco snorted. Aries. Oh, Merlin. Pansy shrieked. He's coming this way. It was true. Aries Black had left his father's side and was wandering over towards Draco. Good evening, Draco, he drawled with a very pronounced upper crust accent. Daphne wondered whether he had taken lessons to sound like that. He turned towards the girls and smiled. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting these lovely ladies. Daphne, Pansy, this is my cousin, Aries Black, Draco said. Aries, these are Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson. Aries bowed. Slightly. I am honored to make your acquaintance. Likewise, Daphne murmured. The aura transitioned into a waltz. Draco and Aries looked at each other. They seemed to be communicating silently, their eyes shifting back and forth. Eventually Aries nodded his head in acquiescence. He stepped closer towards Daphne and offered her his hand. May I have this dance, Miss Greengrass? He asked. Daphne nodded and placed her hand in his. They went out onto the dance floor and Aries launched into the waltz. He had nowhere near the ability of his father, who was currently twirling elegantly about the ballroom with a dark hair which Daphne didn't know, but Aries managed well enough, and Daphne found herself quite enjoying the opportunity to dance with him. So, Miss Greengrass, I take it you are starting Hogwarts next year? Aries asked her. That's right, she replied. I'm very much looking forward to it. What house do you think you'll be in? He asked. Slytherin, most likely, Daphne answered. All my family have been in Slytherin. So have mine, Aries replied. Except for my dad. He was in Gryffindor. She raised an eyebrow. Really? You find that surprising? A bit, Daphne admitted. Aries chuckled. Dad is a very bold character. He doesn't much like to slink around in the shadows, though he can if he needs to. That doesn't sound much like the Sirius Black everyone talks about. The girl blushed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Why not? It's true, isn't it? Aries smirked. Tell me, who is this Sirius Black that everyone talks about? Daphne paused. They say he was one of you-know-who's greatest followers. They say he deceived all his friends for years and betrayed them. Aries snorted. That just goes to show how much everyone knows my dad. Bunch of idiots. My father says that Professor Dumbledore. Please don't mention that muggle-loving old fool around me, Miss Greengrass, Aries said coldly, for the first time making Daphne feel a bit uncomfortable. I'm sorry, the girl replied, and they danced without speaking for a few moments. Daphne took a deep breath. Tell me, Mr. Black. Who is the real Sirius Black that no one actually knows? Aries smiled. My dad is the best father in the world. Nothing frightens him, and he's loyal to his friends no matter what. He has a great sense of humor and loves to take me and Draco on adventures. You don't want to cross him, but he's not really strict either. You just have to follow the rules. Does he have many rules? Aries shook his head. Only 5. So few. Daphne was surprised. Her family had many more rules than that. What are they? The first one comes up most often. No whinging. Dad can't stand to listen to people complaining, especially when their voice goes all high-pitched and nasal. Daphne laughed. I shouldn't have thought that would be the most important. They're ranked in the order he came up with them at school, Aries explained. The second one is, if the sun isn't up yet, neither is Sirius. Never forget that one, or the consequences are likely to be dire. Draco ran into trouble over that one during the summer. He's an early riser. What's the next one? The girl asked with a grin. Never lie to Sirius. That's probably the most important one. If you steal something of his and lose it, it's better just to tell him. He'll figure it out anyway, and then there will be hell to pay. Daphne blushed. Doesn't he mind it if you swear? Aries stared at her blankly. Pardon, you just said an impolite word, she pointed out. Sorry, Ares mumbled, looking a bit embarrassed. Aunt Narcissa doesn't like it either. I should have been more careful in front of a girl. I don't mind, Daphne said quickly. It's just that my parents are very strict about things like that, and I was surprised Mr. Black didn't seem to care. Dad, Ares laughed. No, not at all. He's actually a bad influence on me in that regard. Daphne joined in his laughter. For some reason she found the thought of swearing as one of Sirius Black's chief vices to be quite amusing. So what's the fourth rule? She asked. Sirius locutus est, causa finita est. The girl rolled her eyes. Sirius has spoken, the case is closed. Dad says it's the rule that covers all the others, Ares said. He hates it if you keep arguing with him once he's made up his mind. Daphne frowned. I thought you said he came up with these rules at school. He did. Didn't his friends object to that one? Ares snorted. Of course they did. My dad's best friend, my godfather James Potter, had his own set of rules, and one of them was the exact same, only with Jacobus instead of Sirius. Even now, Dad's always bickering with James's portrait over which one of them gets the last word. What's the fifth rule? Daphne asked. Probieren get über studieren, Ares replied with a smile. I beg your pardon. Ares chuckled. It's German. It means trying is better than studying. Dad says that's his philosophy of life. Daphne shook her head. Well, it certainly seems that the Sirius Black you know doesn't have much in common with the one everyone else talks about. The music drew to a close and they stopped. Ares escorted her back to her table. It's been a pleasure dancing with you, Miss Greengrass, he said with a bow. I hope to have the honor again sometime. Daphne sat at the table and watched as the fascinating boy went over to talk with the witch his father had been dancing with. Pansy returned from where she had been dancing with Draco and sat beside her. Tell me, she said eagerly. What was he like? Interesting, Daphne replied with a smile. And he doesn't look inbred, either. Of course. Pansy giggled. My mother says it's just like with horses. It all depends on the quality of what one's breeding. Christmas that year was Sirius's first since he had been freed from Azkaban, and he did everything in his power to make it memorable. He personally oversaw the decorations at Windermere Court and Grimmauld Place, holding nothing back in his desire to create a festive atmosphere. The sound of Christmas carols filled both houses from morning until nightfall, coming from every possible source: enchanted instruments, portraits, suits of armor, busts, statues, even the house elves. Sirius himself could often be heard to join in with his clear baritone, which rather surprised Harry, who had not realized how well his dad could sing. On Christmas Eve, Sirius took Harry by side along apparition to Remus's house on the moors, where they exchanged a few small gifts and ate a light supper whilst Sirius and Remus recounted stories of Christmases past. After supper Remus took down a box of photographs from a cupboard and pulled out a small album. The cover was inscribed in a neat, female hand, Harry's First Christmas. Harry stared at the album wide-eyed. Is that what I think it is? Remus nodded. After your parents died, I went through their house and removed most of the personal items. He chewed his lower lip nervously, as though worried that Harry might think he had been stealing. I didn't want souvenir hunters taking them. You did the right thing, Moony, Sirius said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. I'm saving them for you to have when you're older, Remus went on. I'd give them to you now, but Padfoot said he thought that might arouse suspicion. Harry nodded. He's right. Best for you to keep them for now. He gave a small smile. But I should like very much to see them. They sat down on the sofa, Harry in the middle, Remus and Sirius on either side, and began flipping through the Christmas album. From every page, Lily and Harry laughed whilst all four marauders performed their wild antics. James and Lily, of course, looked just as they did in their portrait, but it struck Harry how different Sirius and Remus were. Remus looked much younger in the pictures, with no gray hairs and fewer scars. Sirius looked much better fed and still possessed every bit of his dashing good looks. Harry looked up from the photographs to see the men as they now appeared. Remus was gaunt and tired, looking older than his 30 years, but occasionally his eyes would brighten up at some memory or picture, and at such moments he could seem years younger. Sirius had filled out a good bit since the summer, and was no longer as gaunt as he had been when Harry first met him, but he was still too thin, and his eyes continually bore that desperate, haunted look. Here too, however, a glint of mischief or delight would occasionally appear, and then Harry would be vividly reminded of the devil-may-care young man in the photographs. The real shock for Harry, however, was seeing himself in the photos. Even as a baby, Harry had looked remarkably like James, except for his eyes, which were all lily. Harry had been Aries for so long he had almost forgotten what he had looked like before he had been rescued by the Squibs, what he would still look like if only James and Lily hadn't died, or even if Dumbledore had sent Harry to live with Sirius instead of the Muggles. On the one hand, the sheer joy on baby Harry's face in the photographs could easily have belonged to him at any age, when he rode a broomstick for the first time, when he met Sirius, whenever he and Draco played a successful prank. But Harry found he could not look at the tiny boy with messy hair without thinking of the nights he had spent locked in the Dursleys' cupboard without any dinner, praying that someone would come to free him. It was odd, to say the least. Harry turned the page of the album and was startled to see a large black dog, a stag and a rat chasing each other around the Christmas tree, whilst Lily shook her head in mock disapproval and baby Harry clapped in excitement. Eventually the dog pounced on the stag, and they both crashed into the Christmas tree, sending it toppling to the floor. "Dad, I knew you were an animagus," he said, "but I didn't realize the others were too." Sirius raised his eyebrows. "Didn't Prongs ever tell you and Draco?" Harry shook his head. "That makes sense," Remus observed. "If he told one secret, he might need to tell the other." "Good old Prongs," Sirius said with an affectionate smile. "Even from beyond the grave he manages to keep his promises." Something clicked in Harry's mind, and he squealed with delight. "I get it," he exclaimed. "You're Padfoot because you turn into a big black dog, like the Grim, so the others' nicknames must be connected with their animagus forms too." He pointed at the stag. "That's James, isn't it?" "Prongs." Sirius nodded. "Well done, Harry." Harry thought for a second and then pointed at the rat, whose long, beady tail was clearly in evidence. "Wormtail. That's Peter Pettigrew." Sirius and Remus both growled at that, but Sirius nodded. "That only leaves Moony." Harry turned to Remus. "What's your animagus form, Uncle Remus?" Remus looked a bit peaky. "I don't have one. Moony can't turn into an animagus," Sirius explained. Harry frowned pensively as he turned the page, only to be greeted by a picture of baby Harry surrounded by 4 stuffed animals: a dog, a rat, a stag, and a wolf. Harry traced his finger over the wolf's distinctive snout. "Moony. No wonder he couldn't become an animagus." Harry gulped hard and looked up at Remus questioningly. Remus nodded slowly. Harry looked back at the picture. "How long?" he asked quietly. "Since I was a child," Remus replied calmly. "Have you ever bitten anyone?" Harry asked. Remus shook his head. "Never." Sirius put his arm around Harry's shoulder. "We found out when we were in school. You see, once a month Moony has to be locked up so he doesn't hurt anyone. That's why we all became animagi, to keep him company." Harry nodded. "Because animals are unaffected by the werewolf's bite." He let out a deep breath. "Are you all right, Harry?" Remus asked nervously. Harry nodded. "It just takes some getting used to. My dad's best friend is a dark creature." He flashed Remus a wry grin. "I can't complain though, can I? I mean, I'm a Parselmouth. I'm supposedly a dark wizard, right?" He shrugged. "You're still you. You just have a problem." Remus chuckled. "That's exactly what James used to call it, my furry little problem." Harry snorted. That did sound like the kind of thing James would say. "You do understand that you can't tell anyone about any of this," Sirius warned Harry, who rolled his eyes. "Yes, of course," he replied. "What's one more secret when one already has so many?" Sirius ruffled Harry's hair. "There's a good lad." He stood up from the sofa and stretched. "Now, I believe we have an outing to be getting on with." "An outing?" Harry was incredulous. "It's nearly 11 on Christmas Eve. We have to go over to Malfoy Manor early tomorrow." Sirius smiled. "Yes, but this is a very special outing. I'm afraid we can't do it at any other time." He took off his robes, revealing a muggle suit underneath, and held out clothes for Harry and Remus to change into. Once they were dressed, they all put on heavy coats and apparated to the center of what appeared to be a rather small village. "Where are we?" Harry asked. "Godric's Hollow," Sirius replied. "Welcome home, Harry Potter." A tiny stone church stood in the center of the plaza. It looked very old and weather-worn. The sound of familiar Christmas carols came from inside. That's the church where you were christened, Sirius explained. Shall we go in? They slipped into the very back of the crowded church and readily joined in a slightly off-key but very spirited rendition of "Hark the Herald Angels Sing." In the chaos of everyone filing out of the church, Remus and Harry got separated from Sirius. "How are we ever going to find him in this madness?" Harry asked Remus. "I have a fair idea where he is," Remus replied. "You see, Harry, this is a special church for a number of reasons. Not only were you christened here, but—" He drifted off, but Harry could see where he was leading them. "The churchyard. James and Lily are buried here, aren't they?" he whispered. Remus nodded and opened the gate so they could go in. Sirius was standing over a grave near the back wall, his hands folded in front of him. "I'm so sorry, mate," he was saying quietly as Harry and Remus came up behind him. "You deserved better. You both did. And Harry deserved to grow up with you, instead of the raving and most mental madhouse. He's a really good kid. You'd be proud of him." Remus stood back to give Sirius some privacy, but Harry leaned closer so he could hear better. The werewolf didn't stop him. "He's going off to Hogwarts next year, you know," Sirius sniffed. "I'm not really ready for him to go yet. It feels like I haven't had enough time with him. He'll do great, though. He's clever and funny. He'll take Hogwarts by storm. He has a good friend to share it with, Draco Malfoy." He snorted. "I know, I can't believe it either, but Draco's a good kid too. They rather remind me of us. At their age." He paused. "I wish I could know what you think of how I'm doing. I know I can never fill your shoes, but I'm trying to be a decent dad." Harry came up and put his arms around Sirius's waist. "You're the best." Sirius looked down at him in surprise. "How long have you been there?" he asked. "Long enough," Harry replied, and looked down at the stone marker. It was inscribed with the names and dates of James and Lily Potter. "Is this your first time coming here?" Sirius shook his head and smiled. "No, actually I'm afraid I come here rather often. I like to keep Prongs updated on how you're doing." "You could always talk to his portrait," Harry reminded him. "Oh, I do that too," Sirius replied. "This seems more real, somehow." They stood there a while, staring down at the grave in silence. Before they left, Sirius conjured a bouquet of flowers and let Harry lay them at the gravestone. As they walked away, Harry noticed a smaller marker next to James and Lily's. It read, "Harry James Potter, 1980–1986. The boy who lived." "What is that?" Harry snarled. "Oh, that." Sirius rolled his eyes. "I assume Dumbledore had it placed here after your unfortunate demise." Harry, however, was in no mood to joke around. "Is the grave empty, or do you think the old man found some other child to put in my place?" "Harry," Sirius scolded, "I'm hardly Dumbledore's biggest fan, but it's just ridiculous to suggest he'd do anything so nasty. I'm sure the grave is empty." "Good," Harry said coldly. "Because then no one will mind if I do this." Harry drew his wand and hissed a curse in Parseltongue. The offensive gravestone was blasted to smithereens. Remus came running over in shock. "What happened?" "Harry doesn't care for his gravestone," Sirius explained. "I see," Remus replied. "Won't the Ministry detect his underage magic?" "They can't detect who did it, Moony, only that it was done," Sirius replied carelessly. "And Godric's Hollow has always had a significant wizarding population. You do realize that blasting away Harry Potter's gravestone will attract attention?" Remus pointed out. "I don't care," Harry said through gritted teeth. Remus started to argue, but Sirius shut him up. "I think the boy has the right to decide whether he wants a gravestone or not," he said wryly before turning to Harry. "Is there anything else you'd like to blow up, or can we go home now?" Harry chuckled. "I think I'm done." As the three wizards left the graveyard, Harry felt oddly light and full of holiday cheer. He started singing, "I Saw Three Ships Come Sailing In," at the top of his lungs, and Sirius immediately joined in. Remus gave them an exasperated look, but eventually relented, and lent his voice to the mix. Albus Dumbledore opened his newspaper on Boxing Day to find a most distressing headline. "Harry Potter's grave vandalized." In a shocking act of Christmas hooliganism, Harry Potter's tombstone in Godric's Hollow was destroyed in the early morning hours of Christmas Day, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. It is unknown who committed this terrible crime, or with what motive, but highly placed sources within the Ministry of Magic indicated that it may be the work of remaining followers of the Dark Wizard, he who must not be named. I don't think there's any doubt, really, that Death Eaters were behind it, one source stated, having agreed to an interview only on condition of anonymity. Who else would have anything against Harry Potter? By a happy coincidence, 4 underage wizards were in the near vicinity of the cemetery at the time of the incident, and Ministry wizards were able to use the trace to ascertain that the blasting curse was used at 1:03 a.m., December 25, in the cemetery of the parish church of St. Godric of Finchale. It is considered very likely that this was the curse used to reduce Harry Potter's gravestone to rubble. Ministry officials have refused to release the names of the 4 underage wizards, though our sources have assured us that none of the children is considered a suspect at this time. The trace can tell us what magic was done around an underage wizard, when and where, one ministry official clarified. It cannot, unfortunately, tell us who was responsible for a particular spell. When asked whether it was suspicious that 4 underage wizards were out and about in the early hours of Christmas Day, Ministry officials claimed that a Christmas service had concluded shortly before the incident, and that the children had apparently been present at the service. "We will find the perpetrator of this heinous crime and bring him to justice," said Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. "The boy who lived is a symbol of hope to the wizarding population of Britain, and we will not allow malcontents to stir up trouble in this peaceful society that we have rebuilt from the ashes of the war." Dumbledore put down the paper and took out a quill. He wanted very much to ascertain the identities of these 4 underage wizards, suspecting that they might hold the key to finding the vandal. Ministry policy might prohibit the release of that information to the general public, but Dumbledore was hardly the general public. Who in the ministry would object to such a reasonable request from the chief warlock of the Wizengamot? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.